Button Press presents Stick Handle with Care, Book 3 in the Canadian-played hockey romance series, written and narrated by Cynthia Gunderson. Author note: this is a work of fiction, and while the NHL teams I reference are real, the players are not. Any likeness to real hockey players, current or past, is coincidental. The elite league my players participate in is also fictional, though I was inspired by the Hockey Super League, which is a developmental league for players in my home province of Alberta. You can read more about it online. In this book, I also changed the name of the AHL feeder teams for the Maple Leafs and Flames. In real life, those teams are the Marlies and Stockton Heat. But since two fictional players on the Snowballs had a negative experience in their AHL careers, I opted to change the name so I didn't insinuate anything about the Marlies or their surely excellent coaching staff. This book, along with the others in the series, also features the program Hockey Evening in Canada. That one isn't too difficult to figure out. I grew up watching Hockey Night in Canada with Don Cherry and Ron MacLean. It has always filmed in Toronto, first at CBC and then the Rogers Building, but I gladly brought a fictional broadcast trans-Canada to Calgary for my series. This is in no way meant to represent Hockey Night in Canada, but rather to pay homage to a national institution. Ron MacLean's words of the final CBC broadcast before the Rogers takeover included the line, "We bid you a good hockey night for now." That's where Country's line comes from in his initial fictional broadcast. If you know anything about the controversy surrounding the infamous Hockey Night in Canada theme song, you'll understand why I opted to keep that alive and well in my book, albeit with a different origin story and fictional composer. You're welcome, hockey fans, for this beautiful version of alternate history. Chapter 1. Jenna gaped at Owen's phone screen and bit down so hard on the inside of her cheek that she drew blood. He's hilarious, right? Owen turned the phone back toward himself and swiveled in the lumbar corrective office chair. Afternoon light poured through the office windows, shining a spotlight on Owen's outstretched hand. Mm-hmm. Jenna worked to swallow the lump in her throat that was forming faster than traffic on Deerfoot Trail. What the hell was Gentry Maddox doing on TikTok? More importantly, why was he shirtless? And how did Owen, the office nepo baby of all people, find out about his channel before her? I don't see how that's relevant to the training, but I can see how you'd find it entertaining. Owen shot her a look that said, "Come on, you don't want to be that uptight." And Jenna pointed at the computer monitor. Running reports might not make you feel fulfilled, but it is unfortunately part of the job. He sighed as she launched into yet another explanation of the database. Jenna wanted to smack him and send his ironic wire-rimmed glasses flying. Since she was a good person, and he happened to be her boss's nephew, she refrained. Jenna made a valiant effort to keep her mind from wandering back to the image of Gentry's torso as she waited for Owen to sort by date. But as it was now scrawled in Sharpie on her retinas, she drifted back to it like a leaf caught in a whirlpool. Every muscle on her ex-boyfriend's body was sketched in her mind's eye with maddening perfection. Those hadn't been there the last time she'd seen him naked. Though, he'd only been 21 then. She could cut him some slack. When Owen finished clicking through the steps, Jenna pushed back from the desk and stood, straightening the pleats on her trousers. "Let me know if you have any questions, but I think you're good to go." That was a lie. Based on his performance last week, she'd be repeating this training by Wednesday at the latest. She barely heard Owen's thanks as she left the office and strode down the hall to her own. Owen was 27, had just come off a broadcasting gig in Moose Jaw, and had already shown up at the office late 3 out of his 9 workdays. Normally, those details would have set her at ease, considering he was competing for the same position as her. However, since he shared the same DNA as John Allen, one of 2 current executive producers at Hockey Evening in Canada, and the only one with plans to retire, she enjoyed no such respite. Her mind felt like a yo-yo held hostage by a toddler. Gentry Maddox was on TikTok? You have work to do, Jenna, including submitting headlines to John by 3. But he was commenting live hockey games through a phone camera and had hundreds of thousands of followers? She couldn't wrap her head around it. So she took the obvious next step and plunked down, avoiding her looming task list, and scrolled through his thumbnails on her own phone where she could take her sweet time exploring his new geography. Jenna's eyes traced over the bulk of his shoulders, then settled on the lopsided smile frozen on his face. The familiarity of his bone structure stunned her, like she'd just flown into streak-free glass. How had it been 13 years? And why was her heart racing like their relationship had died yesterday? She scanned the thumbnails, gawking at the number of videos that had reached over 1 million views. Insane! Here she was working for the premier hockey broadcast in the country that would kill for that kind of consistent visibility. John was breathing down all their throats to increase ratings, but nothing they'd come up with had made more than a temporary blip. It wasn't for lack of trying. Their team had improved their graphics and stats. The interns had put together live quizzes and polls. Jenna had arranged exclusive behind-the-scenes Q&A sessions with the players. While the viewers had enjoyed the content, based on the data, it wasn't encouraging new people to tune in. Jenna jolted as a realization slapped her like a splash of cold water to the face. This was why. Networks all over the country were being hit hard with competition from online streaming services, a few of which Globespan and GCBN had exclusive agreements with. Why would they, at Hockey Evening in Canada, expect to walk away unscathed? Because HEC was a tradition? Loyalty rarely survived better pricing or convenience. Or entertainment. Jenna slumped over the phone and pressed play on one of Gentry's videos. Gentry hunched over his knees, his eyes fixed on the screen. His words ran in punchy sentences, punctuated by laughs from whoever was behind the camera. He was engaging, funny, smart as hell. It was intolerable. But just as she started to shrink into herself, the wheels in her head kicked into motion. Maybe they'd been looking inward when they should have been looking out. Gentry had an audience, a huge one, full of hockey lovers who were frothing at the mouth for his content based on the comments under each of his posts. Her stomach clenched as a potential solution to their ratings quandary, and her battle for executive producer grew deeper roots. If Jenna took this to John, she'd get credit for the idea of bringing on a guest sportscaster. She'd prove yet again that she was dedicated to this network, plus demonstrate that she had an open mind when it came to troubleshooting. On the flip side, if she proposed they bring Gentry on as a guest, she'd have to see him again. In person. There was no way around it. She'd have to be in the studio and he'd discover she was back in Calgary, and that she had been for some time. Jenna groaned and clicked her screen off. None of that mattered, did it? This was her shot. Her chance to show she was invaluable to this network. It wasn't fair that she had to jump through twice the hoops Owen did, but she had to convince John, and especially their second executive producer, Archer, that she was worth taking a chance on. How many times had she hustled her way to the false summit, only to be kicked back down before the final climb? She was sick of networks telling her she was good enough to assist the boss, but never be the boss. Jenna knew hockey, not only as a fan, but as a player. She'd scrapped for ice time from the time they'd told her she couldn't play Pee-wee. It didn't matter. Execs saw what they wanted to see, and they didn't care if she could beat them one-on-one in the rink. So, if they wouldn't let her sit at the desk, she sure as hell wanted to be calling the shots on who was and what they were talking about. She already had 2 strikes against her, being a woman and building experience with a competing network. None of said experience had shown her that hard work would tip the scales. It hadn't made a lick of difference at Globespan, and she wouldn't put her eggs in that basket here at GCBN either. Jenna needed all the baskets. She'd have to deal with the soul-sucking anxiety and her pulverized heart over the weekend. So, what was so important it couldn't wait for my lunch break? John Allen clasped his hands on top of his desk. His office was a large step up from Jenna's, or anyone else's on the floor, really. The furniture was made of rich mahogany, a plush rug covered the industrial carpet, and a fiddle-leaf fig tree stretched its leaves toward the windows from the corner. John reminded her enough of the actor Victor Garber to make her almost believe he could be grandfatherly, if he didn't regularly dismiss her thoughts in the boardroom as fanciful notions and hold the keys to her job promotion in a vice grip. He still had the build of a hockey player, even though it had been nearly 40 years since he'd been in the NHL. Where's Owen? He smoothed his white hair and looked expectantly at Jenna, Glenn, and the two interns, who had opportunistically wormed their way into the room the second they'd caught wind from John's secretary, Mary, that there was an impromptu meeting in his office. "Owen's finishing up some training. I wouldn't want to interrupt him unless you see value in it." Jenna flashed a smile, hoping that explanation was satisfactory. The last thing she needed was Owen standing here whining to John that he'd been the one to find the account in the first place. Jenna propped the tablet on her lap and pressed play. Gentry's voice echoed through the room, the cheers and whistles of the televised hockey game droning behind his irreverent commentary. She focused on Glenn and John's expressions to keep from thinking about what they were seeing on the screen. When the video finished, Jenna laid the tablet flat. Her pulse jumped like a bouncy ball tossed into a box. This was a brilliant idea, and John, with that glint in his eye, already knew it. But hearing Gentry's deep baritone turned up to high volume had made her feel like she was breathing through a blanket. Jenna forced a smile that she hoped looked sanguine. "I think we should get him as a guest sportscaster." Glenn Kessler crossed his arms over his broad chest. As the longtime host of Hockey Evening in Canada, he was persistently well-manicured and had incredible posture from the waist up. "Those are hot takes. He's going to piss off a lot of viewers." Accurate assessment, but pissing viewers off was the least of Jenna's current concerns. The last thing she wanted to do was invite the man she'd nearly chosen to spend the rest of her life with into the studio. But HEC needed a facelift, and these numbers didn't lie. She exhaled. "You're right. It could cause quite a controversy." She dropped the bait. Now she just had to wait and see if John would take it. "My thoughts exactly." John leaned forward and clapped his hands together. Jenna jumped, then pushed her chair to the side as he stood and parted their impromptu staff huddle like the Red Sea. "We need to spice things up a bit, and this guy is straight cayenne." Well, that had been easier than she thought. Not that she'd worried John would put up any resistance. Last month he'd been desperate enough to consider bringing in a musical act. Glenn sighed as he stood and followed in John's footsteps toward the hall, his eyebrows dipping on his uniformly tan face, as much as they could after his most recent round of Botox. "He seems like a loose cannon, John. Do we want that on primetime? Especially after the whole Don Cherry debacle?" John whirled, nearly throwing his arm into the face of the freckle-faced intern closest to him. "I'll put the damn Battle of the Dardanelles on primetime if it'll increase our ratings." He drew a breath, plastered a smile on his reddening face, and shook a beefy finger at Glenn. "Don't get your panties in a bunch. No guest is going to replace your ass. If I were going to do that, it'd be with McAllister anyway." He motioned to Jenna, then clapped Glenn on the shoulder as they both burst out laughing. Wow. Subtle. Normally, they at least pretended they'd consider putting a female personality on Hockey Evening in Canada, if the right candidate arose. Jenna couldn't tell if they found it more ridiculous that a woman could hold her own in Glenn's swivel chair, or that said ovary owner could potentially be her. Glenn reached out and slid a hand over Jenna's shoulder, pulling her close as if they were all in on the misogynistic comedy hour together. "You think that TikToker and I would work well together, Jens?" Would the two of them work well together? Jenna forced a smile, her stomach turning to ice. Of course he wouldn't consider if she would be a good addition to the desk, but the joke was on him because no, they damn well wouldn't. The image of Gentry relaxing on a leather couch with a Molson in his hand still sizzled in her mind's eye. He always used to drink Labatt. Why did she remember that with such clarity? Gentry had always been brazen, unfiltered. The comedic relief, because he didn't shy away from telling it like it was. He was quick-witted and razor-sharp, and yet had a center so soft it oozed like an over-easy egg. No, they would not work well together. Gentry would eat Kessler alive and enjoy every minute of it. Jenna stumbled back as Glenn's hand migrated below the waistband of her skirt. She knocked into John's office chair, leaving Glenn's digits hanging empty in midair. If she had a toonie for every time she'd had to bust out that maneuver, Glenn had never done more than flirt and test her out, but it was enough to make bile rise in her throat. She didn't owe Glenn Kessler anything. Jenna nodded with confidence. Absolutely. I wouldn't have suggested it otherwise. In a single video, He managed to pull last weekend's goal against the Flames into question, the legitimacy of this year's draft, and Kuznetsov's visa status. She raised her non-Botoxed eyebrow for emphasis. If that's not spice, I don't know what is. He's popular because he's nonpartisan. Jenna turned in surprise. The intern with the Coke bottle glasses and enough acne to make her believe he still only had a learner's permit swallowed hard. What do politics have to do with this? John's eyes turned predatory, and Jenna almost felt bad for the barely post-pubescent. It had only been 7 years ago that she'd been in an identical situation in Windsor, until the sportscaster had taken an interest in her. Jenna shivered as the intern, Ren? Reese? Clutched his clipboard like a teddy bear. She watched, wondering if he was going to start sucking his thumb. Instead, he licked his lips and straightened his shoulders. Sorry if that was a loaded term. I meant that country isn't biased. He says what he thinks. He's loyal to the sport, not a specific player or franchise. Jenna's eyes narrowed. Country? That's his name? She prodded, not wanting to give away the fact that she called him by something different. He nodded. I'm not sure if that's his real name, but that's what everyone calls him. Jenna let this sink in. Where had country come from? She was suddenly itching to know. When she realized the silence was stretching, she scrambled for filler. You watch this channel? The intern scoffed. Well, yeah. Who doesn't? John's eyes gleamed as his eyes flicked back to Jenna's. You think you'll be able to lock him in? Jenna tensed. This wasn't a theoretical repartee in the boardroom with the other producers. This was an assignment that would potentially prove why she should take John's place when he retired. Also, an ask that would affect someone she knew personally. Someone she'd once known intimately. What she'd suggested, a guest appearance on HEC, should have been the break of a lifetime. But with the landscape of media shifting like quicksand, would Gentry see this as an opportunity? And, more importantly, would he even give her the time of day to make the pitch? The idea of phoning him made her stomach roil, and not in a how exciting to see an old flame way. More like someone was pressing a finger deep into an old bruise. She could convince him, couldn't she? Or maybe she could keep it anonymous and he wouldn't need to know it was her contacting him at all. Yes, I'll get a meeting with him as soon as possible. I want to negotiate his contract in person. Coordinate with Mary to get him in my office. Just not over lunch tomorrow. I've got that meeting with Tori King. I've already put it on the calendar. Mary followed John down the hall, her polyester skirt swishing around her thighs like a plastic grocery bag. Jenna's head throbbed in rhythm with her heart as she slumped back against the chair, momentarily forgetting she wasn't alone in John's office. She could do this. It was a brilliant, innovative idea for the network, and she had no doubt it would pay off in ratings. As long as it didn't launch a controversy they couldn't handle, and she didn't shrivel up and die like the Wicked Witch of the West. Way to get a good word in with the boss, Rylan, Glenn sniped. Jenna glanced up. Rylan, that was the intern's name. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to undermine. I was only being honest. Rylan pushed his glasses up his nose. Of course, Glenn wasn't thrilled about this. He felt threatened when a writer made a witty comment in their brainstorming sessions. Jenna waved his apology off. It's always best to be honest. Ironic, considering in this office she rarely was. Rylan and intern number 2 exited the room as Jenna stood. Do you need help strategizing? Glenn took a step toward her, blocking her path to the hall. Jenna dropped into her regular role. Flirt, but only a little. Give him the appearance of accessibility, but leave him guessing. She tilted her head. You think I need help finding a phone number? Glenn feigned offense. No, for managing the talent. Jenna scoffed. Don't I have enough practice in that area? With whom? Glenn put a hand on the chair behind her, his arm brushing hers. She slid easily to the side and brushed her blonde hair over her shoulder. Jenna winked and left the office, her heart stuttering like a jackhammer. She'd gotten good at this game of pretend. Her education in the Globespan studio in Windsor had been comprehensive. Jenna whisked inside her office and braced herself against the closed door, squeezing her eyes shut. Breathe. This wasn't Globespan, and Glenn wasn't Carson Hart. Maybe he wanted to be, but Jenna wasn't about to let him gain an inch of power over her. While it wasn't pleasant to see Carson's face plastered on CB primetime, it certainly served as an effective social contraceptive. She wouldn't make the mistake of getting involved with a coworker again. Period. Or, most likely, any man ever. Jenna forced herself off the door and snagged her fur-lined coat from the chairback, then picked up her purse from the side table. That thought was overly dramatic, but not as far-fetched as she would have hoped. The dating world at 33 was bleak, and online dating wasn't doing anything to help the situation. The 3 dates she'd been on since opening an account had started with a podiatrist with a foot fetish and had gotten progressively worse. But she didn't need a man in her life. And frankly, she didn't have time for one if she was going to become an executive producer before age 35. She kept her eyes focused on the hall ahead as she passed Glenn's office. His laugh followed her down the hall, and she wondered who he was on the phone with. Not that it mattered, but she liked to keep tabs on the relationships that affected any major players in the office. Jenna waved goodnight to Mary as she made her way to the elevator. It was only 5:15, but everything left on her to-do list was going to take at least an hour, and she was more productive at home in her pajamas after dinner anyway. "Jenna, would you like one?" Mary called after her. Jenna turned. Mary held out a plate of chocolate-covered strawberries. Probably a gift from a sponsor. "No, I don't like them, but thanks anyway." Mary gave her an odd look. She'd gotten used to that over the years. Hating strawberries was like hating kittens. Jenna hit the elevator button. She'd never admit how strategic she was at GCBN to anyone other than her close girlfriends, who were equally ambitious in their careers. She'd made the mistake of being too open in Windsor, too. It turned out, women who were happy with the status quo didn't balk when men tried to give them tasks like organizing the Christmas party or buying new dishes for the coffee room, even when they were reporters and journalists, not executive assistants. They didn't appreciate people complaining about it either. Jenna had been branded a shark and, her favorite, a man-hating robot, only after she'd been categorized as a slut trying to sleep her way to the top. Never mind that Hart wasn't in any way, shape, or form her boss when she'd slept with him. Never mind that he didn't say a thing to clear up the misconceptions, before or after he got promoted over her. The early December air was crisp against her cheeks as Jenna shoved her hands in the pockets of her coat. She wound through the parking garage, breathing in the scent of wet concrete and engine oil. With the temps at -20, the peanut butter snow that collected under her bumper and wheel wells hadn't melted even in a covered parking space. She kicked at the clumps of dirty ice, then slid into the driver's seat. Her phone rang before she could press the start button. Jenna gritted her teeth when she saw John's name scrolling across the screen. She exhaled and picked up. "Hey, John." "You're not in your office." Jenna dropped her head against the seat. "No, I'm not." "Must be nice to skip out early on a Tuesday, eh?" "So nice." Jenna laughed as if his dig didn't make her stomach knot. "I'm lucky to have such an understanding boss." John laughed. "Oh, I know you're good for the work. Just needling you a bit." "Did you need me to come back up, or—" No need to worry your pretty little head about it. I just wanted to put a bug in your ear about this meeting tomorrow." Jenna tensed. "Tomorrow?" "The meeting with the TikToker." That was a bit presumptuous. "Right. I'm reaching out now. I'll let you know when I have a time with Gentry." "Gentry?" The blood drained from Jenna's face. Or was it Country? Whatever his name was. John didn't flinch. "I'd like you to do some research. Find the content on his channel that's generated the most interaction so we can pitch it for the segment." "You want to repurpose it?" "Why reinvent the wheel? Rylan consolidated data on our social media presence, and our interaction is down by 20% from last year. You know I'm no good with any of that stuff, but you are." Jenna sighed. "I don't understand why you think that being under 40 makes me adept at social media." Hiring and coordinating with a social media manager was technically part of her job description, but ever since being promoted to producer, she'd hoped they'd find someone else to take that on. It's not that she couldn't do it. She just didn't want to. John chuckled. "So modest. Love that about you, McAllister. Anyway, get a list for me tomorrow by 3. "Will do. I'll have it to Mary." "On second thought, just bring it to my office. You can join us. I'll get Kessler and Archer there too. It can be a family affair." "Wait, you mean at the meeting? With the TikToker?" John's voice was disembodied as he yelled, "Not Chop House! I want it from PB and YYC!" His shirt scuffled against the speaker as he returned to their conversation. "Get me that time tonight if you can." The call ended, and Jenna dropped her phone into her lap. She was supposed to analyze Gentry's videos? Didn't they have interns for that? Jenna turned on the car and typed Gentry Maddox in her search bar, then deleted it and typed in country. A few local news articles about a hockey team called the Snowballs popped up, but there wasn't any contact information. She reverted to her first thought and typed in his real name. The first hit read Maddox Ranch. Her heart kicked up a notch, but she forced herself to tap on it. A picture of a rustic barn bathed in golden light bloomed on her screen. The sight of the familiar landscape knocked the breath out of her. They'd repainted. And she couldn't believe Gentry's dad had approved branding photos. She scrolled to the Meet the Family tab and stared as Gentry's picture materialized first on the list. Was this his day job? Had he taken over like his dad had always wanted? No, that wasn't the plan. He was supposed to play hockey and... Jenna squeezed her eyes shut, ignoring the questions lighting up her mind like text notifications. Her last conversation over the phone with Gentry poured into her head like water from a pitcher. "I think we need to take a break, Gentry." "I'm getting in my car. I'll be there in the morning." "No." "No?" "I'm sorry, Gentry. I'm drowning with school, stressed about my mom. I need to figure this out, and I can't do that if I'm tied down to a life that isn't here." "If you're still tied down to a life with me, you mean?" "Gentry, I have an opportunity here at Globespan." "And that's more important than us?" She'd forgotten plenty of details over the past decade and a half, but that conversation still played in high definition. She never told him the real motivator for the breakup. She'd regretted that almost instantly. He thought she'd fallen out of love with him, which was the furthest thing from the truth. Their dream had been ripped from her hands before she'd ever torn it from his. Jenna tried to reach out a month later to explain, but he'd never responded. She'd followed Gentry for nearly a year on social media, even though he rarely posted, and she never got the courage to send him a note. She'd seen him tagged in team photos and celebratory moments, referencing some play or win while he was still under contract with the Admirals. She may have checked the NHL draft summary that year, and the next, but hadn't found his name. Then, after some dark-haired girl in a turquoise top tagged him in a pic of her sucking on his earlobe, she'd blocked him and hadn't looked back. Well, maybe she'd looked back once or twice. Now, the idea of sitting 2 feet from him and admitting she'd seen his TikTok videos, after she'd successfully avoided running into him for 3 years of being back in Calgary. It had been 13 years since they broke up. But she'd never looked into Gentry's eyes and seen the live-action results of her decision that day in September. That moment was cryogenically frozen in her past, and she'd be happy to let it hang in a mold on the wall a little longer. After a few deep breaths, she copied the email address listed under his bio. At least this message would come from an email address he wouldn't recognize. jmprod@gcbn.com didn't exactly scream Jenna McAllister. If he didn't answer within an hour, she'd phone the number listed on the webpage, and he wouldn't recognize her current number either. But they'd see each other at that meeting unless she could find some excuse. Flu symptoms or period cramps seemed like plausible alibis. Jenna drew a deep breath, then opened a new email and began to type. Dear @MapleStickHandler. Chapter 2. Country yawned as he turned off his alarm and rolled over in bed, reaching for Krista. Her dark hair puddled on the creamy pillow, and her arms were folded around herself. When she shrugged away from his hand on her shoulder, Country stilled. "Sorry, did I?" Her eyes were wide, so he obviously hadn't woken her, but the set of her jaw and deep exhale made the rest of his sentence fizzle on his tongue. "Where are we headed, Country?" Krista rolled to lay flat on her back like she was being measured for a casket. The morning air was still, and he could smell her floral perfume on his pillow. He blew out a breath. "Today? I don't have specific plans until—" "You know that's not what I meant." Krista turned her head. She had the beginnings of dark circles under her eyes. Country propped himself up on his elbow and scrubbed his hand over the stubble on his chin. This wasn't a conversation he'd planned on having at 8 o'clock in the morning, before the sun was even fully up. Krista, why don't you invite me to Sunday supper with your team? Or to meet your parents? Krista's voice snapped like an elastic at the end of each question, and before Country could open his mouth, she flicked on the lamp, threw off the sheets, and dropped her feet to the floor. When she spoke again, her voice was low. I don't expect an answer. I only wanted to ask it out loud. Country rose, his mind still trying to catch up. It wasn't that this conversation was unexpected. Krista had hinted for weeks that she wanted things between them to be more serious, but he'd hoped his lack of engagement had put the topic to rest, along with a handful of other discussion points he was artfully ignoring. Licorice whined and pawed at the boot room door as Krista pulled her jeans over her hips and fastened the button, then threw her sweater on. She sat back on the bed to slip on her socks and spun to face him. You're a lot of fun, Country, but I'm 36. Did I miss your birthday? He hadn't. She'd thrown a big bash at her dad's law office downtown before Halloween, and he'd made a point to show up after his second exhibition game with the snowballs. Krista rolled her eyes. You're going to have to take life seriously at some point, you know? He did know, all too well. Before he'd gone to the bar with Krista the night before, he'd spent 3 hours analyzing soil sample results from 6 different pastures. The day before, he'd spent an hour on the phone trying to determine why the dead stock removal company that was supposed to pick up a dead cow from their property hadn't shown up. He had 6 past due bill statements stacked on his kitchen counter, and a business bank account that wasn't full enough to write the checks. The ranch had been a boon for his family for 3 generations, and within a year of it transferring to him, the 4th generation was about to run it into the ground. If that wasn't serious, he didn't know what was. Country motioned at the air between them. This was supposed to be fun, Chris. She scoffed and grabbed her phone from the nightstand. This was supposed to be going somewhere. Krista muttered something under her breath as she walked to the door, then paused with her hand on the doorknob. I'm done, Country. Yeah. He wanted to apologize, but he'd already done that more times than he could count. At this point, he didn't have a clue what he was apologizing for. Was he sorry that Krista wanted more than he could give? Was he sorry he didn't want the same things she did? Was he embarrassed that he didn't have a clue what he wanted? He very much enjoyed the perks of being with someone, but he needed casual. Turned out, most women who didn't annoy the hell out of him didn't share the same opinion. I did have fun. I hope you know. Krista's voice caught and she shook her head. I need someone who can let me in. Be real, you know? I'm not looking for hookups. A weight settled on Country's chest as Krista nodded once and strode into the hall. He waited until the front door closed before getting up and stalking into the bathroom. Once he'd taken care of business and splashed water on his face, he met Licorice on the back porch. The dog shook from head to toe with excitement as Country stroked his sleek black coat. It would take weeks in the spring to convince him he was a yard dog again after living on the dole when the temps were below -20. Country opened the back door, and Licorice bounded down the steps, then bolted back up when he heard the ting of his food dish. That dog could run faster on 3 legs than most mutts could run on 4. He gave him one last pat, then retreated into the heat of the house. Country blew out a breath, the image of Krista looking back over her shoulder in the open doorway still fresh in his mind's eye. That was a moment, wasn't it? One where he should have chased after her, run out onto the porch in his boxers and told her he was ready to open up and be the man she needed. He wanted to throw up just thinking about it. He'd made the mistake of chasing someone once, but the girl he'd spilled his guts to over the phone hadn't appreciated the honesty. That era of wearing his heart on his sleeve had come to a close, not by choice, but by force. He sometimes missed the freedom he'd felt before that night, the wide-eyed hope and willingness to jump in with both feet. It was like the first time he'd gone cliff jumping and trusted his older brothers inherently. Then knocking his shin on a rock that protruded farther than they thought, and resolving to do his own reconnaissance from that point on. He doubted he'd ever get that hopeful naivety back. Then again, he'd blindly believed a lot of things back then, including that women could only get pregnant 3 days a month. At least he hadn't had to figure that one out the hard way. Country stalked back to the bedroom, pulled on his work clothes, and meandered to the kitchen. He turned on the under-counter lights, started a pot of coffee, and pulled the eggs and his jar of saved bacon fat out of the fridge. He hoped he wasn't one to base all future decisions on one lapse in judgment. It was just that he'd had yet to find a woman he cared enough about to flay himself open. Krista was soft and kind. She was the first to withdraw from the party to sit with someone who needed a listening ear. When he asked where she wanted to eat, her answer was always, "You choose," which he both loved and hated. She was a path of no resistance, and he'd gladly taken it. Like he would again if given the opportunity. He'd been tagging out of relationships that required effort for over a decade. The fact that he only felt relief each time they left made him feel like a piece of shit. But there it was. Knuckles rapping on the window of his back door snapped him out of his thought spiral. Country set the frying pan on the stove and flipped the deadbolt to let his brother Poke into the kitchen. "Morning. Was that Krista I saw peeling out of the driveway?" Polk kicked off his boots and took a seat at the round wooden table in the middle of the kitchen. "Yep." Polk nodded as Country poured them each a cup of coffee. He took the steaming mug and cupped it in his already cold hands, if the chapped tips of his fingers were to be believed. "You want toast or something?" Country asked. Polk shook his head. "Had an omelet before I came. It's cold as Santa's ball sack out there. I needed something to warm my belly." Country chuckled. "Getting all domestic on me, eh?" "Somebody has to, since neither of us is going to settle down any time soon." Country popped a piece of sourdough in the toaster. "Speak for yourself." Polk shook his head. "Yeah, things with Krista are going well. That's why I've only ever seen her car here once in the last 2 weeks. And the one time she does stay over, she shoots out onto the main road like a fox caught in the chicken coop." Country pulled the butter and marmalade from the fridge. "She was so energized by my intense physicality. Couldn't keep her foot off the pedal." Polk snorted. "Intense something." He took a tentative sip of his coffee and smacked his lips. "At least one of us is getting some. The most action I've seen is old Granny Goat sucking on my earlobe over the fence when I was trying to fix that post Tuesday. She's got a thing for you." Country waited for the toast to pop, then put it on a plate and slathered it with butter and jam. "Have you broached the topic of distribution with Dad?" Polk shook his head. "Did I want to spend 3 hours being lectured like I was 17 again? Hard pass." Country took a bite, and crumbs dropped to the counter. "So you're just going to wait until he finds out?" "No, I'm going to wait until my older brother does my dirty work." Country grunted. "That right there is why you aren't getting laid. Too passive." Good strategy. Make me link conversations with Dad to sex. That won't send me to therapy." "You've already got mommy issues. Figured it wouldn't hurt to add that to the pile." Polk took a long drink of coffee, then stood and set his cup on the counter. "Let's get at her, eh? Don't you have that important meeting today?" "I have a meeting. I don't think it's important." The night before, he'd gotten an email from a producer at GCBN asking if he'd come to their offices and meet with their Hockey Evening in Canada team. When he'd given them his limited window of availability, they'd scheduled the meeting within minutes. And that's why Krista left in a Wile E. Coyote dust cloud. Polk slapped his brother's shoulder. Country frowned. "You pretend not to care about this, but I see you checking the video views on the talk." Country finished his toast and pulled his toque and coat off the table. "You're right. I should be way more invested in my 15 seconds of fame. Or maybe you should accept that you have a talent for entertaining. Lean in. Isn't that what those self-help books say? First of all, I only read one of those books. Second, I'm happy to lean in, but my skills are specific to the ice in the bedroom." "I believe one of those is true." Polk swung the door open, and they exited into the yard. All it took was a whistle, and Licorice was at his side. They spent the morning between the barn, feedlot, and equipment shed working alongside the ranch hands to get the feeding and maintenance finished up, a few hours earlier than usual. Up until an hour ago, Country wasn't sure if he'd attend his not-important meeting at the network. He wasn't sure what they wanted from him, and he was in the middle of the Snowballs hockey season. The viral videos on TikTok were already enough of a distraction, as much as he wouldn't admit that to Polk. Nothing had changed in their weekly routine. They watched NHL and junior games, and Polk just happened to film his reactions. Country had nothing to do with the editing or posting, which was good since he barely used his phone for anything more than a calendar. The Snowballs were 4-1 already, and Sean had just scored a new young winger to replace Fly after months of searching for the right fit. Tonight was initiation after practice, and that was what he was looking forward to. He might not care about many things outside of his family and the ranch, but the team was one of them. After eating a late lunch of leftover stew, Country showered up. He threw his now dry pads back in his hockey bag and got in his truck, then turned on hockey recaps as he started the drive into Calgary. As usual, the commentator's assessment of Saturday's games was asinine. By the time he arrived at the address he'd been given from John Allen's secretary and parked, he was correcting the clowns out loud. Not juvenile in the least. Country walked to the first door he saw and strode into the 4-story brick office building. A slim woman with mousy hair and pale lips explained that John's office was on the 3rd floor. He took the stairs. John Allen was a legend in Canadian hockey. Probably hockey in general, if anyone south of the border was paying attention. He played for both the Maple Leafs and the Flames back in the day, then took on commentating when he blew out his knee in the playoffs. Never clinched a Stanley Cup win. But after pioneering on-ice graphics and broadcasting and hosting Hockey Evening in Canada for years, he still managed to land his name in the Hockey Hall of Fame. So maybe he cared a little about meeting the guy. Country pushed through the 3rd-floor doorway and scanned the hall lined with offices. Not seeing any movement, he started toward the lobby, but only got halfway there before nearly bowling over a woman dressed in a cozy cowl-neck sweater and dress slacks. "Oh!" The woman jumped back into the doorway, a hand flying to her chest. Country took her in, a small chime of warning ringing in the back of his head. Her blonde hair was swept up into a claw clip, a loose tendril sweeping over the right side of her face. "I'm so sorry, When she looked up, that bell clanged, and Country's blood thickened in his veins. He blinked once, trying to clear his vision and make sense of the face staring up at him. She had the same watercolor green eyes, the same high cheekbones, the same smattering of freckles across her nose. It was like seeing numbers in the perfect order and realizing you still had your phone digits from kindergarten memorized. Heat flashed through him, followed by what felt like a bucket of icy water being dumped over his head. His reality flickered between the present and past, the narrative he lived every day suddenly fracturing into 2 versions, one with her and one without. How had he ended up in the latter? His younger self was jolted awake within him, and in an instant, he remembered he once loved craft dinner and jumping off rope swings and staying up until 2 a.m. watching old horror movies. His head swam, and he forced her name to his lips. Jenna? Chapter 3. Jenna pressed her back against the doorframe, willing the world to stop spinning. Gentry was standing in front of her wearing a gray zip-up sweater and black joggers. She'd tried to prepare herself for this over the last 24 hours, but she wasn't expecting him to strike out of nowhere. He was like a deer, jumping in front of her headlights with those chocolate eyes and long lashes. A sexy, sexy deer. Say something. She needed to say a word, any word, preferably English, though French or Latin would suffice. She wasn't that picky, and maybe it would make her look sophisticated. Her lips parted, but nothing came out because her coherent thoughts were hijacked by the V of the white t-shirt peeking out behind his hoodie. She'd always loved him in white. At least the new facial hair wasn't a surprise since she'd spent over 2 hours last night diving down his content rabbit hole. She hadn't meant to watch more than a handful of videos, but even the hour of exercising dogs at the shelter hadn't been enough to shore up her serotonin stores. Gentry, or Country as he apparently went by now, was funny, charming, so stupid hot, all relaxed on his leather couch, and now he was a foot in front of her face, smelling like something that probably had the name Ocean Breeze. "Hi." The circuit between Jenna's brain and lips finally reconnected, and she forced herself to straighten and readjust her grip on her tablet. "Act normally, damn it." "Did you already talk to John? I'm sorry." "Stop." Gentry frowned and held up a hand. "You're back in Calgary?" He looked past her into the office. "You work here?" She nodded again, pretending that the furrow in his brow was only utter confusion and not 13 years' worth of hurt. Jenna had spent hours in the dark coming up with potential excuses for missing work today, until she realized that skipping this meeting meant she'd be putting the segment wholly in John and Kessler's hands. Plus, if Gentry agreed to do it, he'd definitely see her Saturday. There was no way around it, so she'd decided to rip off the Band-Aid. All it took was less than a minute for her to regret that life choice. Her voice came out like an 80-year-old smoker. I'm a producer for...
You're a producer?
Not like an executive Were you the one who emailed me? His eyes hardened, and she could almost see him searching his memory for the email address so he could puzzle it out. She decided to save him the effort and nodded. It felt like her head was a helium balloon, detaching from her neck and floating to the ceiling. Gentry exhaled.
How long have you been back?
Shit. Jenna swallowed hard, reminding herself that, just like Kessler, she didn't owe Gentry anything. They hadn't spoken since she was 22, and she'd tried to reach out. Yes, she'd broken things off initially, but he'd been a willing participant in the end of their relationship by ghosting her calls. They'd been the main characters in each other's stories once, but that was a lifetime ago. Would she have expected him to reach out if he moved to Windsor? The attempt at justification fell flat. Windsor had never been their place, and a pit opened up inside her at the thought of their roles being reversed. 3 years. His pupils dilated as he absorbed those words. Jenna's cheeks heated. And there it was. The look she'd envisioned on his face the last time they'd talked on the phone, and she'd told him not to get on the road and drive up. She had a better imagination than she gave herself credit for.
Country!
John's voice rang out down the hall, and Jenna sucked in a breath as Gentry turned toward it.
Mr. Allen.
Gentry walked forward and put out a hand. Of course, he'd call him Mr. Gentry had always been polite to a fault, unless he was on the ice. Jenna repeated his nickname a few times in her head. Country. It helped to think of him as someone different than the boy she'd loved exclusively from 17 to 22. Longer. She'd loved him from the second she'd seen his face in grade 9 health class.
Please, call me John.
John, normally the tallest in the room, had to lean to look past Country to meet her eyes.
Ready, Jenna? Kessler's already in my office.
Jenna nodded, not trusting herself to speak. She needed to pull it together. Neither Kessler or John knew about her connection to their prized TikTok sensation, and she wanted to keep it that way if possible. Hopefully, Gentry would take the hint and not blow her cover. She talked herself down as she followed them through the hall, staring at the back of Gentry's head. It wouldn't be the end of the world if John knew they had a history, but over the past 3 years, she'd succeeded in keeping her work and personal life segregated. It was basically a version of that show Severance, except unfortunately she went home remembering everything that happened to work Jenna. She didn't hate her job. In fact, it was the opposite. She loved production, loved television in general. But Windsor had taught her that loving something didn't mean she could let her guard down. John motioned for them to sit at the chrome and glass table nestled in the bright corner of his office, next to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Jenna purposely took the seat against the wall, hoping the bright afternoon sun would blind her like stage lights.
Big fan of your work, Country.
Kessler stood and shook Country's hand, clasping his other hand around his wrist as if they were already close friends. Jenna didn't miss Glenn's quick once-over, taking stock of how he measured up against the newcomer. Spoiler alert, he didn't. Not in the least. Gentry took his seat, and suddenly Jenna had that song from Sesame Street running through her head. One of these men was not like the others. Glenn and John seemed pale in comparison, like their saturation had been turned down. Gentry didn't slump. He looked primed to spring up and sprint, retrieve glass Pyrex from the top shelf, or carry 7 suitcases in from the trunk without breaking a sweat. His eyes flicked to hers, and heat burned low in Jenna's belly. She stared directly at the window, praying for the glaring sunlight to sear that glimpse of his sly grin from her memory. John set a notepad and pen down in front of him as Mary settled into her stenographer seat next to his desk across the room.
You know Glenn Kessler, the current sportscaster on HEC, and this is Jenna, one of our producers.
Jenna had to walk herself through the steps of responding like a normal human being. She nodded once, then tapped her fingers on the table and fought the urge to turn to him, even though Gentry's eyes bored into her temple. She exhaled when his attention finally turned back to John. Archer wasn't there, but Owen was. Of course. Jenna tried to gauge his reaction to her using the videos he'd introduced her to wriggle into John's good graces. Too bad, so sad. This was show business, and it wasn't like anyone had ever had her back. To what do I owe the pleasure? Gentry leaned back in his chair and folded his arms in front of him. The energy in the room seemed to shift with each flex of his muscles. Or was that only her energy? John clasped his hands on the table. Well, to cut to the chase, your hockey reaction videos are creating quite the buzz online. Country nodded once. So they tell me. John chuckled. Not a fan of the instant fame? I'm a fan of proper game and player assessment getting airtime. Kessler laughed a little too loud at that comment, and Jenna refrained from rolling her eyes. John watched Country appraisingly. As are we, which is why we'd like you to join HEC as a guest commentator. Country blinked once, and his lips twitched. Hockey evening in Canada? John nodded. Saturday night, prime time. None of the highlight segment bullshit. We want you next to Kessler. We want the banter, the honesty, everything that makes your channel eye candy. So you want my shirt on or off? Country asked. The words pointed at Jenna like daggers, and her stomach flipped. On, she blurted, slapping her tablet to the table and flipping over the cover. Country's presence was yanking the pole from her hands, and she needed to reel this meeting back in. I have a list of content ideas from your most popular videos that I think would be— You watched my videos? Country's voice rumbled through her, and Jenna felt the handle slip from her fingers. She stood and walked to the mini-fridge, grabbing a bottle of water so she wouldn't have to sit still and look at him. John asked me to do an assessment and determine what could work best for the segments. Professional. Partially honest. Best case scenario given the circumstances. She twisted off the cap and returned to her seat. John smiled. I needed somebody impartial. Someone more in tune with our target audience. Heat crept up Jenna's neck, and she chanced to look at Country as she brought the water to her lips. Country's lip twitched, his expression stoic. Impartial? You're not a hockey enthusiast? Jenna raised her eyebrow. So, he was going to join the game then. Country knew that she'd played hockey from the time she could stand on skates, that her dad had almost gotten in a fistfight with Arden Cooley when he refused to let her join the Pee Wee boys team and suggested she play ringette. He knew that she played recreationally all through high school whenever the girls could get ice time, and then played on the women's team at Wilfrid Laurier in Waterloo, while taking a full course load. No equipment, no funding, no tournament entries. Gentry knew exactly why she went into sports broadcasting. He didn't know what happened in Windsor, but the fact that she was sitting here as a producer instead of a sportscaster probably gave him some clues. Jenna pursed her lips. Huge fan of hockey. The corner of Country's lip curled. Ah, just not a fan of the channel, then? First time I'd seen it. Jenna tugged at the neck of her sweater. She was normally freezing at work, but now seemed to be having an extremely inconvenient hot flash. Maybe it'll grow on you. Jenna's throat closed, and instead of hindering her vision, the light from the windows made Country glow like a damn angel. I love the channel personally, Owen cut in. In fact, Jenna, wasn't I the one to introduce you to Country's content? Jenna scrambled for an answer, but before she opened her mouth to defend herself, John blew out a breath. Jenna, your list? Right, of course. She breathed a silent sigh of relief, then turned her screen toward Kessler, John, and Gentry. I noticed that one of your top clips included commentary on whether Svensson should have been benched, and since the Avalanche are playing Saturday, we could talk about Hamilton. Gentry cut in. Exactly. Jenna looked up, which was a poor life choice. Country's eyes were locked on hers again with such intensity, they smoldered. That call was bullshit, by the way. Don't panic. He's talking about the game. Jenna straightened, flashing an understanding smile. You can't say that on the air. Country raised an eyebrow. He wet his lips and spoke slowly enough she could hear every consonant.
Then why do you want me?
Jenna swallowed hard. I don't. It's the network that—
You can say whatever the hell you want.
John leaned in.
We're delayed 5 seconds normally, but we'll increase that to 8. Our technical team will be prepped to censor anything they need to, and Jenna will be in the control room.
That was news to her. She didn't mind hanging in the booth with Tasha and Liam, but it wasn't normally where she stayed during broadcasts. Gentry looked between the three of them.
You're okay with that kind of controversy?
Kessler grinned.
I only ask that you make me look like the good guy.
That time, Jenna did roll her eyes. Kessler was well liked by viewers, but next to Gentry Maddox was a player. He was raw, crass, and a down-home true Alberta boy. Their viewers were going to lap him up like stray kittens who just found a warm dish of milk. Gentry nodded slowly.
So I show up, talk to this guy,
he motioned to Kessler,
and say exactly what I think while the games are playing live?
John grinned.
A bit more complicated than that, but yes. You'll be doing the studio segments. The games will still be called by regional sportscasters. You'll need to go through the rest of that list with Jenna. Then I'll need you to come in for media and broadcast training sometime before Saturday. We'll work with your schedule. You'll be here by 4 o'clock on Sat. Can't be here till 6:30.
John's smile slipped.
The broadcast starts at 7.
Gentry didn't apologize.
I'm aware. I have a game at 4. I'll need to get showered. You can shower here.
John pushed up from his seat.
We'll have wardrobe and makeup ready. I'm not wearing makeup.
Gentry followed John's lead and scooted his chair back. Jenna flipped the cover over her tablet. You have to wear makeup, Country. Otherwise you'll look like you have an iron deficiency next to Kessler. Her cheeks flushed at her near slip. By the look on his face, Gentry didn't miss it. His eyes danced.
Are you saying I'm pale, Jenna?
Her heart skipped at the sound of her name slipping over his lips. I'm saying you clearly don't have a Tan de Soleil membership.
I go to bronze backs,
Glenn murmured, but Jenna ignored him.
Makeup is necessary for the broadcast, but I promise it won't be too painful.
John clapped Gentry on the back as he passed to his desk.
I can't tell you how excited I am for this. Oh!
John snapped his fingers, and Mary jumped up from her chair.
Give him the numbers.
Mary wrote something on her notepad and turned it to Gentry. He did a double take.
$2,000? You'd make more if you had an agent.
John rifled through his desk drawer and pulled out his computer glasses, then sat in his chair.
I recommend you get one. With social media numbers like that, you're going to be getting calls from more than just old geezers like me. We'll have a check for you Saturday.
Gentry nodded, his jaw working as his eyes dropped back to the note in his hand. Jenna stood and spun toward the door to escape first as John began hen-picking letters on his keyboard. She'd made it 2 strides when John said,
Jenna, take Country and Kessler to your office and get on the same page with those topics. Then we can submit them to the writing team.
We could do that over email, I think, she offered, but John scoffed.
You've got them both here. Knock it out.
Jenna clenched her jaw, nodded once, and headed toward the hall. It wouldn't take long. There were only 12 points, and she stiffened as an arm snaked over her shoulders. Glenn squeezed in close so they could both slip through the doorway.
I've got tickets to the Laugh Shop on Thursday night if you wanted to come out, live a little.
Jenna laughed and veered to the right, pretending she wanted a mint from the front desk to escape his grip. I know how to live, Kessler. It involves a glass of wine and my bathtub.
Well, if you're asking,
my tub isn't big enough for 2, unfortunately. She winked and refused to look at Gentry a few steps behind Glenn.
You can't take one night away from your routine.
Glenn didn't roll over like he normally did, probably because he'd taken a risk in asking her out in front of their special guest. Realization hit as Jenna strode into her office. That was exactly why he'd asked. He was peacocking, which meant if she wounded his pride by saying an unequivocal no, he'd most likely take that out on her in the boardroom.
Are you talking about this Thursday?
Gentry asked nonchalantly as they strode through her office door. Jenna sat in her swivel chair and motioned for them to sit on the couch in front of her. She liked this view. Finally, the tallest one in the room. Glenn looked perturbed.
Yeah, I only ask because I think that's the only time I'm going to have for media training. I've got practice, 2 games this week, and work until 5. That's my only open night.
Kessler turned.
You made the meeting today at 3 with my brother taking over at the ranch. John said you'd be able to work around my schedule.
Gentry's face was friendly, but Jenna didn't miss the muscle feathering in his jaw. Glenn nodded.
Right. I can switch the tickets or... Oh, no need, bud. It didn't sound like everyone needed to be here for the training. If Jenna's in the control room, I'm sure she can handle it.
Gentry turned to her.
I could be here by 6. Should still give you time to get back to your tub.
Gentry gave another lazy smile, but his eyes stripped her down, reminding her that he knew exactly what she looked like stepping into steaming water with candles lit. Thursday, then, Jenna squeaked. I'll take a rain check, Glenn? She smiled, hoping he wouldn't hold this one against her, since her hands were now tied by Gentry's request. She winced. Not a mental image that was helping. Kessler nodded, and as soon as Owen took his seat with his fresh cup of coffee, Jenna whirled on her chair to pull the list up on her much larger computer monitor and handed her tablet to Gentry to look at the list. Country. She needed to start thinking about him not as the Gentry she knew. These will all be typed up, which doesn't mean you have to say what the writers put on the prompt. We'll talk more about that at training. Right now, we just need to get a list of things you're okay with. Country nodded and held the screen over so Kessler could see. She'd sent the list to him that morning, but doubted he'd given it more than a cursory glance. They went through the list one by one, and somehow talking hockey didn't help lower Jenna's heart rate. Country knew his stuff, inside and out. He wasn't like Kessler, who had to study up before the weekend. Country lived and breathed this sport, just like he had when they were younger. It had been obvious from his videos online, but seeing how quick he was on his feet in person made all the available neurons in her brain light up. This was the excuse she'd given for breaking up with him so many years ago, because when he was in her life, she was physically incapable of focusing on anything else. He was all-consuming, even when she was 3,000 kilometers away. She'd rehearsed her lines that it hurt too much to miss him, and it was impossible for them to keep trying to travel back and forth while they were both in school and trying to live some semblance of a student life. It was all true, and it was all completely false.
Jenna?
Her eyes snapped up at Owen's voice. He cocked his head like he'd just spotted a rare bird, and she wondered how long she'd zoned out.
Can you add salary retention for Henderson? It's blowing up on X.
Right. Sorry. Just thinking. Jenna turned to her computer and typed it on the list. Excellent. I think that's plenty to work with.
But I can go off script, right?
Country asked, handing the tablet back to her as she spun around. She took it from him. Of course. It's just nice to have some determined topics ahead of time since you'll both be on the broadcast. So Glenn can do some research and not look like a complete idiot next to you? She kept that one as an inside thought. Country nodded, then pushed up from the couch.
Thursday, then.
He shook Glenn's hand, then turned to Jenna. She hesitated a moment, then stood and offered hers. Country took it, and the second his fingers met hers, every hair on her arm stood at attention.
Nice to meet you.
She nodded and pulled her hand away as fast as she could without looking like a lunatic. Same. Thanks for coming in. Same? That wasn't even a full sentence. Kessler hung back as Country walked into the hall.
You sure you'll be okay on Thursday?
Jenna nodded. Of course. I'll be with the tech team, and I'm sure John will want to have a say. Glenn chuckled.
He always does.
He walked to the door and paused, rapping his knuckles against the metal frame.
Rain check, then?
Jenna nodded and gave a smile that she hoped looked normal. When he exited and disappeared down the hall, she collapsed into her chair and sucked in the first full breath she'd had in the last hour. Her head swam as she picked up the tablet and flipped open the cover, then stalled completely when she looked at the screen. At the bottom of the document was one line. Call me. 403-621-7786. Chapter 4. Country jumped back into the truck and waited for Jack and Tyler to get seated. While this initiation was a whole team affair, he and Tyler had been saddled with the new guy. It was a welcome distraction after the ghost he'd run smack into that afternoon. Jenna McAllister. Her name rolled through his head like loose marbles. She was back in Calgary? Had been for 3 years? The implication of that fact acted like a polar plunge on his system. She'd been back, and she hadn't looked him up. Hadn't even gotten in contact. Did Curtis and Ryan know about this? They'd known each other since high school, and for sure they were still in contact with some of Jenna's friends. Had they kept it from him? This wasn't what I was expecting. Jack was breathing hard as he slid onto the bench and waited for Tyler to get into the back seat before slamming the door. Country shook off his inner interrogation and hit the gas. What? You thought we were going to strip you down and make you take shots until you passed out? And piss on me, or something? Jack clicked in his seatbelt. Tyler scoffed. We all had enough of that traumatic shit in juniors. None of us have any patience for hazing. True enough. They all had stories of older players taking advantage of rookies, some of them degrading enough to make Country want to hate the game he loved. But that wasn't elite league hockey. Even the douchewads like Jordan Wheatfield on Pucks Deep didn't harass new players. Elite was created as a developmental league for Alberta hockey, and the results they'd all seen over the years were enough to breed loyalty. If any of them heard about the older guys being a poor example, it wouldn't matter what team they were on. There would be hell to pay from players around the entire province. Read that next clue again. Country had a good idea where they were headed next, but his thoughts were like sand slipping through deck boards. Plus, Jack needed to figure it out for himself. Jack pulled out his phone. In the heart of the city, a tribute stands tall, honoring a legend who gave his all. A captain so revered, his spirit still guides. Find me where his statue outside presides. For damn sure, that was good old Lanny. Jack started typing on his phone, probably searching hockey tributes in Calgary. He'd find it soon enough. Jack had just turned 30 and was fresh off the I didn't make it to the NHL and I'm still butthurt about it train. Most of the snowballs had been there, either as almost players or guys that made it for a year or two, only to get knocked out by injury. It was no accident that he and Tyler were the ones in the truck with him. Tyler played for the University of Toronto and would have played for the Maple Leafs had his personal life not taken a turn when his mom died. And Country? His hands tightened on the wheel. He dealt with the same coaching staff Jack had with the Harbor City Admirals, the AHL feeder team for the Leafs. He hadn't gotten a chance to ask Jack why he left, but he had trolled him online a tad when Sean texted the group chat letting them know he'd found a new winger. The article he'd found had told a story so similar to his own experience, it was eerie. He wondered what Jack had done to piss off Coach Nevins. To get such little playing time with a stat rack like his must have been something big. At least Jack had been given an opportunity to join the Cascade Blaze. It had been short-lived due to salary caps and an influx of right wingers, but hopefully it had been a better experience than he must have had in Toronto. Toronto. Country exhaled. Maybe this wasn't the best distraction. Thinking about his time there only made him think about Jenna, about driving back and forth to Windsor, about Lanny McDonald, Jack blurted. Tyler reached over the seat and mussed his hair like he was their kid brother, and not barely 5 years younger than the both of them. Country laughed. Took you long enough, bud. He didn't want to be too friendly and weird the kid out. But coming from the Admirals, he wanted to make something very clear. The Snowballs were a brotherhood, not a modern set of Lord of the Flies. Rookies needed to get on board with the team culture if they wanted to stay long-term, because none of the guys would let a newbie weaken the family they'd built at the rink. So how did Sean find you? Or did you find Sean? Tyler asked. Jack raked his fingers through his thick, dark hair. I think we kind of found each other. Fated lovers and all that. Country chuckled. I think you're going to fit in well here if you're willing to give Sean shit. Jack smirked. Aren't you always supposed to give your captain shit? 100, but as a rookie? I never had the balls to do it, Tyler said. Do I count as a rook? Aren't we all a little old for that? Country stopped at a red light. We're 3 grown-ass men driving around downtown Calgary on a historical scavenger hunt that our team daddy sent us on. Does it look like we're too old for that? Tyler shook his head.
You're not even 30 and already nihilistic. Starting him young nowadays.
Jack looked between the two of them.
Is this what life is now? Time to settle down, be all hopeful, learn dad jokes, and start complaining about hairstyles and loud music? Absolutely.
Tyler grinned from the back seat.
I'm specifically a huge fan of the settling down part.
Country rolled his eyes and muttered,
Speaking of giving your captain shit.
Jack spun in his seat.
I feel like I need to hear this story.
Tyler stared at him, blank-faced, and for a minute, Country thought he was going to mess with him.
Long story, but I'll skip to the end. I live with his hot little sister.
A slow smile spread across Jack's face.
Recent?
Tyler leaned back in his seat with a smug grin.
Not recent enough for you to think about getting after it. She's mine, bud.
Jack laughed as Country pulled onto 10th Avenue Southwest and started looking for street parking.
How's the dating scene out here these days?
Country stopped and turned on his blinker to parallel park.
Normally, I'd say Tyler would have his finger on the panty pulse, but since he's off the market, talk to Andre or Mike.
Tyler scoffed.
Whatever. You're always out on the weekends with those guys. But I'm not a young pup like them. The pretty girls can smell my middle age from a kilometer away.
Country pulled into the spot and turned off the truck as his phone buzzed in his pocket. He checked the screen and frowned. Unknown number. Tyler and Jack dropped down to the sidewalk to take a picture with the unnaturally slender Lanny in a Flames jersey, and the wind gusting through the open door was enough to make Country swipe up, instead of following them. You know you left that comment on a shared company document, right? Country frowned, but it only took a few seconds before realization dawned and unease bubbled through his midsection. Jenna. His thumbs hovered over the keys. Did he want to talk to her? A little late to ask that question since he'd already impulse typed his number on the bottom of her talking points. He deleted 3 messages before finally typing, Is this Glenn, then? He felt like he was sitting on the bench waiting to get on the ice in the middle of a playoff game as he watched those 3 dots below his message. He hated texting, not only because it was impossible to have a real back and forth, but because he never knew how to make his thoughts come out right. Not that he was much better in person. At least in real time, people could see on his face that he was joking when he snarked. Yes, it's Glenn. I was so flustered by your knowledge of the game, I simply had to reach out. Country dragged a hand over his mouth to hide his stupid grin as Jack and Tyler piled back into the truck. Just hearing her voice through typed text made his heart gallop, but it was disturbing that his first reaction was elation. Jenna had left him 13 years ago, with 0 explanation and radio silence for a month, until her number had finally popped up on his phone. At that point, he'd been so pissed he hadn't picked up. Why would he? She'd put him through literal hell for 4 weeks, then called him on a whim? What did she expect?
Is everything all right?
Tyler asked. Country cleared his throat and nodded.
Yeah, just a message I needed to get back to.
Tyler pulled his phone out of his back pocket.
Something on the team chat?
No, personal. Tyler raised an eyebrow, and Country tried to appear nonchalant as he angled himself so neither of them could see his screen as he typed.
I've never swung for a broadcaster, but I could be convinced.
Country pressed send, and immediately regretted it when he imagined Jenna's response. She'd wanted to be a broadcaster back in the day. Maybe she still did. And he didn't want her to think that he was taking a jab at her failed prospects. Maybe they weren't failed. Maybe she'd chosen the production position. He didn't know anything about her at this point, did he? He jammed his phone back in his pocket and pulled out of the parking spot onto 10th. A car honked behind them and he raised a hand in apology. Jack held up a folded slip of paper with another riddle on it. Right. Another clue. Country focused on that slip of paper, avoiding Tyler's eyes staring at him in the rear-view mirror.
What does it say?
Jack read it out loud, and Country worked to make any sense of the words. They seemed to bounce back out of his head the second they entered. All he could think about was the buzzing in his pocket. He was texting Jenna McAllister. He had to repeat that in his head 3 times before he could convince himself that he wasn't dreaming. Before moving back to Calgary, he'd almost been able to convince himself that she didn't still have her flag staked on the torn-up plot of his heart. When he'd come back to the ranch, he'd been met every single day with hidden landmines. The snowballs had been his lifeline, but even joining the team had been like a knife in the back initially. Curtis and Ryan were there, and all the memories he had with them up to that point included her. It had felt like slogging through mud to build new ones, and now that he finally had his head above water, there she was, pushing him back under. "What do you think?" Jack asked, flipping the paper. Country blinked. Sean wants us to play dress up. Read that line again." Tyler pointed over the seat. Jack repeated the last line. "Where past pucks slide and fashion died, seek the threads where boldness tried." Jack looked between the two of them, and Country laughed. "Oh, he definitely does. Type in directions to Value Village and make sure it's in the northwest." He had a feeling they'd be ending up at the practice rink next. "Do you want me to drive?" Tyler asked. Country scoffed. "There's no way in hell I'd let you put your hands on my girl." "I might be better suited to handle her at the moment. You seem pretty distracted." "I'm not distracted." "You keep glancing down at your crotch like you just got to second base for the first time and you're worried she'll see proof." "I'm not." Country clenched his jaw. He had been glancing down, damn it. Tyler laughed. "Who's the text from?" Country didn't want to talk about it, so he did what he always did. "An old hookup. She's back in town." Jack smirked. "Like, she's old, or the hookup was old?" "Both. She's surprisingly flexible." "Foul, but I'm impressed you made enough of an impression for her to call you up." Country grinned. "With this mug, you can't be that surprised." Jack held up his hands. "Hey, you gave the whole song and dance about being middle-aged. I assumed things might not be, working right." Tyler laughed out loud. "Yeah, you'll fit in here just fine." He held out a hand to Country. "Hand me your phone, bud. I'll read the love letters to you." Country didn't have to see his face to know the blood had drained from it. He was not pulling lackadaisical off well. "It's fine, she can wait. Anticipation always makes it better." Tyler shook his head, leaning back in his seat, and gave up, asking Jack more about his time in Toronto to fill the time. It took an unholy amount of time to get to the thrift store. Once Country parked and they went inside, he tried to slip to an aisle by himself, but Tyler stuck to him like glue. When they finally found the hockey jerseys, Country grabbed the first one that looked to be approximately his size and beelined for the dressing rooms. "You're going to try that on?" Tyler called behind him. "Have to make sure it fits my swole pecs." "It's a hockey jersey." Country ignored him and walked into the hall that smelled like it had been spritzed with urine and pushed through one of the flapping doors. Noting that only one of the hinges was still intact, he flipped the latch and sat down on the bench. When he swiped to Jenna's messages on his phone, he found 3 texts waiting for him. "Funny. This afternoon was beyond awkward, and I'm sorry. To be fair, I never expected that you would set foot in GCBN. You always hated that world." Country didn't know where to start. First of all, yes, it had been awkward, but not because he hated broadcasting. He didn't hate that world. Hadn't he always been supportive of Jenna wanting to start a career in sportscasting? What would make her think that he hated what she loved? Though he didn't know if she still loved it. But what had he done to make her believe that from back then? Second, were they really not going to talk about the fact that she had lived in the city for years and had never gotten in contact with him? Country played that out in his head. What would he have done if Jenna had reached out 3 years ago? Would they have gotten together, gone out for dinner, caught up on each other's lives, and pretended like the last 10 years hadn't happened? Was that what he wanted to do now? His mind felt like a tangled line of barbed wire, so he typed, "I don't text." He was typing a second line to lessen the harshness of that response when a call came through. The same number he'd just been texting ticker-taped over his phone screen. Jenna was calling him. Without thinking it through, he hit the green button to accept. "Hello?" "You don't text?" "It's annoying and inefficient." "It's convenient." Country shifted on the MDF board masquerading as a bench. "We just expressed more in the last 3 seconds than I could have typed in 2 minutes. Maybe you need to become a better typer." "Is it typing? I only use my thumbs. I can think of exactly one situation where thumb agility would be beneficial, and it's not on a keyboard." Jenna hesitated, just long enough that Country knew her mind had gone straight to the gutter. It'll be a benefit when you're texting. There was a long pause, and Country stood, getting a good look at his flushed neck in the streaky full-length mirror. Were they fighting about texting while he sat in a thrift store dressing room? And was he enjoying it? Why did you want me to call you? Jenna's voice was soft, less guarded. It made him start to break out into a cold sweat. He cleared his throat and turned to face the blank wall behind him. Because it's been over 10 years since we've talked? 13. I don't. Probably 13 in October. Not probably. Definitely. Right. So, Country's mouth went dry. I thought it would be smart to clear the air, since I'll be at the studio twice this week. Didn't want it to be awkward. Yeah, no, that's a good idea. Another long pause. This time Country spoke first. Hi, Jenna. It's been a minute. How have you been? Jenna breathed a laugh that morphed into static in her speaker. Hi, Gentry. I'm good. And you? Or, I guess I should call you Country? He could hear her nails tapping on her desk. When did that start? Team nickname. You don't have to use it. But it's okay if I do? Just for ease at the office, since everyone else... You mean so nobody knows you're privy to my real name? I could blame that on my internet stalking. It would seem legit. I've always been a purist. Country laughed. Says the woman who prefers imitation maple syrup. It's thicker and... Jenna stopped mid-sentence. The sound of her exhale made the hairs on Country's neck stand on end. He swallowed hard. You've been good, though? Yeah. You too? Mm-hmm. Still working on the ranch? Country felt a pang like a sliver slicing under his skin as a memory rushed into his head. Your family doesn't get to determine what you do for the rest of your life. Jenna held out her arms for balance as she placed her feet heel to toe along the lip of the wooden bridge crossing the irrigation ditch. They're not. I'm not staying here to work the ranch, you know that. I'm playing with the Admirals and then hopefully the Leafs in a year or two. And your dad's okay with that? Country lay back on the grass and propped his head up with his balled-up sweatshirt. He's getting used to the idea. But if you weren't playing, what would you do? Jenna jumped from the board back to the hillside and scrambled up to lie next to him. She wrapped her arm over his chest and molded her body to his side. Drummer. Pick up with a band. Jenna laughed. I'm serious. So am I. Have you ever seen me with sticks in my hand? He grinned as she reached up and turned his head to look at her, her green eyes glittering in the afternoon sun. The sight sobered him. I'd get my own land. Run it right. Settle down and have a litter of kids. Jenna, still grinning, pulled herself up onto his chest. Her long blonde hair tickled his cheeks. That's not simple, Gentry. Yeah. Country's voice was raw. How are your parents? Jenna asked. Good. They're good. Yours? Better than we are. They started snowbirding in Yuma, Arizona, right when I moved back. Country laughed. That sounds like them. Your brother? Fine, I think. Her exhale sounded like static against the speaker. So, I guess I'll see you Thursday? Yep, I'll be there. He couldn't muster the energy to make a joke about Kessler or her bathtub, though he was sure it was in there. Sounds good. See you then. Bye. Country dropped the phone from his ear and noticed a message had come through from Polk. Hey, bud, how'd the meeting go? That feed order invoice is past due. They accidentally addressed it to Dad again, and... Country clicked his phone off and swore under his breath. He snatched the jersey from the bench and flipped the flimsy latch. As soon as he pushed the janky door open, he stopped. Tyler and Jack were both leaning against the wall, scrolling on their phones in the ugliest jerseys since the 2001 Nashville Predators alternate shirts. It fits? Tyler flicked a glance at the jersey balled in Country's fist. Country glanced down. Yeah. Perfect. Chapter 5. Jenna's fingers danced across the keyboard in a staccato rhythm. The office outside her door was pure chaos with ringing phones and chattering interns, each scrambling to finish up their tasks before clock-out. She barely registered it. The madness was a predictable progression. They had Mondays off, thank heavens, and Tuesday everyone walked in sleep-deprived and groggy. Interns and lower-level staff sat in front of game tape and stories like kindergartners watching Saturday morning cartoons, slogging through the content weeds and probably eating Cheerios. Wednesday and Thursday they selected, refined, and collaborated with the writers. Energy levels were measured in cups of coffee, and that half of the week only required 3 out of 5. By Thursday afternoon, they battened down the hatches for the hurricane to hit. Jenna's monitors were both paused on raw footage of ice rink brawls, flanked with Post-its along their edges, fluttering like moths. "Jay, did you get those stats from last night's game?" hollered an assistant editor from across the room. "Uploaded a few minutes ago," she called back, then turned off the computer. She'd pick up at the same point with highlights in the morning. The script revisions for the highlight reel would also be pounding down the door first thing, but surprisingly, she'd succeeded in ticking off most of the tasks on her to-do list. Despite the fact that Gentry Maddox, with his country boy physique and liquid brown eyes, had been weaving through her thoughts every 3.5 seconds. She brushed a loose strand of blonde hair from her face and pushed her geode paperweight back into place. Jenna froze with her fingers on the edge of the stone. It had been years since she'd thought about its origin story. But now the memory unlocked and exploded through her mind like watercolors from the end of a soaked brush. Jenna bobbed in the crystal water, so deeply blue it looked like it could stain. She shivered and scowled at the pair of water skis bobbing next to her. "Come on, city girl," Gentry teased, leaning over the side of the boat. "I don't think my legs were made for this kind of brute force." Jenna reached for the rope as it looped around her, dragging behind the circling watercraft. He laughed. "You're fun-sized. Just relax. You'll pop right up." Jenna rolled her eyes. He knew she hated when people called her that. Yes, she was petite, but approaching her 19th birthday, being mistaken for Gentry's kid sister was getting old. She slung the plastic bar over her wrist and wriggled her feet back into the skis. "One more time, and then I swear." Gentry's whoop of excitement swept away the rest of her words. She tried one more time, then 3 more after that because of his cajoling, and finally got up for a 30-second ride before letting go of the rope and sinking back into the lake. Her legs ached, and her shoulders felt like they'd been yanked from their sockets. As the boat circled back, Gentry dove in and swam to her. He pulled her, life jacket and all, against his chest, then kissed her straight on the mouth. "I love you, Jenna McAllister." "I suck at water skiing." He laughed and swiped her tangled hair from her cheeks before kissing her again. "I'll make it up to you." He'd kept that promise. More than once that night, if she remembered correctly. Jenna lost herself in the memory of rain pattering on the cabin roof, Gentry's sun-kissed skin almost caramel in the glow from the porch light, his fingers trailing over her spine, then releasing the clasp of her favorite black bikini, and... She jumped at a knock on the door. "Mm-hmm." Gentry leaned against the doorframe. He wore a crisp button-down shirt and tie? "Am I early?" Jenna spun to hide her burning cheeks and grabbed her purse and tablet. Holy hell! He looked good in a monkey suit. "Nope. Sorry, just finishing up." "It looked like you were napping on your feet." She scoffed. "That's not a thing." "Cows do it." "Are you saying I've gained weight?" "You used to like grass." Jenna's jaw dropped. The first and only time she'd smoked weed had been with Country, and she'd felt guilty for months. Her mother had grounded her from the car for the entire summer, as a 17-year-old. Ironic that it was the same woman who smoked at least 2 joints a day during her cancer treatment. The corner of Country's mouth lifted, and Jenna strode toward the door, looking right past him. She wasn't going to entertain that comment. "It's called breathing. Meditation. It's good after a long day." "You know what else I've heard takes the edge off?" "Studio's this way." Jenna didn't look back to make sure he was following her. What was that? Was he flirting with her? She was suddenly self-conscious in her 4-inch pumps. She'd never worn heels when she'd been with Gentry, but ever since joining the broadcasting world, her small frame hadn't done her any favors. She'd started wearing lipstick, choosing outfits that accentuated her curves, Anything that would remind the men in this office that she was a woman and not a high school intern. Today, she'd opted for pleated charcoal slacks and a camel sweater that hugged like second skin. Jenna led Country through the maze of hallways and through the studio door. The drab hallway with its scuffed rubber baseboards and old paint gave way to a cavernous space filled with equipment, power cords, electric hum, and the golden glow of lights centered on the broadcast desk. Country's eyes widened, taking in the rows of cameras and the looming teleprompter screens.
It's smaller than I thought.
That's what she said. Jenna snapped her mouth shut. Why had she said that? She never made crude jokes at work, even though she thought them regularly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean... Gentry's face cracked, and he laughed out loud.
Doesn't the camera make everything look bigger?
Jenna's skin buzzed as she fought to keep the grin off her face. That voice. His amusement was contagious. This conversation is not permission to send me a dick pic, she hissed as she wound between the cameras and light stands, heading toward the control booth before she could overanalyze that comment. Inside, two figures huddled over a control panel. Jenna pushed the door open but didn't enter. Based on the fact that in less than 5 minutes with him she'd slipped back into college Jenna's skin, the last thing she needed was Country squeezing into a tight space next to her. This is Liam, our audio and captions wizard. Liam's gaunt frame and messy topknot gave him a disheveled maestro look. He pulled his headphones off his right ear and gave Country a small wave. And that's Tasha, queen of graphics. Tasha swiveled in her chair, her pixie cut a vibrant shade of teal against her ebony skin. I like that nickname. Jenna grinned. I'll propose that John gets you a nameplate. Your Country? Tasha looked Gentry up and down, then nodded toward the desk. Let's show you around. She strode past them both and led the way to the sleek crescent of polished wood. This will be your perch Saturday night. She patted the high-backed leather chair as if introducing him to a temperamental thoroughbred. Country nodded as Liam joined them on the stage. Jenna was happy to stay behind the lights and catch her breath. Seeing Gentry living and breathing in front of her made her head feel like she'd just taken an Ambien and at any moment she'd wake from this strange fantasy. Because that was exactly what this was. A dream she'd had often over the years. They were less frequent now, but they'd never stopped completely. She'd wake soaked in sweat with the sound of his breath in her ear so vivid, she nearly believed when she reached out, her fingers would meet skin. First thing, Liam pointed to a small red light atop one of the cameras. When this baby's lit, you're live. No cussing, no scratching, just smiling. Good luck with that, Jenna quipped internally. Country grunted. John said we're on a delay. We are, but the less cowboy shit, the better. Country looked for Jenna over Liam's shoulder and winced at the bright lights. Jenna sighed. John knows who we hired, Liam. You should probably slam a Bang or a Red Bull before we go live on Saturday. Liam muttered something unintelligible under his breath as Tasha jumped in. Secondly, your talking points will appear on the prompter here. She tapped the glass screen. Based on that interaction, I'm not going to waste time telling you to stay on script. But, it's always nice if you stay on script. Right. Country flashed a smile that said, I know exactly what I can get away with. Jenna's knees buckled. I'll make it up to you. Liam pulled something from his pocket. You've got an earpiece for communication with us. If there's a hitch, we'll guide you through. Country nodded, his Adam's apple bobbing. He ran a hand through his hair and Jenna's hands tingled. He was nervous. Since she'd met Gentry in that hall, he'd been seamless, smooth, confident. But it was that flicker of vulnerability that sent her heart spinning like a tire swing. You'll be great, Jenna spoke up from the shadows. Glenn's a pro, and he'll... A pro? I like that. Jenna's head whipped to the side to find Glenn Kessler waltzing into the studio like he was the star of his own Broadway show. He stopped next to her, his hair perfectly slicked. I didn't know you held me in such high esteem. I only brag when you're not there to hear it. Jenna flashed a quick smile. Well, wasn't she just making everyone's day with unexpected compliments? What are you doing here? Decided this was more important than my alternate plans. I'm a team player. Glenn didn't drop his gaze, daring her to argue with him. And the tickets? Oh, Country had definitely gotten under his skin. Jenna vacillated between wanting to douse the fire or fuel it. Glenn's smile was smug.
Gave them to Mary. It's almost her birthday.
Jenna's eyes widened. John's assistant must have been thrilled, though an image of her sitting in a polyester pantsuit jamming out to French-influenced indie pop wasn't easy to conjure. Jenna stepped back so Glenn could pass through to mount his throne.
Let's run through a segment.
Glenn puffed out his chest and motioned for Country to take a seat. Country nodded and adjusted his tie as he sat. The gesture was so far outside Jenna's experience with him, she almost laughed. What had she expected? Him to show up and sit in front of the camera with sweats and a t-shirt on next to Glenn in a three-piece suit? Still, it was like seeing your childhood dog suddenly stand up and juggle. She wanted to tease him, to ease the tightness in her ribs that stretched until she was sure they would snap. But that twitch of his lips earlier and the earnest set of his jaw kept her mouth sealed shut.
And remember, Tasha was saying, the camera is your friend. Look into it like you're sharing a secret with an old friend. Or lover.
Glenn waggled an eyebrow, and Country's eyes lifted, his gaze heavy as it landed right where she'd been standing moments before. Oh, this was not good. Every second Jenna spent with Country seemed to crack open that treasure trove of memories she'd buried deep. She didn't want to remember the Jenna that existed before, the hopes, the dreams. Revisiting everything she'd buried her head in the sand to forget sounded like a special version of hell. Despite her stiff-arming the memories trying to drag her back to life in Windsor, she tumbled down the mental rabbit hole. Jenna, I think you should get tested. She pressed the phone to her cheek. Mom, this is ridiculous. I don't want to talk about me right now. I know, but there's nothing you can do for me right now. I've got the best care, and we're just going to have to see how I respond to treatment. Your surgery is scheduled for Thursday? Mm-hmm. I'll call you before I go in. Should I come out? I could book a— No, your father's here, and Travis is here helping out with the basement. Jenna paced in front of the bay window of her rental house. I just think I should be there. Let's wait and see how it goes. Then we can make more decisions, okay? And in the meantime, what you can do for me is go get tested. Mom, can they actually predict breast cancer through a blood test? Jenna's mother sighed. They can test for markers. There are mutations in the BRCA genes and some other indicators they look for. I already looked up a genetic counselor there in Windsor, and I think if you get a full panel, they'll be able to tell you whether you've got a higher risk. And if I do, then you can take precautions now. Jenna dropped onto the couch. Like what? Remove my breasts? Hey, we could get implants together. Jenna laughed. Weed and now plastic surgery? I think you're becoming a bad influence. She dropped onto the couch, sobering. It's not funny, though. If you want me to stop making jokes, go get tested. Jenna nearly choked on the lump in her throat. I need to— She mumbled an excuse involving a phone charger and bag of pretzels in Liam's direction and spun toward the door. What she needed was to get safely to her office. Her heels clicked on the linoleum like ice picks as she navigated back to their carpeted office halls, then snagged on the fibers as she darted into her office and slammed the door closed. Why did her office have so many damn windows? She huddled in the back corner next to her desk, without flicking the lights on, and gave in to the torrent of regret and shame smashing through her carefully built levees. Her chest heaved. More hyperventilated breath than tears, but those came too. What was happening to her? She never cried at work, ever. Not when she'd missed the promotion to producer a year after she started on the technical team. Not when she came into the office an hour after having to put her dog Taya down. Not even when her mom called and told her she thought her breast cancer might be back. She'd nearly cried when Travis called and insinuated she was selfish and a terrible daughter for not coming home for her mother's treatment. But that was a whole other bag of worms. This was different. She should not be losing her crap over an ex-boyfriend that she'd emailed and asked to come in to GCBN. Except that Gentry was connected to all of it. Every last piece. Jenna groaned and slid down the wall to the floor. It had been idiotic of her to think her relationship with him lived in a vacuum. They'd been together their entire grade 12 year and their first 3 years as impulsive, fun-loving young adults. He was there through her initial struggles in broadcasting school and through her mom's diagnosis. He was woven like permanent filaments through those parts of her life. And the worst part was, she'd never wanted to clip those threads. Jenna sucked in a ragged breath as truth stamped itself across the inside of her forehead. These tears, they weren't because she was frustrated to see him. Not even a little bit. Seeing Country living and breathing in front of her made her feel like Dorothy in Oz. It was as if she'd been seeing in grayscale for the past decade, then suddenly dropped into a life of Technicolor. The other half of her had been resurrected. Which was why she was crying and why her ribs were tighter than a blood pressure cuff and why she couldn't breathe. Jenna dropped her head between her knees and forced her lungs to fill. She drew 3 deep breaths and exhaled as her eyes refocused. She just needed to figure out how to relegate Gentry to the part of her heart she reserved for memorable vacations or good books she'd read years ago and loved. Country in the present was only a blip, a necessary evil she needed to deal with for a week. Tops. Jenna reached for anything to use as a tissue since she didn't keep a box in her office, because why would she? She settled on the napkin sitting on the empty lunch takeout container. The rough paper irritated her nose, but it barely registered. What was a little chafing when her eyes probably looked like she'd been stung by a blowfish? Ugh, this was not how she'd planned to finish out 2023 by a long shot. Until that week, she'd executed her plan to a T by asking how high every time John asked her to jump, then found other hurdles to bound over just to show him she had more to give. Country guest sportscasting on HEC was the icing on that proverbial cake. And once tonight's broadcast was successful, John would have to recognize how much better suited she was than Owen for the job. She only had to get through tonight. Then she could veer off her yellow brick road and retreat to Kansas where she belonged. Jenna wasn't the same person she'd been back then. She'd made sacrifices, compromises, bowed her head for every 65-year-old executive who said that she was too this and not enough that. She'd paid her dues. And now she was finally at the point where she'd get to call the shots as an exec. She couldn't have what she'd wanted 13 years ago, but she could have this. Only if she didn't lose her focus. So, even though her body fizzed like a shaken bottle of Coke in his presence, Gentry Maddox needed to go. He needed to do his guest appearance and fade into the history of her life again. Jenna drew a breath and held it, then dabbed the last of the moisture from her cheeks. As she exhaled, she straightened her blouse and felt her armpits to make sure there wasn't sweat showing through the fabric. Thank goodness she wasn't wearing gray. Fine. She was fine. She'd go to the bathroom and straighten up, then walk back to the studio and pretend she'd had an allergic reaction to strawberry flavoring in an electrolyte drink. By the time Jenna was standing back behind the cameras, the bomb of emotion that had been ticking in her chest was at least partially diffused. She yanked on her producer hat and focused on Country and Glenn as they discussed a controversial penalty during the Penguins game. Country patted the desk for emphasis. If you want to promote athleticism. Glenn chuckled awkwardly. You think that was athletic? I guess we have different definitions of what makes a strong player. We probably have different definitions of a lot of things, Glenn. I'm just saying. You're just saying you want pussy hockey. Glenn's eyes widened as Jenna's jaw dropped. Tasha barked a laugh. The door to the studio opened and Liam shot out with his glasses askew. Yeah, so that word, you can't. I love it. John's booming voice echoed through the studio. Jenna whirled, unable to focus on his hulking frame with her eyes still blinded from staring at the lit-up stage. Glenn quickly adjusted his expression. I didn't know you were still there, boss. Had to pop in and see the rehearsal. John wound his way through the equipment to plant himself on the stage. Everyone comfortable? Country nodded, his face unreadable. John slapped his hands on the desk. Based on this snippet, I can't wait till Saturday. It's going to be a great show. Glenn's smile wobbled. Jenna almost felt bad for him. He'd been the king of the rock for years and now found himself wiping his eyes and spluttering after Country had knocked him off into the lake. It felt odd to be on the same page as Kessler for once. John turned and shaded his eyes, hunting for Jenna.
We done here, McAllister?
Jenna straightened. We can be, as long as Country doesn't have any other questions.
I have a few thousand,
Liam muttered behind her. Country nodded once.
I'm good.
John clapped his hands together.
Excellent, then drinks?
Glenn stood so fast, Jenna expected his chair to topple. She wasn't the only one who jumped when John called. He was worse than a lapdog. John sighed and adjusted his belt.
I think you owe me after stealing Mary for the night.
That made sense of why he was still in his office. He had to type his own emails for once. Glenn's laugh sounded like a 12-year-old girl.
Absolutely. I'll get you two. One for me, one for Archer.
John pulled out his phone and held it at arm's length. Jenna could almost read the enlarged text on his screen from across the room. He cleared his throat and held his phone to his ear.
Hey, Arch. Heading down to Pretty Please. Discuss it over drinks?
Jenna stiffened. Discuss it? Discuss what? And why was he willing to discuss whatever it was in front of Kessler? John dropped the phone and pointed at Country like he was Uncle Sam.
You want to join us?
Country pushed back from the desk, and Jenna turned, striding toward the booth as her hands started to tingle. She was an outsider. The thought echoed in her head as she closed in on the brass door handle. After years of working in broadcasting, she knew how to fit in. It was moments like this that reminded her she'd never belong. Where was Tasha and...
Is she coming?
Country's voice hit her just as her hand curled around the handle.
I had a question about the script.
The cool metal pressed into her palm as Jenna glanced over her shoulder to find 3 glowing faces peering at her. John held up a hand to shade his eyes.
McAllister, are you available?
Jenna's stomach somersaulted. They were inviting her along? It felt like she'd just popped a sour sucker into her mouth. Drinks with John and Archer meant networking gold, but with Country there? Plus the fact that John only thought to include her because Country thought of her first. She wanted to say hell no. She wanted to turn the knob and gripe to Tasha and Liam about being seen as second-rate. She wanted to be better than a mutt curled up under the supper table waiting patiently for John and Archer to drop scraps. Jenna let go of the knob. I am. John nodded approvingly.
Perfect. I'll grab my coat from the office and meet y'all at the elevators.
Chapter 6. The air had not been successfully cleared by her text messages to Country earlier in the week. Though having a good shame-filled cry in her office had made her temporarily more stable, Jenna felt vacuum-sealed as the 4 of them rode down to the first floor in the elevator and exited onto the street. Kessler and John were known to go out for drinks with Archer, if not regularly, then at least often enough that it didn't feel out of the ordinary. The point of going out for drinks with the boss was to build camaraderie, but Jenna feared that sitting there with the 3 of them would make it more obvious than ever that she wasn't a member of their boys' club. The icy air slipped into Jenna's lungs, and she coughed. The temperature might be well below -20, but at least it was a dry cold. She clung to that, and any other comparative phrase Calgarians threw around, like, "Hey, our winters keep out tarantulas," to justify why she still lived there. Country fell into step next to her, and they crunched their way to the crosswalk. John leaned over and said something to Glenn because, of course, he did. Glenn was excellent at being a yes-man, but Jenna? Abysmal. She was capable of playing hard to get or dumbing herself down enough to be mysterious, but she was not believable when engaging in conversation about opinions she viscerally disagreed with. Glenn, flying solo, seemed genuinely interested in her take on hockey and the show, but when he was with the execs, he morphed into something akin to British Prime Minister Chamberlain during the Second World War. So, her strategy had become to sit still and look pretty. She could handle that for an hour in the boardroom, but for 2 hours after work in a lounge? She didn't enjoy drinking that much. Jenna pulled her coat closer and buried her chin in the collar as they waited for the walk signal. Do you want this? Country held out a toque that he pulled from his pocket. Jenna was tempted, but then remembered how many times that day she'd had to run lotioned hands through her hair to keep the static at bay. Putting on a hat would make her look like she'd just rubbed a balloon on her head at a child's birthday party. I'm good, but thank you. Country pulled it on his head instead, and Jenna forced her eyes to the painted lines ahead of her on the street. Every movement he made seemed to blow dust off another forgotten piece of herself. Ooh, remember the first time a guy felt you up? They were his hands. Remember how his cheeks looked exactly like that when you skipped school in grade 12 and went skiing at Sunshine? Remember. It was like she was being waterboarded with little droplets of past excitement and joy, and all she could think about was how long it had been since a guy unclasped her bra. Was it possible to be jealous of her past self? John pushed through the frosted glass door of the lounge, and a gust of frigid Calgary air rushed in with them, biting at their heels.
Nothing beats the warmth of a good bar after a day out in the tundra.
He unwrapped his scarf and scanned the room. Soft, amber light spilled from exposed Edison bulbs, illuminating the rich wood paneling, brass accents, and plush leather seating. The rich aroma of butter and garlic enveloped her, and Jenna sighed as she inched closer to the gas fire licking the glass behind the hostess's desk.
Reminds you you're alive,
Country murmured. Jenna frowned, unable to hear his words through the clinking of glasses and hum of conversation. What? He leaned closer, and the pocket on his coat brushed her lapel.
The cold. At least, that's what I tell myself during calving season.
You still have to do that? Go out in the middle of the night? She'd gone out with him once. He'd called her at 3 a.m, and she'd sat with him in the barn with hay poking through her doubled-up leggings while a roan cow had moaned in labor, her breath billowing in clouds from her flared nostrils. Country nodded.
We have ranch hands, so I don't have to do all of it. But Polk and I wouldn't miss it.
Polk. She'd forgotten all about Country's brother. He had 3 of them, but Polk was the one closest to him in age, only 2 years younger. He still lives at home? Country frowned. He was still so close that Jenna could smell that same clean ocean breeze.
Is that what you think?
Her breath caught. What?
That we're all over there on the ranch snuggling up in our childhood beds?
No, wouldn't you have to live close if you're working there every day?
Are you expecting me to drive into town and serenade a bunch of helpless maidens while I swing around light poles?
Jenna rolled her eyes. I just thought you started work early, so it would be convenient. He raised an eyebrow.
We do have trucks.
Right.
I have my own house, Jenna.
She snapped her mouth shut. His own house. Of course he did. That's what your life looked like when you were a stable adult, wasn't it? Jenna was still wobbling on one end of a teeter-totter. She nodded. Right. And Polk? Country smirked.
He still lives with our parents.
Jenna's eyes widened. Before she could tell him where to shove the last 3 minutes of conversation, John was on the move. She settled for a whispered, Glad to see your arrogance is still intact. Country's grin widened.
Glad to see you're still easy to mess with.
Jenna ground her teeth. Archer, with his ruddy face and bald head, was easily recognizable, already seated in a corner booth at the back. He waved to John, and they wound their way single file through the tables. John slid into the booth on one side and Kessler on the other. Jenna strategically followed Glenn so she'd be across the table from John, and only realized her spatial misjudgment when Country took the seat next to him, sitting directly across from her. His shoe bumped hers, and she snapped her legs back. Jenna held out her phone to access the QR code menu as Archer put out a hand diagonally across the table toward Country. The sleeve of his wool sports jacket nearly knocked over the wine list.
So you're an influencer for the spot.
Archer was quieter than John, more stoic. Jenna had heard him order lunch, cancel thousands of dollars of sponsorship money, and praise a member of the staff, and in every single instance, his voice never varied in volume or tone. She never knew whether he was livid or ecstatic, or if he was even capable of feeling those emotions. Though he did have a framed picture of his 14 grandchildren front and center on his desk. Country shook his hand.
I don't know who I'm influencing, but it can't be for good.
Archer drew his hand back, his lips still pulled into a line. He was technically the same age as John, but his introversion made him seem closer to death. She didn't have a pulse on who between John and Archer had more sway in the decision-making with the higher-ups at the network, and that was a puzzle she was still grinding to solve. Regardless, John was more hands-on with HEC, so that's who she had access to. Now that he'd officially announced he was planning to retire in the near future, Jenna was laser focused on becoming his replacement. The fact that she'd been promoted to producer on the show proved that they already saw her as valuable, at least theoretically. But now Owen was there and he had the benefit of harboring the correct genitalia. He was a nice guy. She didn't wish him ill. She only wanted to steal the executive production job out from under his nose. There was nothing wrong with that, was there?
That's why I wanted you all here tonight.
John's voice filtered in through her thoughts, and panic hit her gut. What had she missed? Country's eyes were on her, and she jumped in before it was too awkward to admit she had no idea what he was talking about. John, I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't quite hear the first part over the music. John gave her an, "It's all right, I know your female ears are inferior," look, and repeated himself.
I'd like to do a feature story on the Snowballs, Country's Elite League team. It would add a down-home feel to the broadcast and would be a way for us to give back to the community.
Translation. I think it will get us more ratings and build goodwill for GCBN. She groaned internally. The last thing she wanted was any other reason for Country to be around the studio, which was why she'd intentionally pitched his involvement in HEC as a one and done. Interesting thought, John, Jenna managed to say with a neutral expression, tucking a strand of blonde hair behind her ear. We've never done anything like that before. Keep it general. Don't give away your internal panic. Think. This could be good. The fact that John was interested in the Snowballs meant he appreciated the fresh kill she'd dropped on his doorstep. Jenna wouldn't have to be involved in this portion of the story. She could easily ask one of their reporters to get the personal information and footage, while she produced high-level details on the Elite League. She straightened in her chair. I think it's a great idea.
Country, what's your take?
John turned to him with a grin on his lips, but his eyes hawk-like. That look had been honed over years on the ice, in broadcasting live in studios and pitching in boardrooms. It was meant to make his opponents wither, while convincing their amygdala he'd been entirely pleasant during their interactions. Country didn't break his gaze.
I don't like it, personally.
He clasped his hands together on the table, and his shoulders flexed under his shirt. Jenna's heart began to gallop.
Don't like it?
John's repetition of his words was crisp. The tension between them snapped when a lanky server with thick gauges in his ears and slick back hair approached their table.
Do you have some drink orders for me?
Jenna forced a smile. I'll have a glass of the house red, please.
Make it 2.
John chimed in. The server nodded and looked to Archer.
Mule. Extra lime.
Glenn held up a hand.
Sex on the beach. 2 straws.
Country flicked a glance at Kessler, and Jenna almost snorted. Imagining Glenn with a pink drink in his hand, his lips puckered over 2 tiny black straws, she knew exactly what Country was thinking.
Whiskey on the rocks,
Country said last, his voice smooth. As if he hadn't insinuated Glenn wasn't a real man with one twitch of his eyebrow and straight up disagreed with John Allen. He was hot. He was so hot, with his tie loosened, the top button of his shirt undone, and his thumb running over the stubble on his chin. The server nodded and walked back in the direction of the bar. Jenna reached for her coat that was wadded next to her on the bench and fiddled with the zipper. Country relaxed against the back of the booth and exhaled.
It's not that I don't think special interest stories are a good idea. Canadians love the hell out of their athletes. But I don't think the Elite League is what you're looking for. Why not?
John tapped his pointer finger on the tabletop.
Because it's a national broadcast. The Elite League is only in Alberta. And while I'm partial to this province, the rest of the country sees us as roughnecks and ranchers.
Jenna pursed her lips. Out of the 4 of them sitting at the table, Archer had worked on the oil rigs when he was younger, and Country was currently a rancher. Maybe it's time for people living in the center of the universe to see what we do here? Country's lips twitched, and a flash of cold zipped down Jenna's spine. She didn't want Country to be around the studio more, and, more importantly, didn't want him to think she wanted him around more. But she also wouldn't let him sit here and poke a stick at her Alberta pride. She drew in a breath. The Elite League has over 85 teams and supports 1,400 athletes. It produces many of the highest-ranking players in Western Canada and probably the country as a whole. Why wouldn't we want to show off what us roughnecks and ranchers can do with only a fraction of the country's population? Country leaned in, and crossed his arms on the table. The Elite League has over 85 teams in 13 divisions. Mine is Masters, age 29 to 39. All the guys who couldn't hack it in the NHL or didn't make it in the first place. I think what you're looking for are the preparatory leagues. Your Masters League is full of ex-NHL players, and the prize money is nothing to balk at. Don't pretend it's a beer league. Jenna may have done some more intensive reading that week on the Elite League, purely for educational purposes. Country raised an eyebrow. I didn't play in the NHL. Jenna scoffed. You were on the Admirals, which isn't an NHL team. Close enough. What John's looking for is a story. We've all heard the one about the kid with 45 goals and 63 assists in less than 70 games, a plus 35 and 120 hits who dominated at World Juniors. That seems oddly specific. Jenna rolled her eyes. It's old news. Old news. Exactly, she snapped. Maybe we've all heard the story because it's a good one. Maybe the story we need is that players in this country love hockey so damn much, they still play even when they have to pay a registration fee. Jenna's heart raced. Her eyes locked on Country's. John cleared his throat next to her. Well, that was informative. Jenna blinked, her boss's voice breaking whatever spell she'd been under and bringing the rest of the booth into focus. Country's face was only a few inches in front of her. Had she lifted out of her seat? She settled back onto the bench, hoping the dim lighting hid the blush on her cheeks. Glenn pointed between the two of them. Do you two know each other? Jenna searched for her purse, ignoring the question. She pulled it out from under her coat and looked up to find all eyes on her. Country's face was pulled into that maddeningly smug smile as he waited for her to answer. Glad to see you're still too easy to mess with. Had he baited her? Was that comment he made about Alberta meant to Jenna? She whipped her head to the side and faced Glenn, who was still waiting for a response. She could say no. She could pretend they had no history, but then what would John and Archer think of that behavior? The way she'd just talked to Country was completely unprofessional and borderline antagonistic. We knew each other a long time ago. Jenna slid to the edge of the bench. If you don't mind, I need to go to the washroom. Jenna raced to the back corner where she prayed she'd find the lavatories and breathed a sigh of relief when she spotted the door. She pushed through and briefly noted the soft lighting reflecting off the cream-colored marble countertops and a full-length mirror on the far wall, then locked herself in one of the floor-to-ceiling stalls. She leaned against the door and pulled out her phone. All week she'd debated texting her girlfriends about Country's appearance at the studio, but hadn't done it. Rhonda didn't ever meet him, but Tina, Anne, and Melissa had known Gentry almost as long as she had. Anne had even run into him at the Stampede over the summer. Thankfully, Jenna had been sick that night. If that very public argument 2 minutes ago was any indication, she was not going to be able to hack this on her own. She needed wine and a hot tub. Ladies, SOS. Anne and Tina, is your hot tub available for a visitor? Anne. Always. Tomorrow night? We could get Thai food. Yes, please. Rhonda. I have a meeting till about 6, but then I'm there. Melissa. I'm in. What's the emergency? Jenna blew out a breath and squeezed her eyes shut. Then gave in. I'm hiding in the bathroom because 5 seconds ago, I was sitting at a booth arguing with Gentry Maddox. Country leaned against the wall, watching for the washroom door to open. Jenna had been in there for a few minutes already, and if he stood there any longer, the server who'd given him a funny look when she passed the hall would be back from delivering drinks to her tables. He was about to return to their booth when Jenna finally appeared, her head bowed as she slipped her phone back into her black leather waistpack. His pulse quickened as he waited for her to glance up and notice him. She was so quick to recognize his eyes on her in the studio. He rarely got more than a couple of seconds to observe her in her natural habitat. Even now, alone in the hall, her shoulders were tense, but at least her lips weren't pulled tight or forced into a placating smile. It was disorienting to see her like this, dressed in business suits with her hair always glossy. Not that the look didn't suit her, she was gorgeous. But this Jenna wasn't his. Jenna's head lifted as she strode closer. When she processed the figure standing at the end of the hall, she stopped, dead in her tracks. Country's insides seemed to flip positions as her lips parted and her pupils widened. "What are you doing?" She clutched her purse against her midsection, and Country's eyes swept over her now that she was drenched in amber light from the dining room. He could just make out the smattering of freckles on her nose. Her gray pants were cinched perfectly at her waist, making her appear curvy even though he knew by personal experience she wasn't. Jenna was all athlete. "Waiting for you." Country worked to shove everything back in the emotional suitcase that had been unzipped and dumped on the floor since seeing her again. Jenna clamped her mouth closed and straightened like she was having her height measured at the doctor's office. Even in her 4-inch heels, she barely came up to his bicep. It was unrealistic that she'd ever played hockey and unbelievable that she'd actually been good. The idea of her suiting up and getting crushed against the boards made his stomach turn. But he'd seen her in action. The heat she'd thrown a few minutes ago at the table wasn't even a dash of what she could dish on or off the ice. Jenna was a bulldog, masquerading as a Pomsky in that soft tan sweater with her pink lips and loose blonde waves. Jenna stalked forward and stopped in front of him. "I'm not sure why." She looked up with those flashing emerald eyes behind her midnight black mascara, and Country's breath caught. Why had he stopped here? He'd told himself it was because he needed to apologize since he'd ruffled her feathers in front of her boss. But now that she was standing in front of him, his gut screamed it was more than that. He missed her. He hated that he missed her because she'd made his life a living hell. Even now, after years apart, that old ache stirred like a toddler disturbed from a nap. This time, he couldn't imagine walking away having only talked about what constituted a good hockey broadcast and dick pics. "I wasn't going to tell your coworkers that we knew each other." Jenna's face was stoic. "I couldn't pretend we had no connection after that display." He nodded. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get into it." Jenna raised an eyebrow in challenge. "No?" He had meant it. He'd known exactly what she'd expected him to say and had purposefully said the opposite. It used to be his favorite game with her, and he loved having the power to make her play. Jenna glanced down and her brow furrowed. "Were you flossing?" Country held up the flosser still in his hands. "It's a good habit." Her frown deepened. "It's unnecessary. We haven't even gotten our drinks yet." He worked to keep a grin off his face as he shoved the flosser in his pocket, and her face scrunched in disgust. Game number 2. "You haven't gotten your drink yet, and there aren't rules about one can or cannot floss." "There is such a thing as flossing too much. It irritates your gums." Jenna's purse slipped as she tilted her chin back up to look at him. "I don't think that's true." Jenna's eyes widened. "Country, just because you haven't read the data." He laughed out loud. "Are you pretending you've read studies on flossing right now?" "Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. All I'm saying is flossing before a meal seems more like a compulsion than—" "Maybe you're jealous of my periodontal health." He flashed a toothy smile, then dropped it and straightened when the server from earlier stormed up next to them. Jenna smiled. "Sorry, we'll be quieter." She waved her off, then turned back to Country with an accusatory look. "This is ridiculous. You—" She stopped and forced a breath, dropping her purse shield completely. "I don't normally act this way at work, Gentry. You're agitating." He grinned. "Or maybe nobody at work challenges you." Jenna's eyes flared, and for a moment he wondered if she was going to light into him again. His pulse jumped with anticipation. Instead, she pursed her lips. "What you said at the table? That's what you believe? That the Elite League isn't story-worthy?" "I don't want to drag the Snowballs into some media frenzy when we're in the middle of our season. I agreed to do Saturday, but I'm not interested in making this a side gig." Jenna raised an eyebrow. "You assumed the story would be all about you?" He kept his grin from slipping. "Why wouldn't it be?" When she shot him a look, he breathed a laugh. "I'm kidding. I'm not as pompous as I used to be." "I doubt that," she muttered. "It doesn't matter what I think anyway. John and Archer were quite moved by your performance. They're already planning the feature." "I'm sure they are." Jenna pushed off the wall and stared up at him. "Hopefully it won't be too distracting from your winning season." "If you're there, I don't see how it won't be." Jenna blinked, but then her lips curled at the edges. I guess we'll see. She patted his arm as she strode past him and headed back to their booth. I guess we'll see? What the hell did that mean? His skin tingled where she touched him, and he rubbed his arm. What was he doing? Did he think that somehow seeing Jenna again was going to crack open a new storyline for them? Was he hoping Jenna was also walking around in a reminiscent days since Monday when they'd sat in John's office together? Jenna was like Degrassi reruns on YTV, relentless, and yet filled with so much drama he couldn't change the channel. Usually when a problem plagued him, he could sweat it out in the barn or on the ice and either find a solution or let the frustration bleed out of him. But there wasn't a puzzle piece he could click into place here, just like he hadn't been able to complete the picture 13 years ago. That was it. Country raked his hand through his hair and drew a deep breath. He needed closure. That was why the universe had planted them in each other's paths again. If Jenna was going to try to keep things professional between them, then maybe he needed to remind her how very unprofessional they'd been in the past. If she thought he was agitating now. Country smiled to himself, slipped a hand in his pocket, and turned back into the main dining room. He'd remind Jenna what they'd had back in college. Then, find a way to figure out why in the hell she'd given it all up. Chapter 7. The next morning, Country slumped into a chair at the worn kitchen table, running his fingers over the place where his younger brother Jesse had tried to stab Polk in the hand with a fork and missed. The linoleum floors boasted the same pattern from his childhood, and even though his mom had taken down the wallpaper border, the old maple trim was still there. They'd been locked in the same routine for years now, even though the ranch was his on paper. Sometimes it felt like he was the Governor General, and his dad was still the Queen of England. It wasn't all bad. He didn't hate his end-of-the-week meetings, even if it did feel like he was constantly arriving for Judgment Day with his pants down. His dad didn't understand how much things had changed in the past 8 years, and Country didn't have the heart to be honest with him about how many of his outdated practices had contributed to their snowballing debt. He looked forward to Sunday brunch with any family that happened to be available, then found comfort in the daily routine around the ranch. It was usually pleasant and predictable, but this week, the whole lot seemed to lack luster. Seeing Jenna again had held a magnifying glass over every decision he'd made in the last 13 years. Was this what his entire life would be? Sitting in this kitchen, tromping around the acreage he'd grown up on? He'd always wanted land, a farmhouse, a business he ran himself. But the cornerstone of that dream, a family of his own, was missing. All right, let's hear it then, his father said gruffly, folding calloused hands over the morning's newspaper and sitting down across from them. Polk's footsteps sounded on the stairs leading up from the basement, and Country waited until he took his seat. This wasn't going to be pretty. Even if Polk wasn't willing to start the conversation, he'd be good for a couple of solid head nods. Country cleared his throat and spread out the sheets of financial statements like a losing hand of poker. The feed costs are through the roof. We're barely breaking even on the beef, and slashes in restaurant pricing. It's squeezing us dry. Restaurants have always been tight-fisted, his dad countered. We've weathered plenty of downturns. Country had expected this response. His dad, bless his heart, was convinced that everything had a cycle. You just had to wait out the storm. While that was true enough, sometimes you had to take retirement in the middle of the storm, and Country wasn't willing to watch his father work his hands to the bone past 75. The ranch has done well, Dad, but things are moving fast nowadays. Parts of the economy as you knew it are disappearing, and new industry is cropping up. Unless we upgrade our processes or find a new distribution angle, we've kept things afloat before. His father grunted. Country pointed at their abysmal third-quarter numbers. It's not about staying afloat. We have to evolve. Evolve? Next thing you'll tell me to trade my horse for one of them Teslas. Wouldn't be the worst idea, Country muttered. He leaned back in the chair, ignoring the creaks in the wooden legs his mother used to protest. Look, I love this ranch as much as you do, but I've run the numbers. I believe we have two choices. His heart thumped against his ribs, and he shot Polk a look. We overhaul our processes, get into direct sales, maybe even agritourism, or we consider selling. Agritour what? His father's wrinkled hands gripped the table edge.
Polk scratched the week-old scruff on his chin. Tourism, Dad. Like people pay to visit and see how a real ranch operates. Maybe even stay for a night or two. Stay where? Country pointed out the back window. I was thinking we could convert the old grain silos. Unique spots like that go for insane nightly rates on VRBO. I don't think the city folk want a cowboy experience. Polk smothered a laugh with the palm of his hand. Country could only imagine what type of experience was running through his head at the moment. Country coughed. Actually, they do. They think it's romantic. So you're telling me I either pimp out our property, or you want to sell? Country blinked. He didn't know his father knew the word pimp. The proper use of it was possibly more disturbing. Would selling be the worst idea? This land is valuable, Dad. Developers are looking to recreate that development on Sharp Hill. His dad shook his head, the lines on his face deepening. Son, this land's been ours for generations. Selling isn't an option. You know what's happening to farmers across Alberta. Drought, trade wars, market crashes. We're not the only ones bleeding. Polk blew out a breath. Maybe it's time we staunched it, eh? And where would we go? Their dad dropped his hands to the tabletop. Your mother and I raised you kids here. Our whole world is here. We don't want any other life. Country clenched his jaw. What was he supposed to say to that? His parents had everything he'd ever wanted, and now he was trying to take it away from them? But the fact still stood that the ranch wasn't going to be profitable much longer. Either they made changes, or it would be taken from them whether they prepared for it or not. He hadn't counted on receiving his parents' approval for exploring a sale, but he'd hoped his dad wouldn't shut it down out of hand. It looked like his two options had been whittled down to one, because he'd be damned before his parents' home got pulled out from under them on his watch. Country pushed back from the table and stood, then rounded behind Polk to put a hand on his dad's shoulder. I'm never going to take this place away from you, Dad. You know that, right? His father nodded, then put a weathered hand over his. Polk shot him an apologetic glance. Their mother swooped into the room with 2 plates in her hands and a bright smile. Who wants sandwiches? After their meeting ended, the short drive to his own house was a blur. Country's F-150 bumped down the gravel road and he skidded into the driveway. It was already 5 o'clock, which meant he'd be cutting it close for practice. He snagged his hockey bag from the covered porch and threw it into the back seat. At least his skates never talked back. He cruised to the highway on the frontage road and chewed over the meeting with Polk and his dad. Talk of the ranch's legacy felt like a compression sock around his middle. It had been in the Maddox family for 3 generations. The doors on the barn were hewn by his great-grandfather's hands. He swiped to his favorite acoustic playlist and lost himself in strums and rhythms until he rolled into the paved lot of the Springbank Ice Arena. The lights from the brand-new facility shone like a lighthouse in the middle of high-end acreage properties. It was no wonder players from out here were entitled. Country's boots crunched on the gravel as he hauled his hockey bag from the bed of the truck and strode to the entrance. He adjusted the strap of his bag before pushing through the double doors. Even though he was an hour early, the arena was alive with energy. Echoes of pucks against boards, referees' whistles, and the distant roar of Zambonis grooming the ice filled the cavernous space. How many rinks did they have running? He navigated the labyrinth of stairs and corridors until he finally found the visiting locker room. Hey, you found it! We were worried there for a sec. Tyler nodded from across the room, already half-dressed in his gear. The rest of the snowballs were scattered around, some taping sticks, others pulling on jerseys. Wasn't hard. They can spot this behemoth from the space station. Country took in the pristine lockers and unmarred rubber floor as the sharp tang of cleaning products and skate spray hit his nostrils. He wasn't used to being the last one to show up, but in this facility, it didn't matter. There was still plenty of space along the back wall to change. He wove through his teammates in various states of undress and claimed a spot next to Jack. The amount they spend on the power bill could fund ice time for our peewee teams for the year, Sean quipped, without looking up from lacing his skates. Andre held up a hand. Now, I'm sure these spoiled bastards are using their piles of money for good. Curtis held up a hand. Hey, at least we have another local team. Jack shook his head. I remember playing Springbank for basketball in high school. We had shit jerseys with duct-taped letters, and they were wearing sponsored Nikes. How long did you play? Tyler asked. Basketball? As long as it took my hockey coach to figure out why I was skipping Wednesday practices. Jack grinned, and leaned over to pull on his socks. Jack had opened up a bit the night of his snowball initiation, but Country hadn't been in the headspace to be present. All this time with Jenna made it painfully easy to slip back into his mindset before and after missing the draft. If Jack was anything like him, he had a love-hate relationship with his skates right now. "Jack, you feel settled?" Country asked as he stripped off his flannel. Jack nodded. "As settled as I can be. I'm talking with the staff at Mount Royal. They might need an assistant coach here in January." "That team isn't bad," Curtis said. "Not good, though," Boyd added. Jack stood and flexed. "That's obviously why they need me." "You could sleep with college girls, right? You wouldn't be coaching them." Andre winked. Brett and Ryan groaned, and Sean checked him into the lockers as he passed. "All right, listen up," Sean grunted. "Jack, you're new to the lineup, so pay attention. We're going to run the trap on defense, frustrate their forwards, force turnovers. That'll give you and Country space to work on the wings." "Got it," Jack nodded. "Tyler, you and I'll keep the center locked down. Funnel to the outside. Boyd, watch the backhand on 23, top corner." Sean scanned the group. There were nods all around. "We don't need sponsored Nikes to feed them their own ice." The thump of fists on hockey pads punctuated that statement. They finished suiting up, then took their time stretching before following Sean like baby geese down the hallway leading to their bench with a half-hour left before the whistle. At this age, they needed double the length of their warm-up to avoid breaking a hip. After dropping their water bottles, they spilled onto the rink, blades cutting crisp lines into the glistening ice. Country glided out, his muscles firing up as they started drills. This dance of rubber and steel was their ritual, and Country could feel the choreography of this team in his bones. With 5 minutes left on the countdown clock and the stands filling up with people who looked like they stepped out of Vogue to attend, they made their way to the bench. Country stayed on the ice and had Mike pass him his water bottle. Jenna used to do that. She'd sat on the bench at his games and filled water bottles for 2 different teams after high school. He shook his head. "Let's go," Sean called, and Country pushed off the wall to get in position. He could think about Jenna all he wanted later, but first, they needed to beat the hell out of the Buccaneers. The starting whistle echoed off the boards, and the game began with the drop of the puck. Sean won the faceoff, pushing it back to Mike, who slid it across to Andre. The defenseman's eyes locked with Country's before he sent a rocket pass up the wing. "Allez, allez!" Andre called, and Country chased the puck down, dodging a check. He flicked the puck toward Jack, who was breaking toward the net. Jack caught it, deked, and fired a shot that ricocheted off the goalie's pads. Their bench banged their sticks in applause. Country nodded across the ice. Next time. The periods passed in a blur. Country drove hard every shift, burying his frustration over the ranch and indecision over what to do about Jenna with each pump of his legs and flick of his wrist. He was everywhere. And the more he touched the puck, the hungrier he got. Sean tapped his calves as he passed to the bench. "I'll keep feeding you all night." Tyler pushed onto the ice to take his place, and with minutes ticking down in the third period, they were tied 2-2, and it felt unbearable to lose. Country needed this. He intercepted a sloppy pass from the other team's defender, weaving through the opposition with fluid grace. "Jack!" He didn't know why he barked his name. Jack could sense he was already there. He sent a no-look pass behind the defender on his right. Jack darted past and caught it, snapping the puck past the bewildered goalie. They met behind the net in celebration as the red goal light flared, ignoring the boos from the home crowd as they skated back behind the blue line. "What a beaut!" Mike clapped his mitts against the boards. "Lock it down," Sean commanded. They hounded the offense until the final buzzer sounded, and Country pumped his fist in triumph. He got a squirt of water from Sean, then lined up with the team to bump fists with the Buccaneers. Country skated over to the opposing team. One of the forwards, a burly guy with a chipped tooth, clapped him on the shoulder. "You were on fire tonight." "You had us on our heels in the second," Country replied, moving down the line. Energy buzzed as they made their way back to the locker room. Inside, Country peeled off his shirt, then unbuckled the straps of his shoulder pads and slid them over his head. In seconds, gear littered the floor and the benches. As he sat down to unlace his skates, Country ran the game on replay. Decisions on the ice were simple to dissect. There was a wrong play and a right one, and after the fact, it was easy to see which was which. Life wasn't as cut and dry. With Jenna, he hadn't had a strategy. He'd just been living the best way he knew how. It was impossible to tear a play apart when he hadn't known he'd made one in the first place. Country stripped down and joined his teammates in the showers. The hot water was a welcome relief to his strained muscles. That assist in the second period slapped, Boyd shouted at him over the sound of the water. He nodded thanks, tilting his face into the spray, holding his breath as all the adrenaline from the game seeped out of him and circled down the drain. He pressed his hand against the tile and let the water pound against the crown of his head. When it seemed ridiculous to stand there any longer, he lathered up and rinsed, then grabbed his towel and floated through the cloud of steam back to his locker. He was pulling on his jeans when Ryan called his name. Yeah? He looked up and zipped his fly. When were you planning on telling us you ran into Jenna? Ryan held out his phone. Country hesitated, then reached for his waffle-knit Henley. What are you talking about? Ryan motioned to his screen. Just got a message from Melissa. She's in the hot tub with friends, and the topic came up. The locker room hushed, and all eyes turned to him as he pulled his shirt over his head and shoved his arms in the sleeves. Who's Jenna? Mike asked. GCBN? Sean raised an eyebrow. Country ran a hand through his damp hair and exhaled. He went about organizing his gear so he wouldn't have to make eye contact. I did see Jenna. I didn't know she worked there. John Allen asked me to make an appearance on hockey evening. A chorus of whoops and questions he couldn't keep track of erupted around him. Did they find you from your TikToks? This Saturday? Does Polk know? Who the hell is Jenna? Country held up his hands. It's not that deep. I'm doing intermittent segments with Glenn Kessler. They're still using the regional broadcasts, and Jenna is a girl I used to know. Used to know? Ryan laughed, still brandishing his phone like a compass. This guy dated Jenna for almost 4 years. Hasn't seen her since she came back to Cowtown. Ryan. Country shook his head, shoved his pads into his bag, and reached for his skates. Hey, I'm not the one that texted. Melissa's asking about you. Asking what? He asked too quickly, and Ryan grinned. About the game? About you and Jenna? His mouth went dry. What did you say? Ryan didn't answer, just looked down at his screen and started to type. Country dropped his bag and barely beat Curtis for the prime spot, peering over Ryan's shoulder. Chapter 8. Jenna lowered herself into the near scalding water and held her breath as the heat soaked into her frigid toes. Too hot? Anne dropped her towel and laid it over a metal chair next to the hot tub, then took the corner seat across from her. No, perfect. My feet are just freezing. Tina tiptoed across the frozen deck in her bikini and hopped in next to her. Rhonda stripped off her joggers and sweatshirt, then reached into a travel cooler. I have strawberry and peach-infused water to keep us hydrated. Orders, please. Anne raised her hand. Strawberry. Not my fave. Peach, please, Jenna said. She's allergic to strawberries, Anne explained as she took the glass bottle from Rhonda's outstretched hand. Jenna rolled her eyes. I didn't know that was possible. Just strawberries? Rhonda handed her the peach. Jenna set it next to her wine. And latex. Rhonda grimaced. Inconvenient. Not really. My body doesn't want to get pregnant anyway. Rhonda frowned. Do we need to have a safe sex talk? Condoms aren't just for birth control. Jenna laughed. I'm aware. I was kidding. There are non-latex condoms out there. That comment was classic Rhonda. While Jenna loved Anne, Tina, and Melissa, she loved them even more for making friends with Rhonda before she moved back to Calgary. As long as we're clear. Rhonda grabbed a bottle of water for herself, then hesitated a moment before tearing off her bikini top and jumping in. Rhonda! Anne laughed, scanning the windows behind the fence for prying eyes. What? Your neighbors are never out and I don't feel like wearing a top. Melissa climbed in last and took the bench since all the bucket seats were taken. Whatever, you're hoping 645 is watching. Who's 645? Jenna asked. Rhonda sighed and pointed over the fence to a gray house with dark windows except for one light on the second floor. He's a doctor. Tina cackled. You don't know that. I told you I saw him walking into the house with scrubs on. Rhonda pushed up a bit higher. Maybe he's in his room. He'd get a perfect view. Anne smacked her arm. I swear, if I end up on the neighborhood underground, this friendship is over. Rhonda reached for her tumbler. Better on the gossip chain for tits than forgetting your trash can or something. I'd only make you more popular. Tina dropped lower into the water.
Okay, enough about tits. Jenna, time to dish. How did Gentry end up in the studio? Jenna reached for her wine. Apparently, he has a viral TikTok channel. She watched and waited for their looks of shock, but they never came. Rhonda looked at Anne. Tina pretended to be working on a hangnail, and Melissa resembled a cat following an airborne fly. Jenna clenched her hand around her tumbler. Wait, did you guys all know about this? Rhonda held up her hands. In my defense, I had no idea previously that you had a connection to this guy. Anne just barely filled me in. So, you all knew that Gentry was on TikTok? Doesn't he go by country? Rhonda asked, and Tina shot her a look. I'm honestly kind of shocked you didn't know he was viral, Anne said. Melissa exhaled. Yeah, I think we all assumed you were just ignoring it. Jenna pushed herself higher in the water. You thought I'd seen his channel and just never brought it up? All four of them nodded in unison. And none of you thought to ask me about it. Tina hugged her knees into her chest. Why would we ask you about it? All of us remember what you were like after you two broke up. Rhonda laid her head back on the edge of the tub. I've only ever known you post-country, so don't ask me. Jenna scoffed, forcing down the lump in her throat. You guys, this was 13 years ago. You don't think I would have wanted to know that my ex-boyfriend was internet famous? Tina looked away and took another sip of her Cabernet. How had she been living under a rock? She had the app. She scrolled regularly, and because of her job, she was fed all kinds of hockey content. How had it never once made it into her For You page? The only thing she could think of was that she'd downloaded the app when she was still living in Windsor. Maybe her algorithm had been curated based on that location? Look at her, knowing all about algorithms. Maybe she was adept at social media, like John kept insisting. Anne pulled out her elastic and retied her hair into a bun on the top of her head. Listen, I'm sorry we never said anything. I know it was 13 years ago, but Country wasn't just an ex-boyfriend, Jenna. He was the ex-boyfriend, Tina added. Jenna slumped down in her bucket seat, allowing the water to cover her neck and hit the lobes of her ears. Gentry was the ex-boyfriend. She dated him longer than any other guy, and even though thoughts of him had faded over the years, they'd never completely gone away. Especially now that she was back in Calgary. Those memories seemed to resurface at annoyingly regular intervals. I guess I forgive you, she sighed, setting her tumbler in the cup holder. Rhonda kicked her feet up on the edge of the tub. So, friendship's still intact. Now back to our regularly scheduled content. How does his very hot TikTok channel lead to him showing up at your office? John's nephew clued me in, and since our ratings were shot, I proposed that John bring him on as a guest sportscaster, Jenna answered. That comment got the reactions she was hoping for the first time. You showed it to him? Anne gaped at her. He's going to be sitting there with Kessler? Jenna nodded. I didn't want to, but I knew it would be killer, and yeah, tomorrow night. Rhonda looked skeptical. They know what Country says on that channel, right? Jenna nodded again. I think that producers are fine stirring up some sort of controversy. Our ratings have been taking a nosedive at the network, and I think they were hoping that once HEC started going again this season, it would bring everything up with it. It hasn't? Melissa asked. Not the way they hoped. It was baffling, even to her. After 3 years there, they'd always seen a massive boost in their programming, especially anything surrounding the Saturday broadcasts. Anne took a drink from her tumbler. So, Country's their sacrificial lamb? Jenna laughed. Oh, trust me, Country is not innocent. She thought back to his practice segment in the studio, how Gentry's eyes had sparkled when he'd gotten into it with Glenn about that penalty. Country's never given a shit what people thought of him, Tina said. Do you remember when he did that striptease at grad? Anne chortled. Yeah, and Mrs. Spencer had to be the one to drag his sweaty body off the stage? Melissa winked. She liked it, you know she did. Or when he wore that mustard brown suit on New Year's? Anne blurted. Oh, I haven't thought about that in years. Apparently he still had a wild streak. Tina waggled an eyebrow. And before anyone else could force another hot Gentry memory down her throat, Jenna slapped her hand on the edge of the tub. How would you know that? Jenna asked. It didn't seem like Tina was making assumptions based on his online presence. Tina stared at her with wide-eyed innocence. I still talk to Curtis and Ryan sometimes. And they hang out with Country? They're on his hockey team. Tina took a long drink of her wine to avoid having to answer any more incriminating questions. Jenna gaped at them. You guys seriously thought I was so fragile that I couldn't handle any of this information? Anne winced. We didn't want to tell you right when you moved back, and then it felt weird to bring it up. Tina nodded. There was never a good time. Rhonda dropped her legs, sloshing water across the tub. Wait a second. If this was the boyfriend, then why did the two of you break up in the first place? Jenna shot Anne a look. Her friend shrugged. I told her you guys had dated and that you broke up, but I didn't feel like the rest of it was my story to tell. Jenna couldn't blame her for that. It's kind of a long story. Melissa glanced down at her smartwatch. It's only 8 o'clock, and I still have half a bottle of wine to dish out. Jenna laid back and stared up at the pinpricks of light winking awake in the charcoal sky. This would be easier if she didn't have to look at their faces. Gentry and I started dating in high school. Jenna thought back to the day they'd finally made it official after dancing around their attraction for months. At least on his end. She'd been choreographing for a lot longer than that. That night, he'd finally kissed her out back by the trees, wrapped in the scent of campfire and freshly mown grass. From that moment, it had been all over for her. She loved him. Everything about him, his brazen confidence, the way he pushed himself on the ice, how every moment of her life was enhanced when he was in the room. They'd been inseparable their senior year of high school, and while they couldn't be attached at the hip once they both started university, they were still in the same city for the first year. Then Country had moved to Toronto on a hockey scholarship. She'd transferred to Windsor, and they'd been dead set on making the 3-hour travel distance work. It had worked, up until she'd gone in for her screening. Jenna shared all of this without dropping her gaze from the sky. When my mom got breast cancer, she begged me to go get tested. How old was she? Rhonda asked. 44. She beat it? Jenna nodded and sank back into the water, shivering as heat diffused over her shoulders and neck. She beat it. Anne, Tina, and Melissa were silent. They knew what plot point was coming next in her sad little story. I went in and did some genetic testing to see if I had the same markers my mom did, which I didn't. That's a relief. Rhonda took a sip of her wine. Jenna sighed. Yep. But I found out I had Turner syndrome. Rhonda frowned. What's that? She's missing an X chromosome, Anne answered, and Rhonda gasped. It's not as bad as it sounds. Good, 'cause it sounds like half your DNA is missing. Jenna laughed. That was exactly the thought she'd had when the doctors had started explaining everything to her. It explains why I've always been so small, why I suck at math, and why I've never had a regular period. Rhonda looked relieved. That's it? That's all it does? Tina exhaled. That's not all of it. It's different for everyone. I'm lucky in a lot of ways. I don't have a learning disability or anything, and so far it seems like most body systems are working normally, but my ovaries never fully developed. It's extremely unlikely that I'll ever be able to have kids. That's why Gentry and I broke up. Slight clarification. That's why you broke up with Gentry, Tina murmured. Wait, you broke up with him because you couldn't have kids? Weren't you only partway through university? Rhonda set her tumbler on the side of the tub. Jenna groaned. You guys don't understand. All Gentry talked about was his plan for playing in the NHL, then going back to the ranch and having a gaggle of kids and teaching them to ride horses and play hockey. It was literally his only life plan. Did you tell him? Rhonda asked. Tina pursed her lips. Anne reached for her drink, and Melissa popped bubbles forming on the surface of the water. Holy shit. You didn't tell him. You broke up with him without telling him why? No, I gave him a reason. What was it? Jenna's heart started to race. She knew exactly how her friends felt about the excuses she'd given Gentry. She'd been on the phone with Anne and Tina almost every night, and the number of times she'd ignored them when they'd said, Jenna, you have to tell him, was almost comical. I told him I was too distracted, that long distance wasn't working for me. Rhonda's eyes widened. But you told him later, right? Jenna took a long sip of her wine and shook her head. I didn't ever have the chance. I tried, telling him once, months later, but he wouldn't answer my calls. Well, no shit. Okay, yeah, I know it sounds bad, but at the time I was reeling too. I'd made plans with him. I'd imagined us on that ranch together, and I was devastated. Jenna's voice caught, her emotions bowling over her for the second time that week. Melissa scooted over and put an arm around her shoulders. I should have told him. I know I should have, but at the time I couldn't bring myself to do it. I could barely believe it was real for myself. And now? Anne asked. And now. Jenna had accepted her reality, but she hadn't allowed herself to create any new dreams to replace the ones she'd had with Gentry. She'd thrown herself fully into work, which was why it had been such a blow when Carson Hart had gotten the full-time sportscasting gig instead of her. It had happened over and over again. She'd done well as a reporter and had even gotten a temporary spot at the desk once. But the only full-time offer she'd gotten at Globespan was a morning show segment centered on books and hobbies. She loved books, but sitting next to other women who folded their legs just so was not her idea of an end goal in broadcasting. She'd spent her life living and breathing hockey. She knew the game inside and out, both through playing herself and consuming every scrap of information her dad fed to her from the time she was old enough to hold her head up. Her dad would have never said it out loud, but as a hockey player himself, all he'd wanted was a son to train up. What he'd gotten was a son who loved basketball and a girl who barely made the growth chart and had the skeleton of a bird. That hadn't stopped either of them from making the best of it. Now I want that executive producer role at GCBN. Melissa frowned and looked down at her watch. She swiped at the screen, then shifted away from Jenna and reached for her phone on the stairs. You okay? Anne asked. Melissa grabbed her phone and stared at the screen a moment before answering. Yeah, I just got a text from Ryan. Jenna's heart jumped into her throat. Ryan? As in Ryan Olsen? Melissa nodded as she typed, a smile starting at the corners of her mouth. They're in the locker room. They just won their game against the Buccaneers. And he's texting you why? Tina leaned in to see what she was typing. When she clapped a hand over her mouth, Jenna, Anne, and Rhonda converged. Rhonda, your boobs are on my shoulder! Anne laughed out loud, squirming out of her way. Shh, just enjoy it. Rhonda squealed as Anne's arm almost knocked the tumbler from her hands. Can everyone stop, please? I'm trying to type, Melissa barked. When the water stopped sloshing, Jenna peered over Melissa's shoulder and started to read. Ryan. Country met Jenna at GCBN. Melissa. Very aware. I was hoping for more reactionary info. Melissa? Did you text him first? Just... Melissa held up a hand, and Jenna continued reading the text chain. Ryan. Who's all? Melissa. In the hot tub? Me, Tina, and Anne, Rhonda, and Jenna. Ryan. Jenna's there. Melissa. I just typed her name, dipshit. Ryan. Could have been a typo. Melissa. Unimpressed face. Ryan. Has she said anything about country? Melissa. Just that he's sitting at the desk tomorrow on HEC. Ryan. That's it? Yes, that's it, Jenna cut in as Melissa's thumbs hovered over her screen. Country is probably sitting right there. She could just see them all, perched there on the bench in their towels, hovering over Ryan's phone like they were around Melissa's. Then she was thinking about Country sitting in a towel with his damp hair and flushed skin from the shower, and she forgot what she'd meant to say next. Melissa. Is Country there? Ryan. Maybe. Melissa. If he's so interested in Jenna's thoughts, why doesn't he text her himself? Ryan. Maybe we're interested in her thoughts on his behalf. Melissa. What are we, in high school again? Ryan. Curtis just snapped Country's ass with a towel. I don't think we've matured much. Tina snorted. That's the truth. Jenna shook her head, trying a little too hard not to think about Gentry's well-formed backside. Tell him I said it was good to see him again. Melissa gave her a look. What? Isn't that what people say when they've done self-actualization work and they're at peace with the universe and whatever?
You're at peace with the universe?
Completely zen. Yin and yang.
It feels like you're repeating words you heard on Karate Kid.
The revival or the original? Because they have very different vibes. Tina scoffed. It's the exact same story with, okay, stop. This is my text conversation and I'm going to tell my friend whatever the hell I want. Jenna clamped her mouth shut, staring at the blinking cursor. Melissa. Country is a big boy. Ryan.
As in, he can do his own reconnaissance, or as in that's what Jenna said about him?
Melissa. Definitely the latter. Which was the last text Melissa sent, since Jenna lunged for her phone, sending all of them slipping and flailing into the middle of the hot tub. Chapter 9. Jenna was still recovering from the hot tub battle the night before when she walked into her office Saturday afternoon. After cleaning up the spilled wine and putting Melissa's phone in a bag of rice, they'd all gotten dressed and cuddled up with blankets in the living room and talked until 2 in the morning. Jenna's head had been fuzzy from the heat and the alcohol, and her filter had been non-existent. At one point, she may have compared her situation with the Quebec Nordiques. It all ended before it should have, and Quebec City would forever be a barren hockey wasteland no matter how much the fans wished things were different. Now she had an emotional hangover, plus water lodged in her left ear. She'd already checked twice to make sure she hadn't just left an earbud in. So, was she thrilled to see Country? No, but not because she didn't want to see him. Which reminded her of another terrible metaphor she'd used. It's like I have celiac and I have to sit there and stare at a fresh-baked croissant. Country was her flaky golden pastry, and it was torture to stare at him when she knew she couldn't take a bite. But did she know she couldn't? That was the question Tina and Anne kept asking, and none of her answers were satisfactory. They all stemmed around the fact that Gentry had made it crystal clear what his life goals were. Anne had balked at that. But he's still single, isn't he? That she couldn't speak to. She had no idea if he was single, and the thought of asking made her want to scrub jockstraps instead. She had checked for a ring, and when she hadn't found one, she'd looked closer to make sure there wasn't a tan line. It still didn't tell her anything definitively. Does he have a bunch of kids running around the ranch? The answer to Tina's question was simpler since he hadn't mentioned a family, and she'd only seen him watching the game solo with Polk on TikTok. But everyone knew that what you saw online wasn't the whole story. Maybe he did have kids. Her insides twisted at the thought. Why hadn't she asked Melissa to text Ryan that last night? More importantly, if her friends were still in touch with Ryan and Curtis, why hadn't they already kept tabs on Country for her? Right, because she'd expressly told them not to. Jenna breezed into her office and set her purse on the chair. Big day today, eh? Glenn leaned against her doorframe, dressed in a floral-patterned shirt that she was sure the tech team would hate him for, especially next to Country's plain and simple attire. Country's a big boy. Jenna swallowed hard and plastered a smile on her face as she turned on her computer. Much bigger for you, I'd say. My work is mostly done. Glenn strode in and stopped by the window, rubbing his thumb and forefinger over the variegated leaf of the plant she'd inherited when she moved in. Do you think he'll go off the rails? If he does, it will only make you look like the good guy. Glenn frowned. Or boring. Jenna sighed and placed a hand on her hip. Glenn Kessler, are you worried he'll outshine you? A muscle flexed in Glenn's jaw. No. I'm confident in my sportscasting, but He drew a deep breath. He's not a sportscaster. He's of the people. Jenna laughed out loud. What, are you saying broadcasting is a popularity contest? Glenn rolled his eyes. They both knew that was exactly what it was, inside the studio and over the airwaves. You're a guy. You'll always have a place in sportscasting, even if some hockey player shows you up. Glenn didn't look amused, which pissed Jenna right off. How dare he come in here and pout about this when she'd spent her entire career every single day of her work life, second-guessing herself. Glenn felt insecure because he wondered if people would like him less. Jenna felt insecure because they'd said as much to her face. It took everything she had not to tell him to sack up. "You're going to be fine, Glenn. Eat a protein bar and go down to hair and makeup. I'm sure Elsa will give you a neck massage." Glenn chuckled. "You sure know how to make a guy feel special." "One of my unique skills." Despite her frustration, she felt a pang of empathy she wished she could ignore. The truth was, Glenn didn't know how to handle these feelings. That was pathetic, but it wasn't exactly his fault. "Glenn, you're a good sportscaster. I'm sure the two of you will work magic tonight." She wasn't pandering. Watching them in rehearsal, she'd been mesmerized. They played off each other well, though she had mostly been watching the right side of the desk. Glenn thanked her and exited into the hall, and Jenna said a silent prayer of thanks that he wasn't going to make this conversation more awkward by loitering in her office. She needed to finalize a few reports and take one more look at the scripts before she went down to prep with the tech team. Jenna sank into her chair and got to work. She lost herself in her task list and didn't come up for air until a knock sounded at her door 45 minutes later. "Jenna?" "Yeah?" She turned to see Rylan standing there with his clipboard and frowned. She wasn't supposed to report to the studio for at least another 15. "We have a situation we hoped you could help with." Jenna lifted her hand off her mouse. "What is it?" He gave a pained smile. "Country isn't getting along with hair and makeup." Of course he wasn't. Plus, he was arriving late, which meant the makeup artists weren't going to coddle him. "And you want me to help how?" Rylan adjusted the collar of his shirt. "Kessler just told me to find you. He said John's coming down in 15 minutes, and—" Jenna groaned. "Fine, show me where they are." Country sat in the plush chair with his arms crossed protectively in front of him. "I'm fine. I don't need—" "Your hair is flopping onto your forehead. It's going to create shadows." Glenn paced in front of him like a perturbed mother hen, clucking with feathers flapping. "So I'm supposed to slick everything back? Look like a jabroni?" Glenn scoffed, and Country waited for a retort he could grab onto, but it didn't come. He was not going to allow them to make him look or smell like he'd just walked out of Le Chateau. Just then, Jenna strode into the postage stamp room. Her blonde hair was pulled into a loose ponytail, and she wore a mint green, long-sleeve shirt with tight black pants. His mouth felt like it had been swabbed out with cotton balls. Her eyes locked onto his. "Problem?" He cleared his throat to answer, momentarily forgetting he had a surprise of his own, until Jenna's eyes dropped, and she froze. Her lips parted ever so slightly before she pressed them tight, but she couldn't hide the blush staining her cheeks. Country exhaled, working to keep a satisfied grin from creeping onto his face. "No problem. I let them put that bronzer on my face, which smells like stale ketchup chips, by the way, and the powder on my forehead, even some goop on my lips." Jenna blinked too fast, then crossed her arms only to drop them to her sides and shift her weight on her black pumps. At least after over a decade, she hadn't forgotten his favorite t-shirt from his time with the Admirals, just as he'd hoped. The words were faded but still legible. "Admirals Hockey, where goals are as common as salty sea dogs." Jenna grimaced. "What is that?" Gentry looked down at his shirt. "What, the shirt?" "Yes, the shirt. Is that new?" He laughed. "Does it not look new?" "What the hell does it mean by salty sea dogs?" "We're the Admirals. Are you trying to tell me that nobody thought about the phrase salty sea dogs before they made that shirt?" Gentry snagged her arm and pulled her up against his chest. "There. Now you don't have to read it." "I hate that shirt." "You've only seen it once. Maybe it will grow on you." She pushed up on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. "Doubtful." "They say your tongue has to test things 7 times before—" Jenna smacked his chest. "Not funny, given the current lettering on your chest." "Au contraire, I believe that makes my joke more hilarious." He lowered his head and covered her lips with his. "You're full of yourself," she murmured against his mouth. Gentry grinned. "How about we flip the noun in that sentence?" "You okay there, McAllister?" Country relaxed in the chair, his eyes fixed on her face. Her cheeks were still pink. That goop was petroleum jelly, so your lips don't look dry. Jenna's voice was sharp. He sighed, pretending like her narrowed eyes and pinched mouth didn't make his stomach drop. Whatever. That's all I signed up for. Jenna glanced over at the makeup artist, still corralled by the vanity mirror. Did you try to touch his hair? She nodded, and Jenna turned back to him. Still protective of that, I see. Country scoffed. I'm not protective. I just like it how it is. Jenna's eyes drifted up, and for a moment she looked as if she would try to run her hands through it. He leaned forward, just to goad her. The thought of her reaching out and scratching his scalp made his spine tingle. She'd loved threading her fingers in his hair once, but back then he only let her do it when his hair was damp after a game or when they were home for the night. Protective was right. It was ridiculous, thinking back on it. Now he wished he'd let her do whatever the hell she wanted, even if it did make him look like he'd just woken up from a nap. I tried to tell him it would look messy and shadowed on camera, Glenn started, but Country cut him off. I'm not looking to make an impression here. I'm commenting on hockey. That's it. Clearly. Jenna's eyes flicked again to his shirt, and Country gritted his teeth to keep from busting up. Oh, this was rich. He could almost see the memories flicking across her retinas. Was she thinking about the time she'd stripped it off him? The time she'd lost a bet and had to wear it to bed? He smirked, taking his time as he said, I was planning to change. Jenna's chest lifted and fell quickly as she stepped back and pursed her lips. After hair and makeup? You know makeup comes off when you rub it. I happen to know that very well. Her cheeks burned a darker shade of red, and this time the blush spread to her neck. That was his favorite. He'd tried to do everything he could to make her skin flush down to her breasts, and then he'd... It's fine, she snapped. We don't need to mess with his hair, but I do want you to put a bit of color on his cheeks. No complaints. She shot him a look, and he bit back his, I know how we could put color on my cheeks, comment. Probably too soon, though she had been the one to bring up dick pics. Jenna left with Glenn in tow after a quick, see you in the studio, and Country quickly adjusted himself in his pants. The sight of her dropping back into those old memories had made his heart speed like he was standing on the ice, waiting for the whistle. Not unexpected, just uncomfortable. He hadn't thought far enough into the future to know how he was going to get Jenna to open up because of this little experiment. He only hoped he'd know his opportunity when he saw it. When the makeup artist returned to the mirror with a pot of rouge, he forced himself to sit still, even though he felt like he was standing on top of an anthill. This won't look pink on camera, right? He asked. She shook her head. You'll just look less dead inside. Country nodded. Excellent. It was December in Calgary, but he still spent a fair amount of time outside in the sun. Because of his mom beating it into him as a kid, he always wore sunscreen. But compared to his chest, his face had an abundance of melanin. Nice to know from an outside observer that he was still pasty as shit. When the makeup artist finished with her brush strokes, the woman led him down the hall to the studio. They were set to start shooting in 10 minutes, which felt like an eternity. Everyone at GCBN was swarming like someone had just kicked their wasp nest, and he had no idea where they wanted him. Was he supposed to sit in that chair in front of the desk until they went live? Since Glenn wasn't there, he leaned against the wall next to the door and pulled out his phone, then swiped over to TikTok. The last video Polk had posted was going viral fast. It already had 50,000 views, and he'd only posted it 4 hours ago. Polk was always telling him to get on and respond to comments, and he wasn't opposed to it. He enjoyed reading the notes and responding, but typically he didn't have time to sit and stare at his phone. Today was the exception, and Country started scrolling. Truth bombs. Finally, someone said it. Snow is way overrated. Country grinned and tapped the tiny heart next to the comment. Why wouldn't he enjoy listening to people tell him how right he was? That never happened anywhere else in his life. Not with his family, and definitely not with women. His mind wandered to Krista. What she'd said as she'd left his house that morning. I want someone who can let me in, you know? Country glanced up at a flash of pale green and saw Jenna explaining something to Liam, gesticulating with her hands like she was trying to shape her words in the air between them. She'd always been expressive, His daily life with her used to be a whole-body experience, and seeing her standing rigidly in heels with her arms pulled close to her sides cracked something inside him. It happened to all of them, didn't it? They lost their youthful puppy energy and allowed life to beat them into less flexible versions of themselves. It had definitely happened to him. Even breaking from his normal routine to be here for the broadcast made him feel like a pipe that was being hammered out of shape. Country's phone buzzed, and he looked down at the screen. "Promise you won't say anything great tonight. Need to save that for our channel." He grinned and replied to his brother. "After streaming all those shows illegally in your 20s, I'm sure you can find a way to strip the video from HEC and post it." "Well, yeah, but I don't want to get a copyright strike. Hey, you could ask Jenna for permission to use clips." "Not likely." "You don't think she'll put out?" Country snorted. "Not likely." "You've lost your touch." "That's been well established." "Lol. Good luck, bud. Watching from home with the Padres." Country grinned. Their dad always had something to say about the videos Polk posted. "Why the hell doesn't he put on a shirt?" being the most common one. Country had asked Polk the same thing, but his brother had shown him undeniable stats. When he had his shirt off, their videos were 70% more likely to go viral. Nuff said. Even if it did mean his back stuck to the leather when he leaned against it. Glenn caught his eye and motioned for him to come over to the desk, so he slipped his phone back into his pocket and walked over. "Getting close. They just want to do a few lighting checks." Country nodded and took his seat. His heart kicked up a notch as he stared into the black voids of cameras pointing at him. Thankfully, he'd already gotten used to Polk filming while he talked. It would just take a minute to acclimate. Glenn was going to start things off, and he'd already seen the highlights they were going to be playing. But maybe that was part of the problem. He'd always been reacting live to games, not planning out his comments ahead of time. "You okay there?" Jenna walked out of the shadows, her heels dull thuds on the wooden platform. Country nodded, wiping whatever she'd seen in his expression off his face with a grin. "Dandy." "Not nervous?" He shook his head, but couldn't keep his lip from twitching. Jenna laughed and leaned over the desk. Her shirt split just enough to reveal the curve of her breast. That color against her skin made him think of mint ice cream on his tongue. Heat flashed down his middle. Jenna had never had full cleavage, and Country had never cared. He'd loved running his hands over her velvet soft skin and those perfect handfuls. "I think they put a little too much blush on your cheeks." Jenna cocked her head. Country looked up and realized by the expression on Jenna's face that she'd 100% caught him staring at her breasts. He swallowed hard. "Shirt cuts a little low there, McAllister." A door slammed over the hint of warmth that had been in her eyes moments before. "Do you need anything? Water?" Her tone was crisp, and Country's stomach twisted. "Water would be great." Why had he said that? He'd been fantasizing about putting his mouth all over her, and then blamed her for wearing a damn shirt? Jenna nodded once, then spun on her heel and stalked away from him. Glenn leaned over. "Don't take it personally. She's a bit—" He wobbled his hand in the air with a squinched expression. Had he heard their conversation? Jenna had been close enough he doubted it, but still. "A bit what?" Glenn dropped his hand to the desk. "I mean, Jenna's not unique. It's all women, right? A little dramatic, emotional. You never know when you're going to set them off." He chuckled, then blew a breath through his lips like a horse. "Vocal warm-up!" Country turned back to face the cameras, not wanting to witness whatever the hell else he was going to do with his lips. He peered into the dark studio searching for Jenna, but couldn't spot her blonde hair or tasteful and appropriate blouse. Liam approached the desk a moment later with a bottle of water in his hands, and Country took it with more than a little shame settling in his gut. She was pissed. He'd known that the second he'd uttered the words, and she had every right to be. But now he didn't think he had time to make it right. He'd talk to her after the broadcast, assuming she'd still be around, and if not, he'd figure something else out. John walked in, and his handshakes and greetings were enough to distract Country from his spiraling thoughts. When the cameramen assumed their positions, he looked down at the sheets someone had slipped onto the desk and banished everything from his head except for hockey. That word is problematic. The less cowboy shit, the better. Don't say anything good. You look less dead. All the advice and information he'd had shoved into his head since Thursday night poured into his brain, swamping his mind so fully he barely heard the countdown start. We're live in 3, 2, 1. Country looked up as the light on the camera directly in front of him glowed red. Chapter 10. Jenna pinched herself to get blood flowing back into her hands as the theme song to Hockey Evening in Canada played through the monitors. The most famous song in Canada besides the national anthem, written in 1969 by Elizabeth Gagnon, and played at the beginning and end of every broadcast. It set her mind and body at ease, though it seemed Country was taking it one step further. He sat so still, all he needed was a pair of sunglasses and he'd be a real-life Weekend at Bernie's. Kessler's seasoned smile blossomed for the camera. Good evening, hockey fans, and welcome to Hockey Evening in Canada. All the insecurity he'd shown in her office fizzled as he sank into his usual rhythm. The studio lights glistened off his impeccably slicked hair as he introduced the games ahead in his practiced lilt. Country hadn't moved, hadn't blinked, and for a second, Jenna wondered if she should phone an ambulance. Before she could panic, Country exhaled and relaxed enough that his shoulders weren't in danger of busting the seams on his suit jacket. Glenn turned toward him. And I'm joined by the man who's taken the Canadian hockey scene by storm with his commentary on social media. Would you say you're known more for wrangling cattle, pucks, or followers, Country? Jenna groaned internally. Glenn and his lame-ass jokes. People loved them, though, and given that half their viewership was over the age of 40 and proudly identified as dads or grandpas, it shouldn't have been a surprise. I have ranch hands to do the wrangling now, but I still keep a tight hold of the reins when it comes to pucks and women, Country quipped, and Glenn laughed out loud. A genuine laugh from Kessler. Impressive. If that line wouldn't have come on the heels of him drooling over her chest and then pretending it was her fault, she probably would have laughed too. Despite that frustration, Jenna found herself relaxing as the tension continued to ease from Country's shoulders. This was working. Praise the heavens he'd changed out of the horrid t-shirt. For a second, back in makeup and hair, she'd convinced herself he thought it was a good idea since it was hockey-related. Jenna frowned. Since he'd brought a second set of clothes, why had he worn it in the first place? Yes, he'd been coming straight from a game, but couldn't he have changed into his TV outfit right after showering? That Admiral's t-shirt had catalyzed the most discussions out of either of their clothing items while they'd been together. Gentry knew she hated it, and yet he'd kept it all these years? Had he held on to it because she hated it? Worn it to the studio just to twist the knife? Let's dive right into tonight's face-off, Glenn continued. We have the Flames going head-to-head with the Canucks, a much-anticipated matchup given the shootout the last time these two teams met. What are your thoughts, Country? That shootout was a load of horseshit. We can start with that. This time, Jenna's groan was audible. She tiptoed back to the booth and flashed an "I'm sorry" smile to Liam. He didn't have time to look up because Country had already uttered 2 more expletives. No, he's like a good steak. Crusty on the outside, but a big softy that'll melt in your mouth. Glenn cleared his throat. Well, I'm not sure whether I should be hungry or aroused. Thank you for that disturbing metaphor. Country nodded, straight-faced. It hits where it should, because this is the guy you want to take home for the night. He's hard and fast, and only leaves you on the edge of your seat long enough to show you what he's capable of. Jenna's eyes nearly popped out of her head. She whirled to find John, who was either crying or laughing so hard he had tears streaming down his face. How much longer did they have in this pre-game segment? She swung around to find the timer. 2 minutes, 30 seconds before they'd switch over to the regional broadcasts. Then, they had the first period to grab highlights and prepare for coach's commentary. Glenn had taken that over after Barry left the show last year. 2 minutes. Ignoring that deer-in-headlights moment at the top of the segment, Country was a natural. He was quick on his feet, and she couldn't help but love how much he disagreed with Glenn. Country's last words were, "That guy's got balls I'd hang from my bumper." And Glenn looked like he'd just been given a 20 to spend however he wanted at the county fair as he signed off, and the red camera lights went dark. The studio erupted. Cameramen stepping away from their gear and guffawing, John racing up to the stage, his face as ripe as a tomato in July, and lastly, the door to the studio slamming open to reveal a very frazzled-looking Liam. "Fun night?" Jenna gave him a thumbs up, then stepped back in case he threw up on her Jimmy Choos. "Hot damn, Country! You chewed up that ice and spit it out like a Zamboni on overdrive." John Allen's voice carried across the set. He strode over, bypassing Glenn entirely to clap Country heartily on the back. "You've got the gift of gab, son. The viewers are going to eat this up like poutine at halftime." The viewers might be apoplectic. Jenna's lips pressed into a thin line. This was good. Perfect, wasn't it? They'd get the attention John wanted, for better or worse, and then they'd move past the excitement and revert to their normal. Yes, John had already approved a story on the snowballs, but she'd convinced Glenn to team up with her and heavily suggested it be covered by Amelia Walters, a newer reporter on staff who needed a good project. Amelia was talented and always quick to point out she shared the last name of one of the most famous female investigative journalists of all time. Surely, that spelled success. Jenna didn't care if she was pretentious. She had kick, and she was willing to work hard. That was more than enough in Jenna's books, especially when she needed a favor. Country stood and rolled his shoulders, shaking out his arms before running a hand through his tousled hair. Of course he was allowed to touch it. "Need anything, Mr. Maddox?" Rylan approached, and Country said something Jenna couldn't make out. Perfect. She didn't even need to interact with him. The interns and tech could take it from here. While Glenn was doing Coach's commentary, she'd help Liam in the booth, make sure he didn't turn in a resignation letter before the second game started. Jenna strode to the back table to grab a drink and protein bar to keep her company. She'd eaten a late lunch like she always did, and her usual chicken chop salad would be waiting for her between games. This snack was more for emotional support than necessity. "Did I do all right?" Country's voice sliced through her internal dialogue. Her heart kicked as she made the snap decision to lean in and inspect the labels on the flavored water. "Mm-hmm." Jenna took her time reading names of synthetic sweeteners, then chose the one she always did, dragon fruit. Country didn't speak again, and she assumed he'd moved on down the table, but when Jenna turned, her bottle of water was the only thing standing between them. "I'm sorry for what I said earlier," he said in a rush. Jenna's skin buzzed. It took her a moment to remember what he was referring to. Right. The "your shirt makes you look like a slut" comment. "You're sorry." He nodded. "I was embarrassed." Embarrassed? Was that all she was capable of, repeating his sentences? "I was thinking about you in a less than professional way, and you saw it. Embarrassing." Liquid fire flooded Jenna's middle. Did he just admit that out loud? Take responsibility? "Well, thank you for your apology." "I think your blouse is nice." Country's neck flushed, and Jenna's pulse quickened. How many times had he told her he loved her breasts? How they were the perfect size to fit in his palms? "Thank you for the compliment." Jenna snatched a lemon protein bar from the top of the pile and walked toward the booth, but Country caught her arm. "What are you doing, Jenna?" She froze, his fingers burning against her forearm. "I'm going to help Liam deal with the aftermath of your commentary." Country's eyes bore into her. "No. What are you doing here at this network? You always wanted to be a sportscaster, and now what?" She pulled her arm free, her heart beating in her throat. "Now you're a producer, which is incredible, by the way, but I don't see that leading to a sportscaster job. Why don't you—" "I'm sorry, are you judging me for my career choices?" Jenna's eyes flashed. Was he actually taking this moment to lecture her on something he knew nothing about after sitting on set for a total of 8 minutes? This was so classic. Such a perfect vignette of her entire rock scrabble of a career path. Don't you dare try to mansplain this situation, Gentry. You made women and likely John thirsty on TikTok and were miraculously offered a guest slot, whereas I've worked my ass off at this network for 3 years. Before that, Globespan for 7. You were at Globespan? Jenna ignored the question. The day I grew a pair and suggested I fill in as guest on HEC was the day Kessler asked me out for a drink because he didn't know I was so hilarious. She stepped back and dragged her finger down her décolletage, opening the collar of her shirt wide enough that he could see the top of her nude lace bra. So, I will use whatever assets I have at my disposal. I will laugh at their shitty jokes. I will blow dry my hair even though I'd rather let it go curly. I will be available, but never quite attainable. I will be so damn good at my job that they can't help but use me, and you, of all people, don't get to sit here and tell me how I've sold out. Country's throat bobbed. He closed his mouth, then nodded once and walked back toward the desk. So, he was an ass. Country already knew that to some degree, but his most recent interaction with Jenna was a new low. To be fair, he typically avoided real, deep conversations with women, so he was definitely rusty. But that had been an old Chevy left in the cornfield since Kretchen was prime minister. Country floated through the rest of their segments, switching off the part of his brain attuned to Jenna at all seconds of the day. Was she watching him in the booth? What did she think about Petrov's fight in the third period? Glenn responded with conventional hockey commentary, and while it was entertaining to watch him react to Country's lack of filter, the only person he wanted to talk about the games with, besides Polk, was standing behind an inch of glass. You think that salary offer is fair? No, That's weak sauce. Yellow belly. Jenna turned off the highway and stopped at the red light. Country barked a laugh. Yellow belly? Do we need to have a discussion about why you're reading Tom Sawyer for a broadcasting degree? She tipped her nose in the air. It's the perfect phrase for the situation. You think they should have offered Kettering more? 100%. Did you see his plus minus? Wasn't as impressive as Gold's. Jenna scoffed. Gold's going to burn out. He's all hot gas. He scores goals. For now, until he gets injured because he can't keep his body over his skates. How long had it been since he'd had a discussion about hockey with someone and they'd disagreed with him wholeheartedly? They'd jawed about highlights at practice, but the boys mostly agreed with him. That or they didn't have the balls to get in a row with him. Considering he rarely listened, considered their opinions, or conceded, he understood why that wouldn't be an attractive proposition. Jenna had never cared. They'd never tried to convince the other person they were wrong. They just enjoyed the sport of it. At least he did. Since they'd been together 4 years, he assumed she did too. Something twisted in his gut. Or maybe she didn't. Maybe she'd gotten sick of it. Wanted someone who was less of an iron pole and more of a bendy straw. When the light turned red on the camera, Country rolled through the highlights. Now that John had expressed how happy he was with Country's presence on camera, he was much more relaxed. Liam was sweating buckets, but that was beside the point. After the first period, Country watched Glenn Kessler do his coach's commentary and mumbled his rebuttals to himself, since Jenna was nowhere to be found to hear it. Not that she would have wanted to after how he'd acted. After Liam had taken a bathroom break and chugged a monster, they debriefed on new highlight footage, then started again. Second period and third went by in a blur, and then they were in their post-game analysis before the Canucks faced off against the Flames for Game 2. All of Country's predictions throughout the game had come true, specifically when it came to his player predictions, and he reveled in Glenn's recognition of that fact. But despite the high, Country was getting antsy. Jenna was back there in the booth, but she disappeared at every break, and he needed to catch her before the end of Game 2. His time was running short, and he'd already screwed up royally. As soon as the light went dark, Country launched from his seat and rounded the desk. Jenna, he called, the second he saw her emerge from the booth with her head down, ready to beeline to the studio door. She looked up and hesitated. Can I talk to you for a second? Before she could decline, he added, I had a question about the broadcast. She pursed her lips but couldn't say no since John was standing right there and Country hadn't requested quietly. A brutal strategy, but one he wasn't ashamed to take advantage of. Was career ambition the only thing that made Jenna tick now? Jenna folded her arms in front of her. Fine. What is it? Country motioned to the booth. Can I show you something? Before Jenna could open the door, Tasha and Liam pushed through, heading for the snack table. She reached out and blocked the door from closing with her forearm. "After you." Country walked in, trying to ignore his racing pulse as Jenna followed him into the shadows. The hubbub of the studio faded, and even the sound of Jenna's heels on the carpet disappeared into the sound treatment. The air around them felt soft and still, like the world during a gentle first snow. "Go for it." Jenna adjusted the monitor and stepped back to give him access to the keyboard and mouse. Country navigated to the highlights they'd pulled from the game, then scrolled back to a moment 5 minutes into the third period. He stopped and pressed play. "I want to discuss this at our next break." Jenna watched Petrov streaking down the ice, receiving a pass from Humboldt, and then missing a shot on net in double coverage. "That's not exactly highlight-worthy, or the team would have selected it." "They should have selected it, because it was probably the moment that summed up why the Leafs lost this game." Country leaned forward, his finger hovering over the pause button. "Look, Petrov has the puck, but it's the positioning I'm interested in. He's facing double coverage, and instead of looking for a pass to a teammate, he forces a shot." He played the clip again, highlighting how the two defending players effectively boxed Petrov in. "This play is emblematic of the Leafs' approach tonight. They were too focused on individual efforts instead of synergy. The Leafs were only down by 1. A goal here could have changed the game's momentum." Jenna didn't argue for once in her life, just nodded and opened her tablet. "Sure, I'll get it pulled for you." Her acquiescence made him bold. Maybe this was his moment. He'd ruined any chance of her getting close to him purposefully, and he needed to make something happen before she full-on ghosted him. "Go out for a drink with me, after the broadcast." Jenna froze with her smart pencil over her screen and blinked. "We won't be getting out of here until 1 in the morning, Country. You realize that, right?" He nodded. "Do you have something you have to wake up for tomorrow?" "No, but..." "Then come out for a drink. I'm buying." Jenna leaned into the computer and started pulling the highlight herself. "I'm not a night person." "False." "I'm not a night person anymore. It's been 13 years. Who's counting? And just because you knew something about me once doesn't mean you still know." "Exactly. Which is why I think we should go out for a drink." Jenna slammed her finger down on the return key to extract the selected footage. "How could that possibly be a good idea? Especially since you only see me as a sellout with low-cut shirts." Country gritted his teeth. "I apologized for that." "Only for one of them," Jenna muttered, searching for something on the desk. He took a step closer. "I'm sorry, okay? I don't know how to do this." "Do what?" He ran a hand over his face. "See you again?" That was the first card he'd revealed to her, and it stung like vinegar on a cut. Jenna hadn't only been his lover. She'd become that because she'd first been his friend. He'd lost both when she'd made that call from Windsor, and seeing her again only deepened the bottom of that pit he'd wallowed in for months. Now here he was, standing on the precipice, hoping he could find answers before he barreled in again head first. Jenna's hands froze. She hesitated before straightening a post-it note next to the keyboard and dropping a pen into a glass jar on the desk. He tried again. "I just want to talk. I made an ass of myself tonight. I owe you. Plus, you texted me after we met in the hall, and we didn't ever get a chance to catch up." "Probably because that's not really necessary." "Who cares if it's necessary? We're just people, Jenna. People go out for drinks. It doesn't have to be that deep." It was that deep, at least for him, and she had to feel this tension between them. She could ignore it and pretend it was just an awkward holdover from their breakup, but that wasn't it. There was still energy there, unfinished business. He needed to clear it before it ate him alive. "Since when is anything not that deep for you, Gentry?" He folded his arms over his chest. "Just because you knew something about me once, Jenna." Her eyes flashed. "That's not... I'm talking about a fundamental part of your personality. You're not exactly casual." Country scoffed. "I think there are plenty of people who would disagree with that statement." She raised an eyebrow, then teased her teeth over her bottom lip. "What will we talk about?" "Anything you want." "You're the one asking me to join you, so I think it's fair for you to decide." His palms started to sweat. "Fine. I'll create an agenda with talking points.
Would you like that submitted via email or text?
Jenna pursed her lips. Email.
Less personal, good choice. You already know I'm excellent at sticking to talking points.
She breathed a laugh and looked down at her shoes. The door swung open, and Liam and Tasha stopped short. Jenna's head shot up, and the hint of a smile vanished. I just sent over a new highlight. Run it during the next segment on Country's cue. Liam nodded, then stepped back as Jenna nearly bowled him over to rush out of the booth. Chapter 11. Jenna wiped at the smudge of gray under her eyes as Glenn said,
Hell of a game there.
And Country closed things out with,
We bid you a good hockey evening for now.
Throwback to Ron McLean. Classy move after all the cowboy shit he pulled during the broadcast. The whole country was either going to be eating out of his hands or sending death threats to GCBN. She wasn't quite sure which. After saying goodbye to Liam and Tasha, participating in a bit of obligatory back and forth with Kessler, Owen, and John, she made her way back to her office. Jenna took a cursory glance at herself in the glass, which was a poor life choice. She never looked peppy after Saturday night broadcasts, but normally she didn't think twice about it. She zipped out of the office before she had to talk to anyone beyond the dim lighting of the studio, and was more than happy to do post-production at home on her couch, in pajamas, Sunday morning. John liked to take Sundays off, which was probably wise. After a long week, Jenna preferred to go home and veg. She pulled on her coat, grabbed her purse, and walked down the hall toward the elevators. Country wasn't wrong about her being a night owl, but what he was wrong about was her ability to be functional around other humans at that late hour. He was a true extrovert, and since she enjoyed all the things he did, they'd both assumed she was the same. Then, after living with a mole of a roommate for 3 years, she was introduced to the idea of staying at home. While she wasn't even close to becoming as much of a homebody as Charlotte, she'd learned just how much peace she'd been missing by packing her college social calendar to the brim. She needed time to refresh, to be alone with her thoughts, to eat chips and salsa with Oreos for dessert. Country was already waiting for her, scrolling on his phone next to the empty welcome desk. His tie was unknotted and hung like a scarf draped over his shoulders. The top button of his shirt was undone, and his hair was... He looked up, and Jenna dropped her head to search her coat pocket. I didn't get an email. His eyes widened.
You were serious about that? I thought...
I'm kidding. Jenna pulled out her leather driving gloves.
We can take my truck.
She froze.
We're driving somewhere? Not far. Why don't we go to Pretty Please?
Country frowned.
Do you like that place?
Jenna had never considered the question. Did she like it?
It didn't matter if she liked it.
That was where everyone from the studio went for drinks. It was close and convenient. He smirked.
That's what I thought.
They took the elevator down to the ground level, then walked into the mostly empty parking garage. They gave you a parking pass, right? Jenna asked, trying to keep up with Country's long strides. He nodded and pulled his keys from his pocket. A truck ahead of them beeped in recognition as he pressed the button. This is nice, Jenna said as she strode to the passenger door. She waited for Country to unlock it, then pulled herself up into the seat. The seats and mats were clean, and it smelled like he'd recently gone through a car wash.
I've had this truck for 5 years, and I don't plan on upgrading.
She clicked in her seatbelt. I always thought if I got a truck, I'd get one of those hybrids.
So you'd get not a truck?
Country started the engine. They still count as trucks even if they don't have the same horsepower.
Not a real truck.
He turned on the engine, and Jenna swiveled in her seat. You know, some comments can just turn into normal conversations, right? Country pulled out of the spot and drove toward the exit, passing Jenna's car still parked in one of the reserved studio spaces.
I thought this was a normal conversation.
No, it's not. She settled her purse in her lap as he inserted his validated parking ticket, and the gate rose to let them exit. He gave a lazy smile that infuriated her.
Teach me then, oh wise one, what would a normal conversation look like?
A normal conversation would sound like this. I thought if I got a truck, I'd get a hybrid.
Oh, I've heard those are great. Which one would you get?
I don't know. I kind of like the Honda.
That makes sense because Hondas have longevity and keep their value.
Country shot her a look.
You could have that conversation with your Alexa.
Which is why I enjoy being at home at 1:30 on a Saturday night. He adjusted his grip on the steering wheel and turned left on a one-way.
That's what you want?
Yes, I enjoy sleeping.
No. A mundane back and forth where someone tells you exactly what you want to hear?
Jenna sighed. You know, if anyone ever told me what I wanted to hear, maybe I'd feel more open to arguments. She stared out the window at the sleepy streets. Most relationships and, therefore, conversations in her life required constant watering and feeding without flourishing results, except for the friends she'd been in the hot tub with the night before. Jenna straightened in her seat. That's not true. I do have a good group of friends. Country nodded, and Jenna crossed her fingers, hoping he'd take the bait and admit he knew who her friends were.
Who do you hang out with these days?
She almost laughed at the ridiculousness of him pretending he was oblivious. I think you're quite aware of who I hang out with these days. If he was going to call her out, she sure as hell wasn't going to play his games. Country grinned, and that time Jenna couldn't force herself to look away.
Fair. I wasn't sure if your friends told you or not.
So you were going to pretend you didn't know? He sighed.
You know, some people would say, "Oh, that makes sense," and move on with the conversation.
Jenna rolled her eyes. Hilarious. I was sitting in that hot tub with them the whole time Ryan was texting. Country pulled over and parked beside a meter that wouldn't be charging fees this time of night.
I didn't tell them to say any of that, by the way.
Ditto. Jenna pushed her door open and stepped out onto the sidewalk. Right in front of her read the sign, Industry, in wooden letters. It meant nothing to her. What is this place? Country shrugged.
A guy on my hockey team told me about it. When I saw it was close to the studio, I thought we should try it out.
Jenna followed him inside, noting the hours on the glass door. They didn't close till 4 a.m. on the weekends. Given that tidbit, she was not expecting what greeted her as they passed through the airlock. Most places open that late touted tight shirts behind the bar, heavy bass, and a cover charge. Instead, she was met with brick walls, round tables, and a wall of wine on tap. It smelled of warm spices and smoked meat. Jenna's stomach grumbled. Is the guy on your hockey team a literature professor or part of an improv troupe? Country laughed.
More like he does internet security and restores historic buildings on the side.
Ah, see, there it is. Country spoke with the hostess, and she gathered 2 menus, then scooted between the mostly full tables and led them to a two-top along the sidewall. Jenna groaned inwardly. She hated tall seats like this. Her feet almost never reached the rail that was supposed to be one size fits all.
Actually, could we take that one there?
Country pointed to a table on the opposite side of the pub, set with 2 low wing-back chairs. The hostess nodded and led them in the opposite direction. Jenna's chest warmed as she hung her coat and bag on the hook next to her seat. You didn't have to do that. Country smiled.
Maybe I noticed this table didn't have a vent over it. I'm very particular about my drinking temperature.
Jenna looked up. No vent, but there wasn't one over the previous table either. The corner of her mouth curled, and it didn't escape Country's notice. He looked a little smug as he sat.
Maybe we do still know some things about each other.
Fine. You still know that my legs are short, but that's
a fundamental personality trait?
Let's hope not. Jenna scooted her chair closer to the table. Industry was the epitome of cozy, with soft music, laughter, and clinking glasses. It was exactly what she wanted after a chaotic night in the studio. Maybe Country knew that already, too. I might fall asleep here. You realize that, right?
I promise I won't take advantage of you.
The fact that that was the first thing to come out of your mouth? Jenna picked up the drink menu and clicked her tongue. Damn, they have Black Hills.
Is that good?
She laughed. I guess I still know you're not a wine drinker. She dropped the menu and eyed him curiously. Actually, what do you drink these days? In one of your videos, you had a Molson, and I could have sworn you used to be a Labatt guy. Her voice lost steam by the end of that sentence. Saying the words out loud, actually talking about the memories she had with him, Felt like she was cracking herself open like a soft-boiled egg. But Country didn't know that. All he'd heard were the words, not the way they'd wrung her out. After 13 years, shouldn't she be able to talk about these things without having some emotional reaction? Even if it wasn't close to reality, she could pretend it was. I'm not as picky now. I'll drink whatever Polk has in the fridge. So you traded picky for cheap? Exactly. Country laughed, scanning the drink list. Which means I shouldn't order Black Hills? She teased. Country looked up, his smile fading at the edges. Order whatever the hell you want, Jenna. I haven't been saving money drinking Polk's beer for nothing. Her heart stuttered, and she quickly lowered her gaze back to the wine list. She ran the strings of rich titles and descriptions through her head to keep the intrusive thoughts of how gentle his fingers looked, running up and down the edge of his menu at bay. Jenna stared intensely at the listing for Vintner's Secret Reserve. So, you play hockey. You work on the ranch. What else should I know now about you? That pretty much sums it up. Yeah? Jenna's heart sped as she realized that even sitting there in a chair that looked like she should be wearing a tweed jacket with elbow patches and leaning back to light up a cigar, she was tiptoeing through a minefield. She didn't want to touch anything relating to their breakup, and that left very few topics to construct a conversation with. She agreed with her friends that she needed to talk with Gentry about what happened, and she was working up the courage to broach the subject. But that wasn't a, hey, we're out for a drink for the first time in a decade type of conversation, was it? She opted to start with questions that led away from their time together, not toward, and set her menu down on the table. Why didn't you play in the NHL? The coach for the Admirals didn't like me. He didn't give me playing time, which meant other players looked better than I did on the stat sheet. That's insane. I know. Impossible not to like me, right? Jenna smirked. Did you make fun of his hybrid truck or something? Country's smile slipped, and Jenna clapped a hand over her mouth. You did, didn't you? No, only kind of. Jenna laughed out loud, then pulled herself together as their waitress appeared to take their orders and drop off a bowl of seasoned popcorn. Jenna did not order the Black Hills, but chose a Cabernet with a middle price point. Country ordered his gin and tonic, and the waitress whisked off toward the bar along the back wall. It wouldn't have mattered. He chose his favorites, and that was it. Jenna raised an eyebrow. If that story serves you. There's a new guy on our team, same experience. Jenna grinned. I'm messing with you. You don't have to prove it to me. But I do have first-hand experience with what an asshole you can be on the ice. Country's mouth dropped open. Are you serious right now? After all the times we played, you're going to throw that at me? He put a few kernels of popcorn in his mouth. Warmth spread through her limbs at his instant recollection. I ended up with a black eye. You were beating me by 2 goals. Jenna shrugged. Not my fault that I had a better slap shot from center. Which comes in handy during a game exactly never. He held up a hand before Jenna could argue. My turn. Why aren't you a sportscaster? I already answered that. Country shook his head. No, you gave me a tongue lashing for being a judgmental prick. You didn't tell me the story. Maybe because the story isn't worth telling. Country's eyes danced. That answer means it absolutely is. Jenna drew a deep breath. It's embarrassing. Good. We'll be even for the night. She scooped some popcorn into her palm. Fine. Long story short, I graduated, got a job at Globespan as a reporter. I got involved with another reporter there. He ended up getting in with the execs, and they offered him the position instead of me. Got involved, like you were dating? Country's throat bobbed. Jenna nodded, then breathed a sigh of relief when she saw their waitress returning with their drinks. She grabbed her glass from the table the second the woman set it down and took a long sip. You didn't have a good relationship with the producers? She swallowed, barely taking time to enjoy the fruity undertones. No, I did. Was he more qualified? Hell no, he was less. So he got the job when you were a better candidate? Yep. Why? Because nobody thought he was a slut. Jenna gave him a pointed look, and as his mouth turned down, she wondered if she shouldn't have been so harsh. She didn't typically give people crap or talk this way with anyone outside of her group of girlfriends. Maybe it was the late hour or the wine that was starting to hit her bloodstream, but her filter didn't seem to be working at the moment. Country twirled the ice in his glass. "They called you that?" "Oh, come on, it's not really a surprise. The guy I was dating was golfing with the big guns, and people weren't going to start rumors of why I was with him." "Did he stand up for you?" Country asked. Jenna shot him a look, and Country's eyes hardened. "Who was it?" Jenna stared harder at the miniature pool of crimson in the glass in front of her. "It doesn't matter. I know all the sportscasters in Toronto and the surrounding area. I want to know who this douchebag was." She set her glass on the table. Everybody was familiar with this particular sportscaster. "It's not a big deal, Gentry." He gave her a look that said, "Then why haven't you told me already?" Damn it, he was the worst. "Carson Hart," she mumbled into her glass. "What?" Jenna took another sip, then looked up. At this rate, she was going to finish her glass in approximately 3 minutes. It was Carson Hart. The T on the end of his name snapped in the air between them. The look on Country's face was priceless. First, the shock of recognition, then the confusion and disbelief, and then, there it was, the disgust. She didn't enjoy telling the story, but at least that part was validating. Country cleared his throat and took a sip of his drink. "So, blonde hair and blue eyes is your type now?" Jenna barked a laugh. "That's what you took from all that?" "I mean, his hair is platinum. There's no way that's natural. Did the carpet match the drapes?" She didn't know if it was the consternation on Country's face or the pleasant haze in her head from the wine, but Jenna burst out laughing. If Country only knew that Carson had a love affair with manzillions. She picked up her napkin to dab her eyes before the rest of her mascara dripped onto her cheeks. Not a natural blonde. Good catch. It felt so good to laugh. She almost didn't want to stop. Until her cheeks ached and her stomach threatened to fold in on itself. When her diaphragm finally stopped spasming, she asked Country about coming back to the ranch. He asked her about her time at Globespan post-Hart and why she'd taken the job at GCBN. They went back and forth until Jenna looked down at her phone and saw the time. It was nearly 3 in the morning. She took a sip of San Pellegrino, grateful she'd switched to that after her second glass of the Cabernet. Her body was warm, but the buzz would fade soon, which meant she'd be fine to drive home as long as she could convince her eyes to stay open. "What are you doing, Gentry?" she asked, mirroring his question back at the studio. He looked up, his eyes warm and liquid. "I was thinking of ordering a cup of coffee." Jenna pressed her hands into the cushion of the chair. She wanted to sink into it and close her eyes. "You know that's not what I'm asking." Country nodded, then leveled his gaze at her. He twirled his stout glass with his thumb and forefinger. "I want to be friends." "Friends?" "That's right." "Why?" It was an honest question. Country had his hockey team. He had his brother. He had over 300,000 TikTok followers. Clearly, he didn't find it difficult to win people over. He didn't need to befriend an ex-girlfriend that had stomped all over his heart and walked away from the wreckage. "Because you were my best friend. For 4 years, Jens. I miss it." His words sank into her like a putty knife in wet plaster. Jenna scrambled for any response that didn't involve a whimper, and words rushed out of her mouth. "Gentry, we were only friends for a year of that. The other 3, we were together." Too close. She was prodding the edges of that wound, and it was already starting to sting. "The fact that we were having sex doesn't mean you weren't still my best—" Jenna shushed him, and Country laughed. "You think anyone in this bar cares whether we used to have sex?" "No, I care if they know we used to have sex." False. She cared that she knew they used to have sex because now that they were talking about it, parts of her were lighting up that shouldn't have been when it was 3 in the morning and she was sitting across from him lightly buzzed. I don't even think men and women can be best friends without, having sex. "Can you please?" she hissed, glancing at the table next to her. Country's grin widened as he leaned over the table. He was enjoying this. "We'll address your acquired prudishness later, but are you quoting When Harry Met Sally?" Not quoting it, but yes, they do talk about it in the movie. Jenna arranged her fork and knife on her napkin. They'd watched that movie together in Country's basement with Anne and whatever guy she'd been dating. They had to have been 19, maybe 20. Did Country remember that? Country narrowed his eyes. So because two fictional characters couldn't be just friends, you don't think we can be? I'm just saying. We already failed once. Country leaned back in his seat. So, best case scenario, we get to be friends. Worst case, we have sex. I don't see the problem here. Jenna scoffed. No, worst case is we have sex and it ruins said friendship and we never talk again. She realized what she was saying before the final words were out of her mouth. First, she'd admitted there was a possibility they could find themselves in that position. Second, Country raised an eyebrow. Seems like we've already survived worst case then. Nothing to lose. Jenna's stomach swooped. Survived was a strong word. She thought back to those weeks and months after she'd told him to not get in the car and drive, how she hadn't left her bed for 72 hours. And then, when she finally forced herself to go to class, she absorbed barely enough to pass her midterms. Months later, she still would have failed a self-report landing her on the depression scale, and after the first year, she hadn't found one thing in her life that felt as real or worth working toward as the life she'd imagined with Gentry. She'd had to let go of the life raft, and she knew soul deep that if she dove in again, she'd never find her way to the surface. I think it's probably time I went home. Jenna reached into her purse, but Country waved over the server and handed her a card before Jenna could pull hers out. Country, I told you, it was on me. I had 2 glasses of wine. He waved her off. You didn't even want to come. Well, if I'd known you were buying me 2 drinks, I wouldn't have put up a fuss. Next time, I'll be more transparent. Jenna smiled and slipped her wallet back in her purse, then stood and put on her coat. After Country signed the check, they walked back to his truck and he drove the few blocks to the parking garage. Jenna yawned a thank you as they approached the entrance, then blinked when she saw the metal cage pulled down behind the entry bars. She'd never seen those before. Here, pull in and I'll try the door. I don't think... Maybe they retract when a car approaches. Motion sensors or something. Country didn't argue, though she could tell he wanted to. When he pulled to a stop in front of the garage, she jumped out, stalked up to the door, and tried to turn the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Was she really locked out of the studio parking garage? She pulled out her phone to call John, then realized it was past 3 in the morning. There was no way he'd answer, and even if he did, what did she expect him to do? Jenna walked back to the truck and got in. No luck? She dropped her head against the seat. You can clearly see I had no luck, Country. He stifled a grin. So, I guess I'm taking you home? Chapter 12. Country glanced over at Jenna, asleep against the door with her mouth hanging open. How was it possible that at 33 she looked just as good as she had at 20? Not identical. She had more smile lines and her cheekbones were more defined. When she was awake, tension was built into her features. But in sleep, she was just as soft as he remembered. He pulled up in front of her townhouse, or at least what the GPS said was her apartment since he'd never seen it before. It felt like he was a kid, spying on his parents talking about paying bills, like he was getting a peek into a world he wasn't ready for or invited to join. He put the truck in park, then reached over and shook her shoulder. Besides drawing a deep breath, she didn't react. Jenna, don't make this difficult for me. He gave her another gentle shake, and when she only nestled further into the seat, he blew out a breath and unclicked his seatbelt. Difficult it was then. Country stepped onto the quiet street, the lemon light of the street lamp hazy in the cold. He rounded the truck bed and opened Jenna's door slowly so he had a chance of catching her if she fell, which she did. Country caught her with his left arm, then squatted and repositioned so her head was on his shoulder. He reached out and pulled off her seatbelt, then disentangled it from the right side of her body, sure that at any moment she was going to wake up and wonder why the hell he had his hands all over her. Jens, he whispered, rubbing her arm. I need to get you inside.
Her head lolled and she mumbled something unintelligible. At least she was responding to something. "Hey, you're home. Can you help me find your keys? It's freezing out here." Jenna nuzzled into his shoulder and gripped onto the lapel of his sheepskin-lined coat. "So, no help then." Country maneuvered to grab her purse that had slid from her lap to the opposite edge of the seat. With one hand, he worked at the zipper until he could reach inside, then fumbled around until he heard clinking metal. Bingo. He pulled out the keys, praying there wouldn't be too many to choose from. He was in luck. The keyring held 3 keys, and Country froze, staring at the royal blue keyring. Toronto Maple Leafs. He'd given her that, right after signing with the Admirals, the first time he'd driven up to Windsor for the weekend. "I have a gift for you." "As you should. It's not even close to our anniversary and as far from my birthday as possible." Country grinned. "Exactly. You should be excited, by the way. It's probably the best gift I've ever given anyone." Jenna closed her eyes and held out her hand. Country pulled the keyring from his pocket, stripped off the plastic, and dropped it into her palm. She opened her eyes and laughed. "The Maple Leafs? The team I've only ever cheered for when they were facing the Oilers? How thoughtful." "I knew you'd love it." Jenna beamed at him. "Did you get this in a swag bag or something?" Country nodded and reached for her, wrapping his hands around her waist and pulling her close. "Made me realize I'd made the big leagues. Keyring, sweat towel, hand sanitizer, and 40% off at a local sporting goods store." "Wow, they went all out." Country pushed her hair away from her neck and bent to kiss her. "I'm going to go all out." Her laugh was breathy, just the way he liked it. "My roommate's in the other room." "Then you decide how loud you want to be." Jenna wrapped her arms under his and around his back. "I missed you." She still carried this around, still looked at it every day. What the hell went wrong? Why would she keep something like this when she hadn't wanted to keep him? His heart thumped in his chest as he closed his hand around the keys, slung her purse over his arm, then hoisted her from the seat. "Let's go, babe." Jenna groaned as he pulled her past the door and tested to see whether she could support her own weight. He kept a tight grip on her waist as her heels hit the sidewalk. "Not the best shoes, but we'll work with what we've got." Jenna's eyes blinked open at the sound of the truck door closing. "Gentry?" "Yep, that's me. We're at your place." He jingled her keys and Jenna nodded, then opened her mouth and yawned so big he could see her epiglottis. "That was fast." "Women say that to me all too often. I'm starting to get a complex." Jenna tried to rally and pull back, but fell back against him. "I'm sorry, It's fine. I've got you." She wasn't drunk, but it was 3 o'clock in the morning, and if she was anything like she was in college, wine was more effective at knocking her out than Benadryl. He wasn't complaining about her lack of balance. He enjoyed her clinging to him like a baby koala, and he was still reeling from the sight of that keyring. If she still held on to that, what else might she have held on to? An idea struck like a slapshot. That's how he could remind her what they'd had. He had plenty of things from their relationship still, and maybe if he found a way to show them to her. Jenna groaned. "I feel awful." Country walked her up the salted concrete to the front steps. She smelled different than she used to. More floral, like his mother's sweet peas that always wound up the back fence in the summer. Simple Christmas lights were already up along her short roofline, and a wreath with plump red berries hung on the door. He hadn't planned on putting lights up at his house, but now he was second-guessing that decision. "Which key is it?" he asked, his head starting to pound. Her eyelids flickered. "The silver one, with the teeth?" Country stared at the 3 silver keys in his hand next to the car key fob. "Gonna need a bit more information than that." "With the H." He nodded and let the other 2 slip from his hand, then put the key into the lock. "I like your keyring." "You gave it to me." His cheeks warmed as his stomach twisted. "I know. I'm surprised you still have it." "It was the best gift you ever gave anyone." Country hesitated, then turned the key in the lock and pushed the door open. "Home sweet home." He helped Jenna through the door, and for the briefest of moments, an alternate reality flashed through his head.
One where it wasn't just her home, but theirs. Where he'd close the door behind them and lock the deadbolt, help her out of her clothes, and crawl under the sheets, pulling her against his body for the night. He shook his head to clear it, suddenly feeling like his clothes were 2 sizes too small. "Are you going to be all right?" Jenna stumbled as she kicked off her shoes, and he kept hold of her arm to be sure she didn't bite it on the tile. "I'm fine. Thanks for—" She yawned again. Maybe he had been wrong about her being a night owl. Though it was almost 4 in the morning. He was going to have to listen to Led Zeppelin on the ride home to keep himself from nodding off. Jenna stood on her now bare feet and looked up at him, her eyes lucid for the first time since leaving the truck. She glanced down at his hand wrapped around her arm and tugged it away from him. "Thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to fall asleep." "It's good. You remember your car is still locked in the garage?" Jenna pressed 2 fingers to her temple. "Right." "Do you need me to—" She groaned. "Ugh, I'll have to go in on my day off." Jenna slumped against the couch. "It's fine. Anne can drive me Monday. At least I don't have to get there early." Country shoved his hands into the pockets of his dress slacks. "Well." Jenna ran her tongue over her lower lip. "Thanks for the drinks, plural, and for driving so far out of your way." "Why do you assume it's out of the way?" Jenna rolled her eyes. "Good night, Gentry." His heart ached. He wanted to pound his fist against the door and force her to spell everything out right then in the foyer. Country clenched his hands. He couldn't do that. For the first time, he considered why he hadn't just asked her at the table why she'd called things off. Because he wasn't sure he could handle the answer. He kept nudging her into the past, hoping that when they finally had that conversation, she'd make a different choice than she had last time. Or at least admit that she'd made the wrong one, even if she couldn't make the right one now. He needed to know that she hadn't left because of him. She hadn't called things off because he wasn't good enough. Because he wasn't lovable. Country's Adam's apple bobbed. "Make sure to brush your teeth. And probably go to the bathroom." Jenna shooed him toward the door. "I'll even floss." He doubted that. The Snowballs rarely had practices on the weekend, but their holiday tourney was coming up on the 21st, and Jack wanted to get in extra ice time. Country stepped onto the ice and glided over to join the weave already flowing. Sean had paid for extra ice time, but they were sharing it with a few instructors and private figure skating clients, and only had half the rink. "Don't Stop Believin'" blared over the speakers, and nostalgia folded over him like a quilt. He inhaled the frigid air of the rink with its distinctive scent of rubber, metal, and motor oil. The chill against his cheeks always felt like home, and it gave much-needed grounding when the past 24 hours had felt like a fever dream. Jack and Sean passed the puck back and forth at a speed that made Country's heart race. Jack was good. Better than good. He was barely 29, all tattoos and muscle with a handle on his stick that left Country feeling slightly threatened. Sean must have made some kind of deal with the devil to snag this kid before the rest of the league got wind of him. Country rotated in with Andre and Mike, and after another half hour of drills, the figure skaters finally cleared out, allowing them to take over the whole rink. They scrimmaged until the Zamboni door opened, then cleared the pucks and net and made their way to the locker room. Country stripped off his pads and base layer, dropping them in a sweaty heap on the bench, then walked to the showers. His mind had been running like a go-kart on a track for over 12 hours, trying to figure out where to go from here. He didn't have a built-in reason to see Jenna, and that both filled him with relief and winched his heart into his throat. He just needed closure. He'd repeated it in his head every day for a week, but the phrase was beginning to slip through his fingers. Was there anything Jenna could tell him that would convince him it was the right thing for them to be apart? He imagined her sitting across from him at industry, the way she'd clung to him on the sidewalk, that keychain on her keyring. Closure wasn't going to be enough. "Saw the broadcast last night, Country. You slayed." Ryan took a pump of soap from the dispenser on the wall and used it like shampoo. Boyd chuckled. "Have you seen the clips floating around? People are losing their shit about that comment about Decker." Country tipped his head into the hot spray. "Decker deserves the hype. He's going to take the Canucks all the way, as long as that defense can sort themselves out." "You haven't seen the comments, though, eh?" Curtis stepped up to the shower head on the opposite side of him. Country shook his head and reached for the soap. "They're calling you the cherry that should have been popped in 2020. Ryan laughed out loud. "I didn't see that one. I saw the cowboy I want to ride." "Was that from Tyler?" Andre scrubbed soap into his armpits and laughed as Tyler flipped him the bird. "Seriously, there's no way Polk isn't writing to the damn moon about this publicity." Ryan turned off the spray and wrung out his hair. "Haven't talked with Polk today." Country rinsed, then grabbed his towel and followed Ryan back into the locker room. He may not have seen his brother, but he had seen the 32 notifications waiting for him on his phone from Polk's number. "He wasn't standing on your doorstep with flowers this morning?" Country laughed. "I didn't get back till late." "Out celebrating?" Mike waggled an eyebrow. "Something like that." Curtis ran his towel over his skin, mopping up the water droplets. "Did this celebration involve Jenna?" Country blew out a breath. "Does it matter?" Curtis frowned, and Country expounded. "I only meant that Jenna didn't have the decency to get in touch when she moved back, so I'm not going to get worked up over it." His stomach soured at that lie. He didn't want to get worked up over it, but by the way his mind flipped to her page every few minutes, he was already there. "But was she there last night?" Country shrugged, and Curtis snapped him on the back of his thigh with his towel. He growled and lunged for it, but missed. Curtis laughed. "That's what you get if you aren't sharing details, bud." "Since when does Country not share details?" Mike pulled on his boxers. Ryan shot him a look. "When it's someone that matters?" Country threw out his hands. "Nothing happened. We went out for a drink." "And got home so late you didn't hear Polk banging on your door?" Sean held up his phone. "He texted me at 9 to see if you were with us." Ryan shook his head. "You dirty dog." Country ignored them and yanked on his jeans. He wished he had details to report, besides walking Jenna to the door in a stupor. "You're seriously trying to tell me you don't care that Jenna's there at GCBN?" Curtis prodded. Country pulled his shirt over his head. "I care, okay? But she doesn't want anything to do with me. She made that clear in Ontario, and nothing I do is going to change that now." Andre clicked his tongue. "That sounds like a quitter." "Shut the hell up," Country muttered. He wasn't in the mood for them to badger him. Not when he remembered all too well how impotent he'd felt when Jenna had let him down the first time. On the ice, he could push himself and get results. With her, pushing only seemed to move them farther apart. "All right, listen up. Got a call from GCBN and they want to do a story on the Snowballs, which I can only assume is due to our boy's newfound nationwide fame," Sean announced. It wasn't. John had talked about doing the story before Country even went on the air. He kept that to himself. "They want to have someone come and film our games, interview players, etc. Anybody opposed?" The boys shook their heads, and Curtis turned to Country. "Jenna's going to be coming around the rink?" Sean shook his head. "No, it's some other reporter. Can't remember her name at the moment." Country's pulse pounded in his head. He'd said he didn't want to do the story, mostly to get under Jenna's skin. But now what was the point? He hadn't struggled a lick to stay awake on the drive home the night before because all that ran through his head was that he wouldn't be seeing her again. Their paths hadn't crossed in 3 years of her being back in Calgary. And even though they had mutual friends, there would be no natural reason for them to meet. He hadn't gotten the closure he'd wanted. He hadn't gotten anything besides more questions and churned up hurt. "I'm opposed," Country spoke up. "Oh, yeah?" Sean looked amused. He nodded. "I'm opposed to them doing the feature with a different reporter. I say we tell them we're only open to the story if Jenna does it." Whoops sounded around the locker room, and Sean grinned. "I'll give them our terms." Chapter 13. Jenna woke to light streaming through her window and the scent of Gentry's cologne. It was disorienting to say the least. It wasn't like she'd been drunk the night before, just exhausted. She vaguely remembered him pulling her out of his truck and walking with her to the door. He'd walked her in, and she remembered holding onto his coat. Mostly because she'd been cold and no understanding of social graces had been able to cut through her brain fog. She pulled the quilt up over her shoulders and buried her head beneath the covers for a few more minutes of cozy before she'd force herself to get up to go to the gym. Nope, not to the gym because she didn't have a car. Jenna reached for her phone and checked her messages. Anne, good morning. We're going to kickboxing at 2 if you want to come. Tina, full disclosure, Anne is forcing me to go to kickboxing and I've never done it before. Please come and make me look like less of an idiot. Rhonda, what's the opposite of big D energy? Why do guys get all the good phrases? Anne, pretty sure women made up that phrase. Rhonda, tight V energy? Jenna snorted and texted, I'll come if I can get a ride. Pretty please. Long story, but my car is stuck at work. And since both phrases perpetuate the idea that specific anatomy is required for a good sex life, I refuse to entertain either. Rhonda, I know. I'm just saying. We need something to say we're confident and kick-ass. Jenna, yeah, I've got nothing. Anne, don't give a shit energy? Tina, hold on to your effing hats energy? Rhonda, I think it needs to be gynecologically specific. Jenna was grateful when a call came in and interrupted her vulvar train of thought. Hey, John.
Jenna, how's your Sunday so far?
Restful. Jenna sat up, hoping the change in position would help her voice sound less like she was still lying in bed.
Did you see the report I forwarded to your email?
Jenna stood and walked to her desk, then flipped open her laptop. No, I haven't looked yet this morning. Is everything
fantastic? I had to call and make sure you saw the numbers. The ratings last night outshone every HEC for the last 6 months, and
John prattled on as Jenna waited for her email to refresh. When it finally loaded, she pulled up the spreadsheet and scanned the numbers, then read through the socials report Rylan had included. Hot damn. 1,600 comments? Jenna reread the columns to make sure she wasn't making it up. John chuckled.
That's only on Facebook. The TikTok stuff is blowing up.
We have a TikTok channel? Since when?
Had one of the interns started. They posted clips from the broadcast and tagged Country's channel.
Jenna stepped back and sat on the end of the bed. Recent, then. Very enterprising. She had to admit, tech-illiterate John Allen had made the most of that broadcast, and the results were impressive. But while he was obviously excited and wanted to share the good news, John never called her to talk about things that were going right at the network. She solved problems, analyzed data, and prepped content. If John was calling her now... What do you want, John? He laughed.
You think I'd only call you on a Sunday morning if I wanted something?
Absolutely.
It's not something I want, per se. It's something we should all want, given the information we just discussed.
You want Country back on the broadcast, and Archer's already on board? John exhaled.
It's nice that you're quick. That's one of the reasons you were promoted. You know that, right?
He was pandering, which meant she hadn't gotten to the heart of what he was asking, and that scared her. Jenna was already taking on more than was in her job description, and John knew how much she wanted his job. He'd also discovered at drinks the other night that she and Country had a personal connection. Because of that, it had already taken an inordinate amount of cajoling to lead him to water where the spotlight story on the snowballs was concerned. John had originally wanted Jenna to go along with their reporter to games and practices, and she'd said an unequivocal no. Those hadn't been her exact words, but she'd said it through her perseverance to get Walters on the story. She had a sinking feeling that John was circling in on something Country-related, and she didn't want to get Jaws to the jugular. John, if you're going to ask that I...
Since you're opposed to overseeing the spotlight, I thought Owen could do it,
he said crisply, and blood rushed in Jenna's ears.
I was hoping you'd show him the ropes.
Owen? Jenna swallowed hard, searching for a response, a question, anything but utter silence. John continued.
Could be a bit of a problem, though. I got a call from the Snowball's captain, Sean Thompson. He said they'd rather have someone they know doing the story since talking to the media is a new thing for them. A couple of the guys on the team requested you specifically. Sounds like you have more than just a casual connection with Country.
Jenna bit the inside of her cheek. The fact that she knew she was being manipulated did nothing to minimize the effect of John's tactics.
Now that she knew John was happy to replace her with Owen and the network had its single largest boost because of Country's appearance on the channel, how could she stick to her guns? It was reasonable to have someone else take point on the story, but how much mileage would she get out of being the one to spearhead the project versus following through? Her insides felt like one continuous line of bubbling mud pots. The last week hadn't been sustainable. The only way she'd gotten through seeing Country twice a week was knowing there was an end point. Jenna dropped her head back and closed her eyes. She shouldn't have gone to drinks with him. The more she infused him into her life, the more her heart reached out to Country with both arms like a kindergartner hopping off the school bus. And now, if John wanted Country on the network regularly, if he wanted Jenna to report on the Snowballs this season, she'd not only have to see him at work twice a week, she'd have to watch Country play again. She'd have to see him after the games with his hair mussed and damp, listen to him joke with his teammates, and then curate content about him and his team and edit it to win over viewers across the country. It wouldn't be hard. Everyone who met Gentry fell for him eventually. He was funny and captivating and maddening, and Jenna didn't know how to be in his orbit without loving him. She didn't know how to love him without wanting him for herself. She couldn't be his friend like he wanted. When she'd quoted When Harry Met Sally, it hadn't been because she didn't think he could be her friend. He seemed to be doing just fine with the whole proposition. It was she who couldn't be his, because she was the reason they couldn't be together in the first place. Her non-existent ovaries were the reason she couldn't ever be what he wanted, regardless of whether they both wished she could be. Jenna swiped at her eyes. Sure, John. I'll get right on that. Oh, and Jenna? Get Country back for Saturday night, will you? Jenna waved as Anne drove off, then dropped her gym bag and locked the door behind her. Even kickboxing wasn't enough to draw out all the negative, nervous energy swirling at her core after her conversation with John, though punching things did help. She pulled out a protein shake from the fridge, unscrewed the cap, and leaned over the counter to stare at her phone. She may as well get this over with. Jenna. Hey! You were a big hit Saturday night. John wants you to come back again this weekend. She pressed send, then watched the screen like she was waiting for water to boil. She didn't know how often Country checked his phone, and she couldn't remember what he'd said about his plans today. Maybe she hadn't asked? It had only come up when she realized her car was stuck in the garage. After a few more minutes of nothing, Jenna put her phone down, finished her shake, and hopped in the shower. She stayed in longer than normal and had major giddy-up energy about it. How in one day had her entire life plan at the network been thrown into a dryer drum and turned on to high heat? When her skin was flushed and pruny, she stepped out onto the bath mat, dried off, and pulled on her coziest pajamas. When she checked her phone, she didn't have any new notifications, so she dried her hair, heated up her Thai leftovers from Wednesday night, and set up a workstation on the couch. At least at moments like these, she could lose herself in game highlights and her never-ending stream of emails in her inbox. The sky was deep purple outside her windows when her phone buzzed on the cushion next to her. Her heart sped when she saw the number across her notifications. She already knew it by heart, even though she hadn't given him official contact information. Country. Nice of him to say, but I think I've had my fill of sportscasting. Jenna's stomach flipped. He was saying no? Sure, it wasn't his dream, but he had to have seen how much people loved him online, especially if his TikTok channel had been tagged in those clips. Jenna. You have to recognize this is a massive win for you. Your channel is blowing up. Country. Not my channel, and it was blowing up before I went on HEC. Jenna. Fine, Polk's channel, whatever. Your views are way up. Country. My thumbs hurt. Jenna scoffed. Was he serious? He was going to play the texting takes too long card after 3 sentences? She pressed on his contact and called him, ignoring the warning bells going off in her head. She needed to get this done. Good evening. Country sounded far too pleased with himself. Don't good evening me. Why are you making this difficult? Is that how you talk to all potential special guests? Jenna ground her teeth. When she spoke again, her voice was honey sweet. I'm sorry, Mr. Maddox.
Let me try again. I think it could be beneficial for both our interests for you to reprise your appearance on Hockey Evening in Canada this Saturday night. He exhaled, then grunted as if he was lifting something heavy.
Well, Miss McAllister, I've already made it clear I'm not interested in that arrangement.
Why the hell not? He was infuriating. It was already hard enough for her to have to talk to him, and now he was going to make it hard? Country laughed out loud.
Another strategy? Just bully people into giving you what you want?
No, I don't bully people. Jenna drew a deep breath and pinched the bridge of her nose. I'm not trying to bully you. I'm sorry.
That's a better start.
Jenna dropped onto the couch, her head beginning to throb. What do you want, Gentry? Do you want me to beg?
Is that on the table?
Not really, no. That was a lie. She was barely on step 1 of her negotiation concessions.
Unfortunate.
Jenna's thoughts spun like a top. She needed Country to show up. The more she could prove to John that she was the key to success at GCBN, the more likely it was that he'd name her as his replacement. But what straw could she grasp to convince Country? Step 2 coalesced in her head. If he wouldn't respond to reason, maybe he'd listen to the truth. I need your help, okay? I'd be grateful if you'd consider doing another guest appearance. Country was quiet on the other end of the line. As the seconds ticked by, Jenna wondered if their connection had dropped. Then he yawned and said, I'm going to turn in. Starting work at 7:30, if you want to talk then. Jenna frowned. You want to talk on the phone while you're working first thing in the morning? I'm not going to talk on the phone while I'm mucking stalls. Okay, so you could come help. Isn't Monday your day off? Jenna let that sink in. Was he suggesting she drive out to his family ranch and work with him? How did he know she had Mondays off? She didn't really have any day off, she just didn't go into the office that day, which… she remembered now. She'd complained about having to go get her car on a non-work day. Jenna grinned. That was the perfect excuse why she couldn't come out and dig through horse manure. I don't have a car, remember? It's stuck in the garage. He grunted.
Huh. Sorry, I must have misunderstood. I thought you needed my help with something.
Jenna shook her fists in the air, silently raging at his impudence. Gentry Maddox was blackmailing her, forcing her to come work on the ranch for the chance to convince him to return to GCBN. She felt like a Gumby doll, with John on one end and Country on the other. But as much as she wanted to be annoyed by Country's tactics, the idea of seeing him, of seeing the ranch again, was already making her stomach feel like it was filled with pop rocks. He wanted to see her. He'd asked her out for drinks, and now he was inviting her to join him at his home. You were my best friend for years, Jens. I miss it. She pressed her phone to her thigh and squeezed her eyes shut. She shouldn't do this. She should walk away and tell John she'd tried her best, but Country wasn't interested. She should march back into the office and pretend to flirt with Glenn and whatever other family relations John decided to hire. Jenna wanted to pull the cassette tape of her life out of her boombox, then use a pen to wind the wheel back 2 weeks prior when everything had been straightforward and predictable. When she'd convinced herself she didn't want anything more than John's job and a girls' weekend in Jasper. Before, all her wants were tinged at the edges with a smug smile and snarky comments. Fine. I'll figure out how to get it. I doubt I'll be in the best mood. Country chuckled. Looking forward to it. Chapter 14. Jenna chewed on her lower lip as she cruised up the county road. She hadn't needed directions, and Country knew it, but she'd already made 2 wrong turns. The blue farmhouse with the wraparound porch wasn't at the intersection with the frontage road anymore, and the massive cottonwood that they'd watched bald eagles build their nest in every spring was only a 6-foot stump. It wasn't until she pulled up to Country's childhood home that she realized her mistake. I have my own house, Jenna. She hadn't thought to ask him where he was living, and now she was idling in front of his parents' circular driveway at the crack of dawn like an idiot. Just as she was about to put her foot on the gas and keep driving, the front door opened, and Terry stepped out onto the porch. He raised a hand in greeting, and Jenna ground her teeth. The kitchen was in the back of the house, which meant if Country's dad had caught sight of her, he'd been watching the road. Country had known she'd end up here, and told them she was coming. That sneaky bastard. He knew she loved Terry and Janice, and now that he'd seen her, there was no way she could peel out. Jenna rolled into the driveway and parked off to the side so she wouldn't be blocking any of the garages. Though if they were anything like they'd been 15 years ago, half of them were only hiding boxes of old junk. "Jenna!" Terry's rich baritone floated over the crystallized snowdrifts that were scooped up against the lattice porch cover. "It's been too long, my girl." Her stomach sank like a stone. He'd always called her my girl, and hearing it out of his mouth made pressure build behind her still puffy eyes. Even after taking a melatonin the night before, Jenna hadn't been able to get her head to stop racing until past midnight. When her alarm had gone off at 6, so she could pick up her car with Anne at 6:45, she'd never felt more like she'd been run over by a four-wheeler. "Hi, Terry." Jenna stepped down onto the pebbled snow and crunched over to the porch stairs in her Kodiaks. At least she still had some footwear appropriate for a day outdoors in December. Terry waited for her to ascend to the landing, then pulled her into one of his legendary bear hugs. She laughed out loud in spite of herself, then followed him into the entryway. "Janice made some biscuits with her homemade jam if you—" "Actually, I was supposed to meet Gentry this morning, and I didn't think to ask. I know he doesn't live here anymore, but I kind of went on autopilot." Jenna shifted in her boots. "Oh, he told us you were coming. That's why I'm wearing pants." Terry laughed at his own joke, then motioned at the coat rack. "Take off your things and come have a bite with us old fogies. Country will be along to get you in a quick minute." She couldn't argue with that. She pulled off her boots and hung her coat and toque on the rack, then followed Terry into the hall. She admired the Christmas tree in the living room as they passed, then caught her breath as she stepped onto the worn linoleum. The room looked like it had been perfectly preserved, but it was the smell that did her in. That unique blend of old wood and the faint scent of vinegar and baking soda used to clean the countertops, layered under fresh-baked biscuits and dark roast coffee, transported her straight back to ski days their grade 12 year of high school. "Would you like another biscuit, Jenna? Or do you want me to wrap one up for you to keep in your pocket?" Gentry threw an arm around his mother's aproned waist. "Mom, you know we're 18, right? You don't need to make sure we have enough food in our pockets." She swatted him in the ribs. "Don't tell me what I need to do in my own kitchen. It's 6 o'clock in the morning, and that girl needs more meat on her bones." Jenna laughed. "I'll take another biscuit, Mrs. Maddox." Gentry rolled his eyes, kissed his mother on the cheek, then walked over and dropped into the chair next to her at the table. "You still think Ryan's going to be on time?" Jenna eyed the clock on the stove. It was already 6:05. Anne said she was going to drag him out of bed as needed. "Anne's too nice for that." "You haven't seen her on the ice lately, hey?" Gentry grinned and wrapped his hand over her knee under the table. "I haven't seen you on the ice lately. When's your next game?" "You know I'm not going to tell you." His hand traced higher on her thigh, and Jenna's eyes widened. "Then I'll have to get the information out of you." Jenna grabbed his hand before it went higher and shot a look at his mother behind them at the stove. "I don't like it when people come to my games." "I don't understand that at all." "Yes, you do. You and Curtis and Ryan always joke about how girls' sports are boring compared to men's." "Not boring when it's you I'm watching." She dragged his hand out from under the table. "I don't want pity viewership." Gentry leaned in, his breath whispering against her neck. "It's not pity viewership if I get turned on watching you slam other women into the boards." "Do you kiss your mother with that mouth?" Gentry nibbled her earlobe before she could catch his chin in her hand. His eyes danced as she arranged her face into her most stern expression. "You know I want to be recognized for what I can do on the ice, not just for what I look like under my pads, right?" Gentry sobered. "You know I'm flirting, but I actually think you're a kick-ass player, right?" She let him worry a few seconds more before giving him a peck on the lips. "Yeah, I know." "Jenna?" She blinked and her head snapped toward Terry's voice. "Did you want butter and jam or just jam?
Janice pulled out raspberry since she knows you don't love strawberry.
He held out a plate with 2 halves of a steaming biscuit. Jenna's throat tightened. Both, please. Thank you.
Country took his time walking up the back steps of his parents' house. He'd watched Jenna's car drive past his house, then saw her hesitate before pulling into his old driveway. Seemed Dad struck at exactly the right time. He grinned to himself, imagining what that reunion had been like. He still hadn't gone a single 6-month period without one of his parents asking if he'd heard from Jenna lately. No matter how many times he told them they hadn't spoken in years, the facts didn't seem to make any impact. Perhaps that would have changed if he'd ever dated anyone else seriously. Since he'd only ever introduced them to a girl he was dating on accident, he could understand why they'd used her as a fallback. His boots clomped on the wooden steps as he ascended to the back door. He stepped inside to the smell of coffee and biscuits and the sound of his mother's laughter. If that wasn't the best way to wake up in the morning. It definitely beat Polk ribbing him about still using the mug he'd won at the Stampede when he was 15.
"Gentry, get in here," his mother called. He slipped off his muck boots and padded into the kitchen. "Did you really force this girl out here when it's -20 just so she can talk to you about doing hockey evening in Canada?" Country's mouth opened and closed like a guppy.
Didn't know Jenna was such a narc.
Jenna snorted, then tried to hide her amusement by stuffing more biscuit in her mouth. "She lives 35 minutes away, and her car was stuck in a parking garage."
His mom shook her head, then motioned for him to take a seat next to his dad. At least she wasn't disappointed enough to refuse him coffee. I tried to offer help with her car, just for the record.
Terry's brows drew together.
You knew about the car?
Country nodded.
We were out for drinks, and...
He trailed off when he noticed both his parents were staring at him. "You two? Were out for drinks?" His mother pointed between them. Jenna swallowed and reached for her cup of coffee. "No, it was just... we needed to talk after the broadcast."
About work?
His dad leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms over his chest. Jenna cleared her throat. "Right. Work-related." Her eyes briefly flicked to his before she pulled off another piece of her biscuit and popped it in her mouth. Country's phone buzzed in his pocket, so he pulled it out. Just a text from the guys about practice, but it was a perfect distraction. Jenna tapped her fingers on the table. "I thought you didn't like to text."
"I don't. We have a team chat. It's not optional."
Jenna's eyes narrowed as his mother brought over a plate with a biscuit and set it in front of him. She glanced between the two of them. "Well, I think it's lovely that you reconnected." Country slipped his phone back in his pocket and poured himself a cup of coffee. He glanced up and tried to shoot an apologetic glance in Jenna's direction, but her gaze was fixated on her plate.
"So what kind of indentured servitude are you going to inflict on our poor Jenna today?"
His dad's eyes leveled on him. Our poor Jenna? A shard of ice settled between his ribs. They were allowed to love her. The thought knocked the breath from his lungs. For 13 years he'd pounded away at the love he'd felt for this girl, hoping to compress it into something manageable, hoping it would erode over time and disappear like silt in the flow of a river. His parents, on the other hand, were allowed to sit here and admit that their love was still alive and well, that it had only ever been tucked away for safekeeping. Country stared out the front window at the tamarind sunrise, so fresh and bright, it seemed he could scoop it into a glass and drink it.
Polk's working on the fence repairs, so I thought we'd do some work in the barn.
He brushed the last crumbs of his biscuit from his fingers. Jenna stood and took her plate to the kitchen sink. "Just leave it there, hon. I'll take care of it," his mom instructed. Jenna set it down and stepped back like someone had just stripped the puck from the flat of her stick. She was nervous.
"Let's go then."
The wooden chair legs scraped against the floor as Country stood and cleared his plate. Jenna padded to the front door and reclaimed her shoes and winter gear, carrying them to the back door leading into the yard. Country's heart skittered in his chest, like it knew something he didn't. Jenna was here, back at his ranch. She pulled her coat closed and descended the wooden steps behind him. "These are new." He nodded.
Polk and I rebuilt the porch a few summers ago. The old one was pulling off the side of the house.
I remember. Had it been 5 years ago that they'd worked on the porch? It turned out that time behaved exactly as he'd been told as a kid. Enjoy this time, it only goes faster. He'd never believed it. How could he? When back then, the weeks leading up to Christmas flowed as slow as the buckets of 10-year-old honey in their root cellar. His season with the snowballs had only just started, and already the ranch wore its winter armor. The land was a quilt patched with snow and ice, the fences standing like ribs stripped clean of their meat. Within seconds of them starting across the yard, Licorice was running toward them, his tongue lolling and trailing a stream of clouded breath. Country crouched and scratched his dog's scruff. Licorice pulled away and wagged his tail like he was trying to take flight as he greeted Jenna. She laughed and gave him a rub-down. He's new, too. Got him from the dairy as a pup. What happened to his leg? Limb deformity. Jenna rubbed Licorice's ears. They didn't want him? Country nodded. I see a lot of dogs like that at the shelter. What shelter? She patted Licorice and stood straight. The one in Coventry. I volunteer there every couple of weeks, give or take. The barn will be warm, right? Jenna buried her face behind her scarf. Coming from Windsor, this weather should feel balmy. The humid cold in Ontario sank its claws into his bones and didn't let go until spring. At least here he could slough it off with his coat when he walked inside. I didn't work outside in Windsor. You did, when you were reporting. Jenna opened her mouth and closed it as their boots crunched against the frozen ground. Country paused next to the antique doors and swung one side open for her to enter. The musty scent of hay and animals filled his nostrils as he followed her inside. He led her to the corner stall where Lady Grey stood with her head bowed, her breath fogging the air. You're not new, Jenna whispered, as she approached and reached out a hand to rub the soft velvet of her nose. Country reached through the bars of the paddock and brushed his hand along her flank. Hey there, old girl. How you holding up? He felt Jenna's eyes on him as he opened the gate and did a body check, then refilled the feed bucket. Do you want me to bring the hay? Country nodded. Forks against the wall. He broke the thin ice forming at the surface of the water trough, then moved so Jenna could put a fresh pile of grass in the basket. They worked side by side, neither of them feeling the need to make conversation. It didn't keep Country from stealing glances at Jenna. He tried to read the lines of her face, the curve of her lips, taking stock of all that was familiar and what had been remade with age. There were new stories there, and he hated that he didn't know them. So, your team requested me for this story at GCBN? Jenna asked as she swept loose hay from the floor. Country thought about pretending he didn't know what she was talking about, then opted for, Ryan and Curtis were pissed I didn't tell them about coming in. It was true. Not an answer to her question, but she didn't have to know that. You didn't tell them? He shook his head and ran his oil-soaked rag over the edges of his saddle. I figured they'd find out on Saturday with everyone else. She grinned. You always did enjoy a dramatic entrance. Did? Seems unnecessarily past tense. Jenna propped her arm on the broom handle. From the guy who would have failed English without my help? I passed the provincial exam all by myself. Barely. Jenna got back to work, the scrape of the bristles shushing against the floor in a consistent rhythm. Country hung the saddle and propped the door for Jenna to push her pile into the yard. She propped the broom back in the corner and turned to him, her cheeks flushed and the tip of her nose pink. What next, boss? He raised an eyebrow. You're serious about this? She held out her hands. I told you I'd work, so I'm working. Country buttoned up his coat and put on his gloves. Why is this so important to you? Jenna's smile slipped. I want to be an executive producer. So you've told me. John... She bit off the next word and drew a breath. He hired his nephew to train with me. To take your job when you get the promotion. He pulled his toque back over his head. Jenna chewed on her lower lip. Yeah, that's the hope. But I've been here before. She looked down at her hands. In Windsor? Country thought about their conversation. About Carson Hart, the dick. She nodded. There aren't many women in the field, It's not cut and dry. Country pushed through the door and headed toward the chicken coop.
You want to prove your worth.
Exactly. Be so good they can't ignore you and all that. Country thought about the first time she'd said something similar. The way her eyes had flashed as she opened up her shirt to show the lacy edges of her bra. He shoved his hands farther into his pockets, then took the slips of color she was offering and tried to piece together the whole picture. He should never have criticized her for giving up on sitting at the desk, even if he knew she'd kill as a commentator. That assumption was as ridiculous as Jenna showing up here and telling him to adjust the cattle feed schedule. The realization that he knew nothing about her life sank into him like a stone in the soft muck of a stream bed.
You shouldn't have to prove your worth to guys like John,
he muttered as they strolled past the pond, the snow slithering across the glass tableau through the trapped prairie grass. She exhaled. And yet, here we are. Country paused, his ribs shrinking against his lungs. Here we are. Jenna stopped next to him, staring out over the frozen water. He didn't clean this ice anymore. Hadn't since he'd left for Ontario. That task had been handed down to his brother Cody, who brought his kindergartner and 3-year-old daughter out to skate on the weekends. He sniffed.
Think you could still take me one-on-one?
Please, I could skate circles around you, she answered without hesitation. He forced a chuckle, hoping it would ease the tightness in his chest. Their most memorable night cutting up this ice together poured into his head like he'd turned on a faucet, and the crispness of that memory knocked the breath out of him. I can barely see anything. Gentry threw up his hands. I can't pull the car any closer. Jenna tossed her head back and laughed. I'm messing with you. Get out here and play. Her shadow danced in the light of the headlights as Country closed the door to his truck with his skates slung over his shoulder. The chill seeped through his socks as he shoved his feet into the brittle skates, the laces burning against chafed skin as he cinched them up. Hurry up! I'm freezing! Jenna rested her gloves on her stick. Her hip popped as she waited impatiently.
Next time you go get the lights.
Jenna grinned. I'm getting under your skin. My plan is working perfectly.
I thought you said you could beat me straight up. Now you're relying on psychological warfare?
He pushed up from the stump and pulled on his gloves. I'm not giving away all my tactics. She dropped the puck from her glove and waited for Gentry to pick up his stick. First one to 5. He nodded and met her at the center of the pond.
No chicken shit.
Jenna rolled her eyes. You take first possession. He knew better than to argue with her. He corralled the puck and skated back a few feet, then rocketed to the left. Jenna kept with him, controlling her gap and staying square to the puck.
Nice check,
he breathed. Jenna didn't answer, wholly focused. Heat rose through his middle at the knowledge that every cell in her body was locked onto him. He almost didn't want to shoot and break the dance. But he did. The puck ricocheted off the right post, and Jenna sprinted, catching it before it disappeared in the grass. She wasted no time streaking toward the other side of the pond, and Country had to hustle to catch up. She didn't have his strength, but she had speed. He barely got his stick in the mix and tipped the angle before she got the puck off. They went back and forth, and though Country scored first, Jenna took the next 2. He worked his ass off to catch up, and they were both plum-faced and sweaty when Jenna got a breakaway to gain another goal on him. He was only up 4-3.
I think it's getting cold. We should probably stop there and finish another night.
Gentry grinned as they glided to center. Drop the puck, Gentry. She'd won that night. He couldn't remember if any part of him had let her, but he doubted it. They'd parked his truck in the driveway and raced into the house to find only the kitchen light on. That had always been the sign that his parents had gone to bed, and the boys damn well better not wake them. Jenna had offered to go, but she was already shivering with all her layers damp with sweat. Country had insisted she put on something dry before hitting the road, and when he'd taken her down to his room to find her a sweatshirt, they hadn't come back up the stairs for 3 hours. That had been his first time. Hers too. He remembered the way the baby hairs on her skin had stood on end, how her breath had been slow and hot against his neck, how she hadn't laughed when he remembered about birth control and had a momentary panic attack with her naked on the sheets under him. She'd walked him through all of it, with the tenderness of a mare nuzzling her newborn foal, and he'd been forever grateful. His whole life he'd absorbed the message that he had to be the one in charge, especially where sex was concerned. But he hadn't understood what it would feel like to shoulder that responsibility. In that moment, he'd never felt more vulnerable, more stripped bare. Jenna had wrapped him up and let him love her the way it made sense to him, not the way he thought he was supposed to. Country's eyes stung. He cleared his throat and blinked, forcing the snow-dusted ice back into focus. Want to test that theory? I think I have a pair of skates that would fit you in the garage. Jenna's lashes shimmered with a thin layer of frost. Her tongue flicked over her lower lip, and Country wanted to ask if she remembered that night the way he did, if she was thinking about their whispers in the dark. He knew he never would. Not now, when he couldn't even gauge how she'd respond to a simple invitation out for drinks. That memory was too delicate to bear a tainted flick from her fingers. Jenna dropped her eyes and inspected her gloves. I need to leave around noon, and I thought we should probably talk about Saturday. Country swallowed his disappointment like Buckley's. Right, Saturday. He drew a deep breath and adjusted his toque. He didn't want to show weakness now, just as he hadn't wanted to then. But Jenna had always been safe, hadn't she? It's not that I don't want to do the show. Jenna waited, watching him. The weight of her gaze wasn't helping him figure out how to organize his thoughts. Country's heart stuttered. Things here at the ranch aren't going well. Haven't been for a while. Now that it's winter, Polk and I are working on a strategy for the spring, and I don't have much time to spare, especially with the hockey season. Jenna shifted her weight on the snow. I'm sorry, Gentry. I know you love this place. He nodded. Well, it's not dead yet. We've got some ideas. She looked up. What kind of ideas? I've been doing some research on agritourism. My dad doesn't like the idea, but for better or worse, he doesn't have an official say in it. You've considered selling? Country exhaled. Yep. But then you'd have to take your parents' home away from them. She understood like she always did. He nodded. I looked at different options for parceling it off. It doesn't make sense without selling the plot with the house. Jenna considered this, her cheeks flushing pink from the cold. Maybe we can strike a deal? Country raised an eyebrow. Analysis is kind of what I do for a living. For hockey stats. The same tools and principles apply, and I don't only research hockey. I specialize in market research, finding what appeals to people in different demographics. Country pointed to the twin silos past the pond. I've got a team ready to make the silos into a bed and breakfast. You have plans? Rudimentary, but yes. Her eyes danced. Send them to me? Include all the stats and I'll put together a report on pricing and revenue projections. Damn it, she was hot when she talked smart. Country forced his eyes off her face and tamped down the snow with his boot. So, I do the show, and you help me with the VRBO? Jenna nodded, her chin rubbing against the loop of her scarf. Do we have a deal? Her eyes sparkled in the pale winter sun, and for a split second, he convinced himself they hadn't lost any time at all. He nodded, then turned toward the coop so she wouldn't witness him working to keep his expression even. You want to gather eggs or shovel chicken shit? Chapter 15. The benefit of going through hell with Carson Hart was that Jenna knew how to function in a crisis. She kept herself so busy she didn't have time to think about that moment with Country in the yard. Anytime the image of him standing in his thick coat next to the frozen pond, with his breath billowing in a cloud around his face, popped into her head, she dug in deeper with work. Though it wasn't the pond that was the problem. It was everything connected to it. Jenna had been physically standing there next to him on Monday, but she'd been sucked into that dark winter night, streaked with truck headlights, murmured words, and Gentry's hands on her body so fast it had given her whiplash. So she came home and answered every single after-hours email, then dove into the week's highlights with furor. She updated her insurance preferences, organized the staff schedule spreadsheet that had been grinding everyone's gears for months, and helped Mary plan Christmas gifts for the staff. Country had forwarded his proposals for the ranch, and that had sent her down a whole new rabbit hole. Problems to be solved prevented her from remembering slow fingers on her hips. Flashing screens erased the images of Gentry's eyes tracking over her bare skin for the first time. With hockey commentary filling her ears, she couldn't hear the echo of his voice whisper, "Teach me what feels good, gents." Sender, Jenna McAllister. Recipient, Gentry Maddox. Subject, RE, Agriplans. Hey, this is a great start. I found a couple other plans online you might want to look at. The first one includes plans for a loft, which I think would expand the space and allow you to charge more per night. Plus, the market research I did showed an expanded opportunity with families seeking lodging for 5+ people. There aren't as many options for larger groups, especially in the agritourism space. I also included a report for short-term rental opportunities, homeschoolers, unschoolers, empty nesters. There's a whole microeconomy looking for what you have to offer. Also included information on woofing. Not sure if you're interested in trades, but once you get the second silo up, or if you wanted to utilize the extra bedroom in the basement of your parents' place, you could get good labor offering lodging. Doesn't bring in immediate cash, but could lower your overhead. I think that's it for now. Let me know if you have any questions. J. Sender, Gentry Maddox. Recipient, Jenna McAllister. Subject, RE, Agriplans. This is impressive. Thank you. No strangers in my parents' basement, though. They were traumatized enough by the time you came up the stairs and ran into Dad in his boxers. Sender, Jenna McAllister. Recipient, Gentry Maddox. Subject, RE, Agriplans. It was more traumatizing for me, I assure you. All week, Jenna glided along the surface while her feet were frantically churning beneath, and she didn't know how to slow her motor. At the office, she attacked training John's nephew Owen like the kid was her own flesh and blood. By Friday, they'd tackled over 50% of her operational procedures, and he wasn't competent at any of them. It was a win she refused to feel guilt over. John would have to see that his nephew would need some culling. He wouldn't be able to offer him the job immediately, whereas Jenna was ready to slide in and take the reins. Thoughts of John's retirement and her place at GCBN produced enough anxiety to easily act as a replacement for any thoughts of country. She shouldn't have replied to his email about the boxers. She'd replied with, "Busy, thanks," when he'd sent another note asking how her week was going. Avoidance. She'd gotten good at that over the years. If she was going to stress about something, she'd much rather opt for the situation where she at least had a modicum of control. In this scenario, that was GCBN. She pushed back from her desk and turned to face Owen after an hour-long training on highlight curation. Any questions? Yeah, but I don't think I understand enough yet to know which ones to ask. He stretched his arms over his head. I really appreciate you taking the time to walk me through all this. Back home, we'd make an assistant do the grunt work. Jenna smiled, wishing he could be a little less kind so she could despise him more. I had extra time on my hands. I find that hard to believe. A week before Christmas and this task list? Owen pointed at the computer screen with the spreadsheet still looming, then pulled his jacket from the back of the chair. Thankfully, Christmas preparation isn't much of a burden. No family to buy for? She shrugged. I'm a plan ahead kind of person. I bought all my gifts in October. I'll add that to my notes. He looped his jacket over his arm and grabbed his phone. Thanks again. No problem. She gave a small wave as he exited the room and walked down the hall to John's office, then turned back to her screen. She edited a few email drafts she'd started that morning and sent her research folder to the interns, then scooped up her purse and headed for the door. One more day. Country would be at the broadcast tomorrow, but then it was smooth sailing until well into the new year. Sean, the captain of the Snowballs, had already sent her their game schedule, so she'd go and get some footage and use what she'd already garnered from him in their digital back and forth. There was no time crunch. She didn't need any of that for their first feature on the Elite League next week, especially with the stats Rylan had already pulled on the league. It wasn't her best reporting. The thought niggled at her, but she shoved it away. Of course it wasn't her best. She was being forced into a story that held enough emotional baggage to offset the weight balance of an elevator. John won't be impressed. Jenna sighed and headed to the stairs. She hated that she cared. She hated that she'd been trying to impress people for 10 years in this industry once she'd realized that simply showing up and doing excellent work wasn't enough to climb the ladder. When would it end? When she got the executive producing job. That was when. Then she could call the shots and be absolved of this ridiculous hoop jumping. She left the parking garage and listened to the song by Delia Melise so loud, the guitar strums reverberated against every bone in her spine. On the way home, she stopped at Co-op and bought everything she needed for friends' Christmas dinner. It had been a tradition with Anne and Tina since she moved back, but this year Rhonda was joining them too. Melissa had her whole family here for the holidays, damn her. Not that Jenna wanted to see her brother Travis, but she wouldn't have minded seeing her parents. She'd complained about them being gone the first year, but they'd quickly pointed out that she and Travis had abandoned them first. Plus, they were in Calgary from April until October, so they always did Thanksgiving together. Travis and his wife Leah only ever came back from Belgium in the summer, and that was conveniently when she planned her camping trips. Once she dragged the bags from the grocery store inside, she discovered the refrigerator and the pantry needed cleaning and organizing, which was what she did the rest of the night while listening to a true crime podcast. Because hearing that a doctor had knowingly harmed at least 10 patients before getting caught made her feel better about herself as a person. She might not be able to give a man children, but at least she wasn't that guy. On Saturday, she woke up and went to a spin class at the gym, then got a pedicure and picked up huevos rancheros on the way home. By the time she got into work, she was fueled with chorizo and the special kind of confidence that comes from knowing your heels are soft as a baby's bottom. It still wasn't enough to prepare her for seeing Country standing in the studio again. Why did he look so damn good in a shirt and tie? She beelined to the booth to offer her services to the tech team. If she was behind the glass and frantically trying to keep up with Country's inappropriate language, the next 6 hours would fly by. "Hey, Jenna." Liam looked up from the screen. "Hey, I thought I could offer support in here tonight." Liam grinned. "Is that your way of saying you weren't happy with the results last week?" "No, that's my way of saying I'd like to be in here instead of out there." He nodded. "Ah, problems with Kessler?" "Something like that." It shouldn't have surprised her that other team members assumed the two of them were an almost thing. Glenn was always finding reasons to stop by her office and made a point to seek her out in the studio before and after broadcasts. Plus, it wasn't like she'd tried to shut down the rumors. If anything, she'd helped them along. "Do you—" Liam started, then shook his head. "Never mind, it's none of my business." "No, what were you going to ask?" He ran a hand over his face. "Do you find him attractive? Like, I realize it's not ideal to date your coworkers, but if it was kosher, would you jump in there?" Jenna grinned. "You seem skeptical." He chuckled. "I don't know, it just seems like he's... and you're..." "Just spit it out, Liam." "You're smart. And Glenn makes dad jokes on camera." She pursed her lips. "You don't think Glenn's smart?" "Do you?" he asked. She considered, searching for a PC way to answer that question, while Liam continued. "I see the notes you send, and your understanding of the game is better than his. You know, what I'd like to see is you sitting there bantering with Country." Jenna laughed out loud. "Just what every hockey fan wants to witness. A petite blonde woman pretending she's on a level like that." She motioned to Country standing next to the desk, his shoulders testing the seams of his shirt as he reached for a pen. Liam laughed. "That's why I stay behind the camera. I only have to keep the studio from burning down, and I get a pay raise." "They don't pay you enough for everything you keep from burning down around here." Liam patted the seat next to him. "Please, join the Misfit Toys for the night. We all learned in high school that the talent was never as fun as the tech crew." Just as she was about to sit down, Owen waved through the window. Jenna groaned. "We might have to pull in an extra chair." Country was only half listening to Kessler as he rambled on about a salary conflict on the Avalanche. His whole body had tuned to Jenna's frequency the second she'd walked into the studio. And now that she was talking to a tall guy with an athletic build, Country was on high alert. "Who's that?" Country asked, interrupting Glenn mid-sentence. Glenn shielded the light from his eyes and squinted.
Oh, that's Owen, John's nephew. They hired him on in preparation for John's retirement. To train for Jenna's job. Glenn shrugged. I don't know how it will all shake out. Country stiffened. How soon was John planning to retire? Why wouldn't it be in everyone's best interest to spell things out and announce his replacement? He thought back to Jenna's words at the ranch. There aren't many women in the field. It's not cut and dry. He didn't like any of it. Admitting to the snowballs that he wanted to see Jenna again had been like pouring kerosene over simmering coals. He'd thought about texting or calling her every hour of the past week. But after she'd closed up like a shuttered window that afternoon in front of the pond, he didn't know what the right move was. She'd remembered everything he had. That much was clear. But what was going through her head? That question had plagued him as he'd stood in shock, flipping and closing the lid on the ring box he'd had sitting on his nightstand for 3 weeks before Jenna's phone call 13 years ago. None of it made any sense then, and it was just as muddled now. Jenna still had his keychain, and there was some part of her that still wanted him. Even after all these years, he knew her too well not to sense it in every flick of her eyes, every stilted breath when he stood next to her. This thing he felt, the weight lodged beneath his ribs, wasn't one-sided. But that knowledge did nothing to comfort him. Something was holding her back. Every time that connection zinged between them, Jenna let go of the leash. If she refused to open the door and kept him watching from outside the glass, it didn't matter what truth she was protecting. Country rested his elbows on the sleek surface of the sports desk. The studio brimmed with the hum of electronics and nervous energy. After last week's success, there were expectations, and everyone seemed wound as tight as guitar strings. He leaned back in his chair and shook out his hands as the tech crew adjusted the lighting. Did you see that one-timer by Thompson last week? And McKinnon! Kid's like a bullet! Glenn rattled off. Country barely heard him, even though it was obvious he was seeking his approval. His mind was still tangled up in emerald eyes and blonde hair, scrabbling for some strategy that would carve out a moment with Jenna before they drove home for the night. Country, you with me? Glenn snapped his fingers. Sorry, just thinking about the game. Country lied, adjusting the papers in front of him. Thinking about how Thompson's one-timer is going to get stuffed against Riggs. Glenn's eyes widened. I don't see that happening, but we can let the reels do the talking. He reached for his mug that definitely didn't contain only coffee. Keep an eye on Anderson, though, eh? Country let him talk. He was having a hard enough time mustering energy for the actual broadcast to waste any on preamble. Eventually, the AD counted them down, and the red light blinked on. Good evening, folks, Glenn crowed with his white teeth gleaming. You're tuned in to Hockey Evening in Canada, and let me tell you, we have a barn burner lined up for you tonight. The Rangers are facing off against the Bruins, and it's going to be a clash of titans. What are your thoughts, Country? Titans? That's a hell of a hyperbole. More like a whale and a feisty goldfish. Glenn laughed. The Bruins have Barkley on defense. They're not the goldfish, Kessler. They settled into their now more familiar back and forth, and Country didn't hold back any punches. He was all too aware he resembled a kid in elementary school tossing rocks to get Jenna's attention. He hoped it was working. At intermission, Country jumped up before Glenn could catch him and made it to the snack table before the door to the booth opened. He feigned interest in the array of snacks laid out, all the while listening for the click of the handle. Country! John Allen boomed, his voice carrying over the murmur of the off-air analysts and production crew. I hoped I'd find you here. I'm not very reliable, so that makes sense. John laughed and waved off his comment. I knew you'd show. I just meant finding time to snag you between shots. John stopped at the end of the table and put a hand on his protruding stomach, catching his breath. I know we don't have much time, so I'm going to get straight to it. Have you ever considered taking your talents from the rink to the studio full time? Country popped a pretzel in his mouth, his thoughts spinning. No. He hadn't thought about it, and he had no interest in thinking about it. Making videos with Polk was one thing, but sitting here in a shirt and tie twice a week sounded like his personal version of hell. Given that this was Jenna's boss, he swallowed his original response. Can't say I have. Think about it. John leaned in like they were both in on a secret. We could use a guy like you, someone who knows the game and has more charm than Kessler. Not that he's not charismatic, but you know what I mean. Charms for first dates and job interviews, and I haven't had a good track record with either.
Out of the corner of his eye, Country caught Jenna stepping out of the booth, clasping her tablet. He stepped back from the table.
You know, I think I need to hit the washroom before I sit back at the desk. Money's no object, Country, John called after him. I'm sure it could help the ranch.
Country turned and blinked.
What did you say?
John shrugged.
I did a little research. I think it's honorable that you're maintaining the family farm. Not many who are willing to stick it out these days.
Country nodded, then turned and strode through the door. Jenna had already disappeared somewhere down the hall.
Shit.
Jenna holed away in the production booth, leaving only twice to retrieve her headphones from her office and use the washroom. So far, her strategy had worked. Even though she had to stare at Country all night, at least the screen offered a level of protection. Owen stuck to her like glue, and this was the night that his lack of independence was going to come in handy. She had already come up with a post-production task to give him after they walked into the studio that would require them to walk together back to her office. Country would have no reason to come that direction on his way down to his truck in the garage. As they exited the booth, Jenna nudged Owen and was about to ask him to accompany her to the office when Owen turned. He reached out and grabbed Country's elbow.
Hey, I don't think we've been introduced.
Jenna's heart fluttered like a helicopter seed in a spring breeze as Country's eyes landed on her. No, I don't think you have. Owen, this is Country Maddox.
Owen Allen.
He held out a hand and they shook.
Fantastic point about the power play strategy.
Thanks. Country's eyes flicked to hers.
If only strategizing life were as straightforward as hockey.
Jenna almost swallowed her tongue. Owen chuckled.
Seems like you're doing well on both counts.
She needed to get out of the studio. Jenna tried again. Owen, I have something.
My girlfriend and I were dying over this video.
Owen pulled his phone from his pocket and swiped, then turned the screen to show Country.
Jenna, have you seen this?
She pursed her lips as Owen turned the screen to her and pumped up the volume. Country was standing in a living room she didn't recognize, probably his, with jeans slung low on his hips and his shirt off, pointing his beer at the screen. Country grinned.
That's why I'll only ever have one love.
Polk was laughing so hard the frame shook.
Who, Kismet? Hell no, a beaver with a stick.
Owen dropped the phone and wiped his eyes.
But I could watch your content all day.
Jenna fought the smile that threatened to curl the edges of her lips. Country's cheeks were flushed.
It's kind of a competition now. See who can say the most idiotic thing during a game.
That video got, 2.5 million views?
Owen shook his head. I was going to say you should consider monetizing, but I guess that's what you're doing here, eh?
Jenna's blood rushed in her veins. Every second she stood here, the risk of getting stuck in a conversation with Country alone heightened.
Owen!
Jenna's head snapped up as John approached. No, he couldn't steal her emotional bodyguard. Hey, John, I was just going to show Owen how to run the data backup. John nodded.
Sure, I need him for a second, but then I can send him your way.
But John was already turning.
You've got the footage for me?
Jenna frowned. She assumed he was talking about the spot on the Snowballs in Elite League for next week. But that was supposed to go to Liam. For you?
Archer wants to see it. Make sure it has enough heart.
What, he doesn't trust me? Jenna asked, only half teasing. Her palms started to sweat.
It's a new segment. I wouldn't read too much into it.
John grabbed Owen's shoulder and they headed to the door, leaving Jenna standing in front of Country, trying to keep him from seeing her hands shake. Country drew a deep breath.
He likes to dangle carrots.
Jenna scoffed. I don't even like carrots.
At least it isn't strawberries.
She laughed in spite of herself. Yeah, well. She rocked on her feet, searching for an excuse to bolt toward the door. Good job tonight.
You too. I assume.
Jenna nodded. I've got to get to my office. She took a step, but Country put a hand on her arm. The contact sent champagne bubbles shooting across her skin.
I know what will give your story more heart.
Jenna shook her head. Country.
You want this job, right? The team has Sunday suppers every weekend. All of us gathered at the Thompsons like one big happy family.
He looked down at her, his eyes earnest. No hint of a joke. She stepped back and pulled her arm away from him. I doubt your teammates would want me there interrupting.
I'll set it up. Just bring the equipment you need.
The idea of showing up and spending the evening with Country's team alone made her innards shrivel like she'd been touched by Hexus in Fern Gully, so she hedged. I don't know if I can make that work last minute. Country shrugged.
Up to you. I'll text you the address.
Jenna nodded. Why was he helping her with this? Did he think he still owed her something after tonight's broadcast? I sent an email about CSAs today. Not sure if you had a chance to look at it? He frowned.
We don't produce weekly.
No, I know. I don't think you have to, but you could consider marketing secondary products like milk, soap, cheese. Really, the benefit is cutting out the distributor and going direct to the consumer. Country scratched his chin.
I'll take a look.
I'm not going to pretend I know anything about what you're dealing with. Just wanted to send it in case it was helpful. For the first time, Jenna noticed the tension in his shoulders, the tightness in his jaw. He was always so quick to joke and laugh. She hadn't paid attention.
Thanks.
He reached up and loosened his tie. The thought that he might try to invite her out for drinks again flitted through her mind, and she panicked. So, I guess we're even? She needed to say the words, to make him understand that this wasn't going to continue to be a back and forth. Country opened his mouth, but Jenna didn't give him space to speak. Without a word, she flashed a thumbs up and shot toward the door. Chapter 16. Jenna stood on the doorstep with Tina and Chris, her cameraman for the day. Anne and Melissa weren't available to come with her at the last minute, and if Tina had declined, she would have been tempted to cozy up with a hot mug of tea in front of her gas fireplace. While Chris was a nice enough guy, she didn't know him well enough to call him a support person in a situation like this. When are we going to get a Chinook? Tina shoved her hands deeper into her coat pockets. Do you think I should knock again? Jenna asked. Before Tina could answer, the door swung open and they were enveloped by a wave of warmth tinged with the scent of garlic and rosemary. You must be Jenna! A spry woman who looked to be in her late 50s stepped out onto the frozen mat, in bare feet, and threw her arms around Jenna. It took her a second to recover, but she pulled herself together and returned the embrace. Mrs. Thompson? Oh, please, call me Charla. And who are your friends? Charla stepped back and invited them in. This is my friend Tina. Oh, that's one of the names the boys mentioned. Tina gave a coquettish smile. They were talking about me? Hopefully only the good things. Charla laughed. Ryan, Curtis, and Country said they all knew you in high school. Tina shot Jenna a look. That we did. Jenna put her shoes on the rack against the wall, then took off her coat and scarf. This is Chris. He's going to get some footage today for our story, if that's all right. Of course, but I hope you're planning to enjoy yourselves and not only focus on work. Jenna planned to only focus on work. There would be no enjoying herself in this scenario, not because she didn't want to catch up with old friends. After hearing Tina, Anne, and Melissa talk about their clandestine get-togethers, she understood the draw of reconnecting. Unfortunately for her, dredging up those happy memories only meant more pain in the present. It was like being forced to sit at a table with a bowl in the center filled with freshly picked spring strawberries. If she stared at them remembering she couldn't eat them, she hurt. If she ate them, she hurt. It was so much easier to stare at pineapple, blackberries, or peaches and pretend that strawberries didn't exist. Jenna! Curtis jumped up from his seat at the dining room table and strode toward her with his arms wide. Warmth spread through her as they embraced. Took you long enough to come by. All it took was an ultimatum from my boss. She grinned as Curtis pulled back. I hear you're a family man now. Yep, been married 10 years in May. Just had our 4th. Her eyes widened. 4 kids? How was it possible that she had friends with litters already? He nodded with pride. I did most of the work. Jenna rolled her eyes as Ryan stepped in and pulled her into a side hug.
Good to see you, Jens.
You too. How are things? It felt like she'd just taken a drink of warm hot chocolate, greeting her friends again. If Country was connected to every memory while she'd been coming of age, these guys were linked in just as tightly. They weren't at the center of her circle like he was, but they were still on the merry-go-round.
Good. Maya's almost 7.
Ryan still had a shy, boyish look about him, big doe eyes and long lashes. She couldn't believe he had a daughter approaching double digits. Jenna looked around the room as Curtis and Ryan moved to greet Tina. She counted 6 players at the massive dining room table, plus Curtis and Ryan. 3 of them sat with women who were obviously their girlfriends, and Jenna thought she could pick out the Snowballs' captain, Sean. He looked like a younger version of the man sitting next to Charla. Jenna forced her eyes to skim past Country and the blatantly empty seat next to him. She silently prayed that Tina would take it, but couldn't get her friend's attention on the down low. So many happy couples. Did all of them have kids? Jenna tried to breathe through the cinching of her ribs. Let's get set up over there. She pointed to the corner of the dining room where there was a bit more space and a good angle to film the gathering. Chris nodded and hoisted his equipment in that direction.
You're going to sit down and eat with us, right?
Curtis asked, making his way back to his seat. Ryan motioned for Tina to sit next to him, then pulled up an extra chair for Chris. Jenna's heart jumped to a gallop, and she nodded with more commitment than she felt. With her stomach twisting like one of those parachutes they played with in gym class, she didn't think shoveling prime rib and roast potatoes down her throat was a good idea, especially if she had to do it sitting in that seat.
So you know what's coming, right?
A player with a long braid down his back asked Tina as he reached out for the salad tongs. She raised an eyebrow.
Hopefully the plate of prime rib.
The guys laughed, and Charla snapped for one of them to pass her the meat. She tisked, Mike, do not harass this girl until she's gotten a chance to enjoy the food.
I wasn't going to harass. I just want all the embarrassing stories about these guys.
A guy at the end of the table who was shockingly handsome raised his hand.
I second that. I want all the dirt. I'll give you my email if you'd rather take your time with the details.
A player with long, wavy blonde hair added. A woman next to him with long, dark hair and olive skin rolled her eyes and laughed. Tina raised her hands. Okay. I think we have to start with the strongman contest of grade 11. Hoots and applause sounded around the table, and Jenna couldn't help but laugh. She turned her back on the table and focused all her attention on helping Chris set up his equipment as Tina fielded questions.
No, it was a fundraiser for their community team.
Chris looked up.
I've got this, if you want to.
I thought I'd go over the shot list. He nodded once and went back to camera assembly. Jenna pulled her tablet from her purse and flipped open the cover, but her eyes wouldn't focus.
Gentry, well, you all know him as Country now, was the first to jump up. Of course I was. I was the strongest.
Pressure built behind Jenna's eyes as Curtis and Ryan booed him, and the image of a church cultural hall flooded her head.
Gentry, get your ass off the stage!
Ryan could barely talk through his laughter. Jenna leaned against the cool cinder block wall, observing the antics in front of her. The gymnasium was filled to the brim with unsuspecting community members lured in by the fundraiser signs. Gentry pushed past Ryan and swaggered up to the platform with a grin that made her want to pinch his cheeks.
First task,
shouted the MC, their high school science teacher, Mr. Keller.
The keg lift.
Gentry approached the metal kegs, filled with sand. Jenna's dad had been up late with Mr. Kersey and Mr. Tremblay, making sure they were all within 5 kilograms of each other. Gentry hoisted them high above his head and stacked them, one after the other, his muscles rippling under the strain. He played the crowd like a mandolin, and Jenna wanted to run up onto the stage and kiss him right there in front of everyone. Curtis groaned.
You winning that competition was like Noah being voted for the Hart Trophy.
Bullshit! I did the whole course successfully, Country crowed as Chris stood up with his camera mount ready.
You cheated on that tire flip. Ryan, back me up.
Curtis turned, and Ryan coughed a laugh.
The only thing I remember was Country running off the course.
Blood rushed in Jenna's ears. She knew exactly where Ryan was headed with this recounting of events, but she couldn't think of any way to keep him from finishing his sentence.
and taking the bleachers 2 at a time until he got to where Jenna was sitting. Then he kissed her in front of the whole crowd. The pastor tripped and landed on Mrs. Gudenhoff's lap trying to chase him down. Curtis jumped in. No kissing in the church! Ryan altered his voice to sound like an old German woman and did it justice. Everyone at the table howled with laughter as Jenna struggled to suck in a full breath. You okay? You look like you're going to pass out, Chris asked as he gauged the shadows created by the light streaming through the back window. No, I'm okay, Jenna whispered, planting a hand on the wall to steady herself. It was an old story. It was just an old story. Jenna repeated this to herself until the rush in her head retreated, then turned the screen of her tablet to Chris. Her skin prickled as she pointed out the shots she wanted from the dining room. Country was watching her. She could feel his eyes like the rays of the sun. Jenna, come sit and join us, Curtis called out. Your cameraman seems very capable. Chris winked at him, and Jenna couldn't avoid looking up. Go eat. I've got it. She flipped the cover closed on her tablet and set it on the floor, then made her way round the table to the seat next to Country. This was ridiculous. Her body was as amped up as a bottle rocket before it launched. All she had to do was relieve the pressure. When men made sexist comments at work, what did she do? She laughed. When they assumed they knew what she was thinking, she patted their egos. When they made a joke about how ridiculous it would be for her to be sitting at the desk, she joined them. Jenna pulled out her chair and sat down. The kiss would have been better if he'd taken the time to let me stand up first. The table erupted, and Jenna put out a hand to take the prime rib from Tina. Easy. All she had to do was pretend it meant nothing to her. Pretend she wasn't shriveling up like a dehydrated succulent at the memory of Gentry's eyes being only on her. She'd get through that afternoon like she got through board meetings with John and Archer. Smiles and head nods and a healthy dose of disassociation. All of it worked. She ate dinner, laughed at the team stories, and even helped Chris get a few shots of the guys on the snowy grass with a bunch of beaten-up hockey sticks Sean's dad still had in the garage. She was washing dishes in the kitchen, complimenting Charlotte on her impressive thimble collection, when Ryan walked in. You got what you needed? Jenna nodded. Yep, thanks so much. Her eyes flicked to a flash of white and gold in his hands. What is that? Ryan peeled back the wrapping. Stole it from Country. It's the best chocolate. You want a piece? Jenna froze with a saucepan half submerged in soapy water as her breath hissed from her lungs. I can't finish that last piece. Gentry carefully folded the square of chocolate in the remaining crumpled gold paper. Jenna shook her head. It's going to get stale, but I can't get more of it, and it's the best chocolate I've ever had. So you're going to deny yourself? He grinned and booped the end of her nose. I'm going to keep this next to my bed to remind me that something this good exists. Jenna's lips pinched as tears pricked her eyes. We'll only be 3 hours apart. It's an easy drive. Her nose scrunched. We're both going to be busy, but I'll try to come up at the end of September, and I'll come up for Thanksgiving. You're not flying home? Hope bloomed in her chest. Gentry shook his head and slipped his hands around her waist. You're my home, Jenna. Jenna stared at the label. It was the same brand, and it was almost a full bar. Ryan rapped his knuckles on the counter. Country was telling us about that segment, and I thought, you sure you don't want some game footage? Jenna drew a breath. What exactly had Country told them? Had he kept his comments to the segment, or the fact that she was hoping it would tip her hand favorably in the eyes of the execs? I just don't think there will be time right now. I have to get the footage in by Tuesday. He shrugged. We have a game tomorrow night. Northeast. Country sucked in ragged breaths between the second and third period. Stiff Sticks had shown up to play today, and he was feeling his lack of sleep from the past 2 nights. He'd slept like the Alberta wind, always shifting and changing direction, never resting even when it pretended to. The chasm between him and Jenna was eating at him like termites on an old stump.
The fact that they were losing money on the ranch with each day that passed bit at his heels. Hockey had always been his safe place, but even suiting up wasn't doing it for him tonight. "Hey, Country!" Curtis pointed his mitts to the south side of the arena, and Country turned. His stomach swooped like he'd just gone over the crest of a roller coaster. "Did you know she was coming?" He shook his head. "I did," Sean grunted. "Jenna and I are like this." He held up his glove in front of their faces, and Ryan barked a laugh. "Doesn't work with gloves, bud." Sean kept his hand in the air as he skated to center ice. "Was that a flex?" Curtis tucked his water bottle under the bench. "Pretty sure Sean just insinuated he's closer to Jenna than you are." "He's not wrong," Country muttered. He glanced back up and watched Jenna find a place on the top bench where her cameraman could set up. Someone else was with her, not Chris from Sunday. "Get out there, Maddox." Sean gave him a brotherly shove off the boards. As soon as the puck dropped, Stiff Sticks pressed hard, their attacks becoming more desperate as the final minutes ticked down. Understandably, they were tied 2-2, and neither team wanted to end with a draw. Country intercepted a pass near their goal and maneuvered the puck back toward the neutral zone. He passed to Sean, who sidestepped their defense and relayed the puck to Jack. Jack made a break for the net, but never got the shot off. A few moments later, Darcy snatched the puck in their defensive end, sending it wide to Siraj, who found Country up the line. Another opportunity, another missed shot. The seconds ticked down, and as the final buzzer sounded, all Country felt was relief. His head wasn't in it tonight. He hadn't been on point all week. He lined up and tapped gloves with Stiff Sticks, but it took him all of 30 seconds before his head swiveled back to that seat at the top of the stands. Jenna was still there, standing in a swirl of fans moving up the aisle and out the doors to the foyer. Country rounded the end of the line and bolted for the bench, then grabbed his water bottle and jogged into the tunnel. He was the first one to hit the showers and resisted the urge to soak in the hot water after peeling off his sweat-soaked base layer. "In a rush there, eh, bud?" Curtis grinned as he threw his gear onto the bench. "I'm old. It's past my bedtime." "You don't get to play that card when I'm the one with 4 kids keeping me up at night." "Fair." Country rinsed his hair and walked through the curtain of steam to grab his towel. "Might want to use a hairdryer. Get pretty first," Ryan teased. Country pulled his boxers on. "You're pretty enough for the both of us." He shoved his damp legs into his jeans, yanked his shirt over his head, then shoved his pads and gear into his bag. "Nice W tonight, boys." He waved and threw his coat over his arm, grabbed his bag, and pushed out into the hall. Country only made 2 wrong turns before finding his way back up to the fan entrance and striding into the mostly empty stands. He scoured the area where Jenna had been standing moments before, but couldn't find her blonde hair. He turned and walked out into the foyer, scanning the group standing around and chatting. Nothing. He was half tempted to run like a lunatic out to the parking lot, but knew it was probably futile. Jenna was gone, and he wasn't going to have reason to see her again until after Christmas, which was 3 weeks away. He blew out a breath and turned back to the vending machines. He'd invited her to Sunday supper, then Ryan had gotten her out to a game, and he still couldn't lock this down. Maybe he needed to take the hint? Country set his bag down and scanned the options behind the glass. He typed E3 for a Coke, and when the mechanism stuck, suspending the bottle between the prongs in the shelf, he wasn't even surprised. Chapter 17. Jenna sat in her car with the engine idling and scrolled through her string of 25 text messages. "Melissa, Curtis is hosting a bonfire tonight. He invited us to come. Anyone game?" Anne, "Curtis as in Curtis and his family? Won't that be weird?" Melissa, "Curtis as in he's hosting it for the team after the game. So Ryan will be there, and I think they've invited a few other people like Jake and Callie. Did you know they were dating now?" Tina, "Wait, what? When did this happen?" Rhonda, "You realize I have no idea who you're talking about, right?" Melissa, "Which is why you need to come to the bonfire. We're sick of the hand-holding." Rhonda, "Why is it that it's only now that I'm hearing about all these people you're apparently such good friends with?" Anne, "We aren't such good friends with them, but we used to be. We didn't want to make things awkward with Jenna." Jenna paused and put a thumbs down emoji on that message. She couldn't believe that after 3 years, she was barely finding out that her 3 best friends in the world were avoiding social engagements because they didn't want to make her uncomfortable. "We remember what it was like after you broke up," Tina had said in the hot tub. "Had it really been that bad?" "Yes." The answer came without her even having to think about it. Jenna kept scrolling. "Rhonda, you said the whole team is invited, as in there will be single guys?" Melissa, "No tits, Rhonda." Anne, "You beat me to it. Jinx." Melissa, "He doesn't have a pool and it's still going to be -24. Rhonda, "You're really selling this." Melissa, "No, he has a huge fire pit and those little gas heaters. He's like a real adult." Anne, "So when does this real adult party start?" Melissa, "Ryan said whenever the game ends." Rhonda, "The attention to detail is staggering." Anne, "Did he say what time approximately?" Melissa, "You guys don't shoot the messenger. He hasn't texted back in a while, so I'm assuming he's probably in the game." Rhonda, "I'm in. Just text and I'll make sure to put on a bra." Anne, "I can pick you guys up." Tina, "Let me know if you want to ride. Lol." Melissa, "Sweet. I think Jenna said she'd be there getting footage, so we'll probably hear from her around the same time we hear from Ryan." Jenna could practically hear the crickets after that last message. They'd included her on the text thread, so at least that was something. She'd apparently done a decent enough job convincing them that she was grown up enough to handle that they were all connected with Country and his friends. But now, reading through these messages, she wasn't sure if she was convinced herself. Watching Country skate earlier had opened a fire hydrant of memories. While she'd spent plenty of time in ice arenas over the years since she'd broken things off, every player had idiosyncrasies, and Jenna still had Gentry's memorized. The way he always let his left skate float a little further up the ice than his right when he glided to the bench. The opposite of most right-handed players. The way he always tipped his chin before a no-look pass, as if that extra motion would convince the defense he was on the up and up. The way he never slumped over his knees when he finished a shift. They were his nuances, and yet they felt tied to her own soul, like a welded joint. She'd left the rink before the camera had even been disassembled because she couldn't bear the thought of standing there and witnessing a different version of the next string of events. Country walking up the stairs with his hockey bag slung over his shoulder, his hair damp, flicking water droplets onto his forehead. His eyes scanning the seats until they locked onto hers and then lighting up with that lopsided smile as he set his bag against the railing and climbed down to pull her into his arms. The kiss on her forehead, her cheek, her lips. Jenna pressed her head against the seat back and pinched the bridge of her nose. After a few deep breaths, she looked back at her screen and typed, "Jenna, hey, just seeing this. Game is over. I think I'm going to head home. You girls have fun and make good choices." The next step was to turn off her phone and click it to her hands-free holder on the dash, but she couldn't quite bring herself to do it. The emotions roiling inside her were reaching high pressure, like a thunderhead about to burst. She should turn it off, put the car in reverse and start the drive home. But her hands clung to the phone until she saw a message come through from Melissa. Did they win? Don't answer. Put the phone down, start driving. Jenna, yep, 4-2. Anne, where were they playing? Jenna, Northwest. Rhonda, please tell me they invited some of those trust fund babies from the alcove to the bonfire. Tina, I don't think the odds are in your favor, Rhonda. Melissa, it's Friday night, Jenna. You really don't want to come? Jenna's heart picked up speed. That was the question she'd been waiting for. The one she needed to avoid and somehow didn't want to. She didn't want to talk about it. She needed to talk about it. Jenna, you know why I don't want to go. Anne, because you're not over Gentry? Jenna, no, I am over him. It's too awkward. It was a lie. All of it. The truth about her feelings was appearing like lemon juice letters held over a candle flame. She fought it because she didn't want to face it, but every time she hurled her past with Gentry toward the horizon, it rounded like a boomerang and zoomed right back, hitting her square in the gut. Rhonda, why is it awkward if you're over him? I've been promised there will be hot single guys there. Jenna, do I really have to explain why it's awkward? Anne, maybe Country won't be there. That would be ridiculous for both of you to avoid a fun night because you're both afraid of seeing each other. Jenna, I'm sure he'll go. Rhonda, because he's over it. Jenna winced. I want to be friends. Was he over it? Had he really invited her out because he missed her in a purely platonic way? Was she the only problem here? Melissa, Jenna, if we get there and he makes an appearance and it's too much, you can just leave early. Anne, no she can't because she's riding with us. Jenna, I'm all the way up north. Melissa, just got a text from Ryan. I have the address. Everyone's heading there now. It's closer to Deerfoot. You'll have to drive past our house anyway to get there. Might as well save the gas money. Jenna started to sweat. Why hadn't she put the phone down? Why hadn't she pulled out of the lot and started home? Because she didn't want to be left out of the group? Because she couldn't stop spiraling closer, caught in his gravity? Because she wanted to be strong? Because she wanted to be convinced? Because she'd never told him the truth, and it was eating at her like bile on an empty stomach? Because she didn't want this truth. She didn't want it. She didn't want to be the girl who couldn't give the only man she'd ever loved what he needed. If she didn't say it out loud, it wouldn't be permanent. Like when she was a little girl hiding under the covers when her closet door had been left open an inch. If she couldn't see it, it wasn't real. For the last decade, she'd worked to convince herself that she'd simply replaced her dream of settling down with Gentry on their own land, of playing hockey on the pond with little kids racing between their feet, with something else. She wanted a sportscasting job, and when that didn't work out, she'd altered course and driven toward the executive producer position. It was too heartbreaking to accept that her dream, her real one, was off the table. But Mom, why can't I have a strawberry? Jenna's ponytail bounced as she stomped her bare feet on the patio. Her mother put her hands on her shoulders. Sweetie, we've been over this. Strawberries make you sick. But Travis just ate one. They're not bad. Her mother laughed. No, they're not bad for Travis. They're bad for you. Tears welled in Jenna's eyes as she stared at the container of ruby red berries. But I want a strawberry. Her mother pulled her against her chest. I know. I'm so sorry. Can I get you some apple slices? And then... Jenna pushed back. No, I don't want anything. I'm not hungry. Jenna remembered popping a strawberry into her mouth that night when her mother wasn't looking. She remembered the way her tongue itched and her throat constricted, the way her mother stroked her hair on the way to the emergency room. The second she'd been released from the hospital, she'd told everyone she hated strawberries. Here she was, a grown-ass woman, and she was still throwing a fit about not being able to have what she wanted. Yes, it was unfair. Yes, it hurt. But she couldn't make her reproductive organs magically work any more than she could convince her immune system that strawberry proteins were safe. That conversation with Gentry was the equivalent of announcing to her mother that she hated strawberries. But she didn't. She loved them. In fact, she thought about strawberries every second of every day for months after she'd told him not to drive up to Windsor. Jenna wasn't ready to close the door then. But Gentry didn't deserve to stare at an open closet. Jenna, be there in 20 minutes. Country pushed through the double doors of the rink, locked in his own thoughts. He didn't hear his teammate Brett calling after him until he had his hands on the handle of his truck door. Country threw his bag in the back and turned. Do you have headphones in? Brett asked. Country shook his head. Sorry, just thinking. Brett nodded. You left before Curtis could tell us about his plan for our celebration tonight. Country looked skeptical. For his birthday? No, his wife took the kids down to Lethbridge to their grandparents, and he has the house to himself. Ah, he's lonely.
He had a different plan for wallowing if we lost. Said he didn't want a bunch of crotchety-ass players around his fire pit. Brett blew into his hands. He wasn't wearing his coat. We're all headed there now. I'm sure he'll pop his address in the chat. Country opened his door. I know where he lives. I don't know if I feel much like celebrating tonight, though. Brett slapped a hand on the rail of his truck. Yeah, I know how that goes. Do I need to rally the troops and show up at your house for a sleepover? Country grinned. Only if you're bringing your Nintendo 64. No, I'm good, bud. It's just been a lot the past couple of weeks. Brett nodded. All right. I'll tell Jenna you said hi. Country froze with one foot on the rail. What? Brett turned back, a smug smile on his face. Ryan was texting her friends in the locker room. They're all coming. Jenna's coming to the bonfire? Brett nodded. That's what the text read. Said they're all driving out together. Country chewed on this. Jenna, who had been avoiding him nonstop for the last week and a half, was going to show up at another team event? Would she sit as far away from him as possible and refuse to make eye contact? Or worse, sit next to him and laugh like nothing had ever happened between them? Brett took a backward step toward the rink. It's all good. I understand if you don't want a repeat of Sunday. She had your balls to the wall all afternoon. Country's jaw flexed. I was being polite. I could tell she didn't want to be there. Well, it seems like she wants to be at the bonfire tonight. Country scoffed. Unless she's bringing a cameraman. Brett shook his head. Nope, no footage. Ryan specified. If I don't see you there, have a good weekend. Oh! His face lit up. Do you have Curtis's gift? Country nodded. It's all finished. I have it back at the house. Brett pumped his fist. I can't wait to see it. We could give it to him another night, though. He saluted him, then turned and shoved his hands in his pockets and jogged over the salted parking lot back to the doors. Country slid into the seat of his truck and hit the start button. Why would Jenna McAllister voluntarily come to a bonfire after she'd scooted out of that rink so fast there was smoke trailing from her heels? More importantly, why was he being polite? It seemed that Jenna wasn't only going to be in his life at GCBN, and if her showing up at team events was going to be commonplace, he needed to learn how to act like he damn well pleased. He hadn't been lying to Brett about being exhausted, but the idea of Jenna showing up and hanging out with his friends without him rankled. It was almost Curtis's birthday, and he had a hell of a gift to give him. Chapter 18. Curtis's backyard was like a fairy winter wonderland. Cafe bulbs hung from the pergola next to the fire pit, with Adirondack chairs surrounding the brick. Fallow planters lined the far fence, and the yard was blanketed in pristine snow, all except an area next to the shed that had been scooped clean to make a hollowed-out snow fort. Jenna's heart twinged at the sight. Her mother had sent her articles over the years about adoption, and she'd read them. She'd cried at the stories of couples struggling with infertility and then finding children they felt they were meant to be with all along. There were far worse fates than being sterile, and she didn't allow herself to drop into self-pity often. But the past 2 weeks had been more difficult than most. Yes, there were options. But back then, she hadn't wanted them. Back then, she couldn't even fathom the idea of giving Country anything less than perfection. Now, in her 30s, she hadn't exactly been looking for an opportunity to disappoint someone else. Until Gentry had shown up on her phone screen, she hadn't considered she'd kept the past tied to her like an anchor, never allowing her to swim beyond a specific radius. That had to end tonight. Not because John might offer Country a job at GCBN, though she was positive he would, based on the most recent reports she'd seen. She needed to close this chapter for herself, to finally put salve on that old festering wound and give her heart a chance to heal and find new dreams she might actually be capable of reaching. Is this your toque? Anne spun in her seat and held out an olive green knit hat. Jenna shook her head and held up her tan one. Nope, mine's here. Tina reached out and grabbed it. Mine, thank you. They piled out of Melissa's car and pulled on their gloves as they walked toward the fire pit. With the heaters and the blaze Curtis already had going, they were probably overdressed. But that was the beauty of layers. Jenna recognized some of the guys she'd met at Sunday supper.
Andre, Ryan, Brett, Sean. Brett's girlfriend was snuggled in his lap, and Sean sat next to him with a marshmallow on the end of a roasting stick. Curtis was talking with a group of 3 guys she didn't know, and then her eyes landed on the man sitting with his back toward them. She knew the coat from working on the ranch the other day, and made a point to lead her friends to the empty chairs on the opposite side of the fire pit. "Hey, you made it!" Curtis interrupted his conversation and waved. "Ryan brought drinks. There's food on the bar next to the house." Anne beelined for the keg, and Jenna followed close on her heels. If she was going to have the guts to do what she needed to do tonight, a little liquid courage couldn't be underestimated. She pulled a plastic cup from the stack and waited her turn to fill up. Once she let the foam settle and topped off, she sat down between Melissa and Anne. Curtis had brought the 3 guys she didn't recognize to the wooden bench next to Country's chair, and Rhonda had already claimed the smoke was following her in order to split from their group and sit closer to them. Jenna sipped her beer and leaned close to the fire, taking off her gloves so she could feel the dry heat on her fingertips. "I can't believe you weren't going to invite us out here if we didn't win." Andre lit a cigarette and took a long drag. Curtis laughed. Motivation. Boyd grabbed a roasting stick from the patio stones. "It's only motivation if we know the stakes ahead of time, bud." "I forgot to tell you." "What excuses do you have, really?" Country motioned to the house. "Can't you prioritize your team over your wife and kids?" The beer felt sour in her stomach. Why did it have to be him to make that comment? It was just a joke, but it felt like so much more than that considering what she had to tell him tonight. Maybe she should just get it over with. She could ask him to talk with her for a second, pretend she had something to share about the ranch or something, and then spit it out. "Gentry, remember when we broke up all those years ago? It wasn't because I didn't want to be with you. It was actually the opposite. I wanted to be with you so much that I freaked out when I got my test results back. Turns out there was a reason I was always so short and my period didn't start till I was 16. Isn't that hilarious?" Maybe he would laugh and ask why she hadn't told him sooner. And then she'd ask why he hadn't called her back when she'd tried to reach out a month later. They could laugh off the whole misunderstanding and move on. Jenna set down her beer and unzipped the front of her coat. She was going to suffocate. She was going to suffocate and die in the fresh Canadian air in front of her friends and some hockey players she barely knew. "Those lamps put off a lot of heat, eh?" Ryan watched her struggle to pull off her scarf. "Mm-hmm." Rhonda grinned. "Jenna got a little overambitious with the layers." Country held his hands out to the fire. "She's always freezing. It's a survival mechanism." Jenna's heart stumbled as Country cleared his throat and turned to Curtis. "Unlike you, I didn't stipulate a W for my gift tonight." He reached under his chair and pulled out a gift bag covered in pink pacifiers. Curtis barked a laugh. "Did you steal that bag from my house?" Country handed him the bag. "Your wife has over 50 in there. This was the best one." Jenna tried not to think about what that choice represented. "Why didn't you remind us that it was his birthday?" Tina smacked Ryan's shoulder and he pretended it actually hurt. "It's not until next week. You still have time to buy me something pretty." Curtis flashed a smile, then pulled bright neon fabric from the bag. The whole team erupted as Curtis's face lit up. He held up the most garish ski coat Jenna had ever seen, and she couldn't help but laugh. "That's so damn beautiful." Andre pretended to wipe a tear. Curtis struggled to speak over the din. "Where did you find this?" Sean's cheeks turned pink. Tyler hugged his girlfriend Emma a little tighter. "Mama Thompson handmade that coat." Curtis's jaw dropped. "She did not." Emma nodded. "She stores Sun Ice fabric from the 80s like your wife stores bags." Curtis unzipped the coat and shoved his arms in, then strutted around the fire pit, trying out the pockets to hoots and hollers. He froze and whirled back toward Country, throwing up his fist. Jenna's lungs felt like they were being juiced like lemons. The celebration around her slowed, the sound of their laughs and cheers fading to a dull roar as she stared at the slip of pale orange paper in Curtis's hand. A $2 bill. Not just any $2 bill, one with a loon that wasn't even in print anymore because it was from 2002, when Country and Curtis were in grade 7. They'd traded that bill on their birthdays every year since she'd known them. This was too much. Jenna needed to talk to Country, but it wouldn't be tonight. She set her cup on the ground and used the mayhem to slip away from the patio and tromp through the packed snow to the side of the house. Breathe. She just needed to—
Jenna?
Country slipped as he stopped in the snow. Jenna spun to face him, the tears in her eyes shimmering in the ambient light. She didn't answer, didn't say anything, just reached up and clutched the pale blue knitted scarf wrapped around her neck. After all his bravado on the drive over, it had been damn near impossible to act like himself. He couldn't stop watching the way her lips moved when she sipped from her cup, or the way the firelight cast a warm glow on her skin. Then, in all the celebration, he'd felt her leave before he'd caught a glimpse of her black jacket disappearing behind the corner of the house. He didn't think, just moved. Country jogged forward and wrapped his arms around her, crushing her against his chest. She melted into him, and he inhaled the soft scent of rose and vanilla in her hair. Too much. He'd pushed too hard. He hadn't meant to hurt her. Had he? As Jenna's shoulders shook beneath his arms, he didn't want to admit that there had been a small part of him that had hoped seeing him again, being reminded of pieces of their life together, would bring her the same pain he'd lived with every day in Toronto. He didn't want her to suffer. He only wanted to admit to her that he had, that she'd caused it. He wanted a damn explanation. Country steadied his breathing and felt Jenna settle. He held her until she was so still, he could have been convinced she'd fallen asleep. Then held her longer. They stood in the shadow of the house, listening to their friends' laughter wafting over in fits and bursts from the patio. Finally, Jenna pulled back and wiped at the smudged mascara under her eyes. He needed to say something, but couldn't string any words together. "Thank you," Jenna murmured. She wouldn't look up and meet his eyes. Country reached out and lifted her chin. The tip of her nose was pink, her eyes shadowed and red-rimmed. She sniffed. "Can we talk?" He nodded, then motioned to his truck. Jenna turned and walked with him, their shoes crunching over the snow. Country debated getting in and turning on the heat, but it wasn't that cold. He pivoted and opened the back door. "Why do you have blankets in your truck?" He shrugged, pulling the bundle from the back. "I always keep quilts in the back seat." That was true, at least since she'd known him. He told her it was a safety thing, that his mom insisted he had enough supplies in the truck to keep him warm and fed if the truck stalled on the highway or something. But they'd found enough uses for those quilts over the years that had nothing to do with emergency preparedness. Country lowered the tailgate, and Jenna slipped as she tried to climb into the back. This truck stood taller than the one he had back in the day, the one they'd always stargazed in from the driveway of the ranch. "Here." Country put his hands around her waist and boosted her up. "Thanks." She spread out one of the quilts, then balled up one for their heads. Country grabbed the last blanket and pulled it over them as they settled in on their backs. "I don't remember the last time I've done this," Jenna whispered. Country stared up into the cloudless night sky filled with hundreds of stars. When he spoke, his voice was low and rough. "I remember." He didn't reach out, didn't even accidentally press his legs against hers. "It's crystal clear." Country traced the Big Dipper with his eyes, then searched for Orion's belt. "I think there's a chance we see northern lights, tonight or tomorrow." "Oh yeah?" Country nodded. "There are some good solar flares, and as long as the clouds hold." "As long as we wake up at 3 in the morning?" Country turned his head and caught a small grin on her lips. He loved the way her right eye crinkled more than her left, the new lines she had along her cheeks. "I'd rather just stay up all night." She breathed a laugh. "Don't you think we're too old for that?" "I thought I was too old for a lot of things." He turned his head back to the sky, and Jenna pushed up on her elbow. "That's not a full sentence." He frowned, his eyes glassy in the dim light drifting from the porch. "It has a noun and a verb, so I assure you it is." "Okay, yes, maybe grammatically, but not content-wise." "Content-wise?" His heart thrummed like a truck engine with her eyes locked on his. They needed to talk,
really talk. But he couldn't bring himself to pop this bubble. Jenna's brow furrowed. Yeah, you never say you thought something without adding context. He raised an eyebrow and Jenna doubled down. Seems unnecessarily past tense. Country grinned. You're going to throw that at me? If you still believed you were too old for some things, you would have said, I think I'm too old for a lot of things. But you didn't. You said thought. I think I just used the wrong word. Jenna shook her head. You're deflecting. That might work on the ice, but not with me. You haven't seen me on the ice in years. I saw you tonight. That made him pause. You were getting footage. My cameraman was getting footage. I was watching you. She caught herself. I mean, your team. Is that what you mean? Jenna's lips parted, and Country's heart tumbled like an empty box down a flight of stairs. Never mind. I was just saying I saw you on the ice tonight. That's not what you said. It's what I meant. She clenched her jaw and pulled the quilt to her chin. Why do you do that? Her breathing quickened. Do what? Push away, like I'm a threat. Jenna scoffed. You're not a threat. You're doing it right now. She turned to look at him, her eyes blazing. I was trying to have We were having a nice conversation until your walls dropped. He rubbed his toque into his hair and squinched his eyes, all the frustration from the past week bubbling up like buttermilk syrup. I've never given you any reason not to talk to me. No, but you avoid me like the plague at the studio. Jenna pushed up on her elbows. Are you getting mad at me because I'm busy at work? He laughed out loud. Busy at work? You have plenty of time to talk to Glenn Kessler or Owen, who's possibly there to steal your job, but what do you want me to do, Gentry? Come check on you? Hold your hand? Make sure your blush is applied correctly? Country shook his head. Yeah, Jens, exactly. Well, what then? I want you to not look away the second I walk into a room. Maybe I can't do that. She shifted to her side and pressed a finger into his chest. Maybe it's hard enough to do my job with you walking around in your damn shirt and tie with your messy shadow-creating hair, so I distract myself. You distract yourself because you hate my hair? Jenna growled in frustration. No, Gentry, I distract myself because I can't stop staring at your damn hair. I can't stop thinking about the fact that you still have that old t-shirt or that you still buy raspberry chocolate and then you go and give Curtis that $2 bill? It's like you're trying to torture me. A low buzz sounded in Country's ears. Like you still have the keychain I gave you? And yet you didn't even look me up when you moved back to Calgary? You told me you couldn't do the long distance thing. It was never about the long distance. She pressed her hand against his chest, grabbing onto his sweatshirt and pulling in frustration. Then what was it about? He pushed up, his elbows biting into the metal ridges of the truck bed, not realizing his face would end up centimeters from Jenna's. I was all in. You know that, right? You were the one that pulled away, and I don't know what I did wrong. I don't know how I ruined... Jenna didn't let him finish that sentence. Before he could process what was happening, her lips were on his, and he was sinking back against the blanket, pulling her with him. Chapter 19. Had she done this? Jenna didn't remember choosing to kiss Gentry, but there she was, sprawled over him, her lips moving against his as his arms wrapped around her for the second time that night. Her whole body vibrated like violin strings as his fingers pressed into her back, the taste of her mint lip balm finding its way back to her tongue from his. You. Her heart unlocked like a diary, recognizing the key it had been waiting for all these years. No. Recovering from leaving Country the first time had been like collecting beads from a snapped bracelet over gravel. She'd never found all the pieces, and yet she couldn't force herself to stop. He traced his tongue over the seam of her lips, and she felt his intake of breath before she heard it. Country put his hand behind her head and rolled her to her back, then dropped his leg between hers.
His weight on her body was intoxicating. Jenna twisted her fists in his fleece, pulling it tight across his back, and arched into him. He dragged his lips across her jaw and kissed down the side of her throat while her blood felt like it was pushing through the kink in a garden hose. She had to stop. Even though she'd been the one to start this, she had to stop and tell him the truth before he put his hands on any more of her skin, or she was going to have sex with him right here in the back of this truck while their friends sat in wooden chairs around the corner.
"What's wrong?"
Country whispered. Jenna's eyes flew open. He was there, hovering over her. She didn't realize how much she'd tensed up until she let out a breath. Now. She had to say it now. "There's something I have to tell you." Her voice was ragged, and Country pulled back a little farther, working to catch his breath. There was no way to ease into this. Jenna's hands softened as she stared up into his eyes, the faint glow from the back patio etching his face in grayscale. "I have Turner syndrome, Gentry." His brows furrowed.
"What?"
She meant to drop her hands from his shoulders, but instead, they traced down his sides and settled on his waist. "I found out a few days before I called you from Windsor. I went in to get tested for the genetic markers for breast cancer because of my mom, and then I got the results." Tears welled up in her eyes again as she opened the gasket on 13 years of shame and secrets. They dropped onto her skin, rolling straight back into her hair. Jenna thought back to the weeks before they'd broken up. She'd told him she was getting tested. They'd been talking about her mom's diagnosis for a month at least, and that had been one of the first questions he'd asked her when they'd talked. Country's frown deepened.
"You said you didn't have the markers."
Jenna nodded, her throat working. I don't have the markers for breast cancer."
"But you had something else?"
he asked. She squeezed her eyes shut, and he wiped her tears with his thumb.
"Jenna."
"Turner syndrome means I'm missing an X chromosome. My ovaries aren't developed. It's why I'm small and why I never knew when I was going to get my period." Country rolled off her, settling next to her side.
"I don't understand. Why didn't you tell me? I could have—"
"It means I can't have kids." That seemed to knock the air out of him. I can't have kids. The phrase appeared in her head in white Arial font like they fed to Glenn on the teleprompter. Each word sank around them like a newspaper dropped on a puddle, hovering until they were saturated, then sinking to the bottom. The last month of their relationship snapped into startling clarity. The last time he'd been in Windsor and they'd sat at her kitchen table with toast and scrambled eggs, how he told her he couldn't wait until their life could be that way every day. How she'd said hockey might get in the way of their plans, and how he'd explained that all he wanted was a family with her. It didn't matter when or where it was. The picture he'd shown her of a farmhouse with white siding and a wraparound porch. Country's voice shook when he spoke.
"Why didn't you tell me?"
Tears streamed from Jenna's eyes in rivulets. "I couldn't." It felt like the words had been dragged from her, stolen without permission. "You talked about having a family all the time, and when I found out—" Country sat up and stripped the quilt from his legs, piling it on her instead.
"You should have told me."
Jenna scrambled to sit. "I told you I couldn't. I didn't know what to think, and I wanted to eventually. I called, but you didn't—"
"So you're trying to blame this on me now?"
His eyes were dark as he faced her, his words landing like a slap to the face. "I'm not trying to blame anyone. I'm just saying—"
"That was selfish, Jenna. To make a decision like that without even giving me the information? To not even let me be a part of it?"
Country kept talking, but all Jenna saw was his slanted brows and moving lips as the world blurred around her. Jenna slammed the microwave closed. "I told you I talked with Mom and she told me not to come." Travis threw up his hands.
"Of course she told you not to come. What was she supposed to say? She knew you cared about that job more than anything else."
Jenna clenched the top rail of the chair back in front of her. "How dare you? I don't love my job more than anything else. It's a job, Travis. I was trying to honor her wishes." When the woman who gave you life is getting poison pumped into her veins, you might want to consider taking a weekend trip. That's all I'm saying. This is bullshit, Travis. You know I would have. No, I don't, actually. Travis closed his laptop, then picked it up along with his bag of all-dressed chips from the kitchen table. It's fine, though. I'm here and I'll be here until Mom gets through this, so you can go back to Windsor and focus on priority number 1. 13 years, Jenna. 13 years for what? The truck jostled as Country shuffled to the end of the truck bed and dropped to the ground. 13 years because I knew what your priorities were and I didn't fit. Her vocal cords scraped like sandpaper. Country looked back, his eyes dark. 13 years because you trusted your analysis instead of letting me do my own. He turned and stalked away into the dark. Chapter 20. Jenna slid a second piece of apple cranberry pie onto her plate. I think this needs to be a new Christmas tradition. It's good, right? Rhonda handed her the ice cream scoop and slid the tub across the counter. So good. She dropped a hefty scoop of vanilla onto her plate. She may have been buffering with sugar for weeks now, but that obviously couldn't end until after the new year. Jenna returned to the dining room and sat down next to Anne and Tina. Melissa's missing out. Anne sighed. Melissa always misses out on the holidays. How dare she have a family that loves her? Tina grinned and grabbed another roll from the basket in the middle of the table. Okay, my family loves me. They just don't happen to live here anymore, Anne said. Jenna laughed. My family chooses not to come back for the holidays, even though they know I'm 10 minutes from their house. Do you think it's personal? She took a bite of pie. Definitely. Jenna was half joking. Deep down, she didn't question whether her parents loved her. They'd raised 2 kids in what her mom liked to call the Arctic tundra, and finally had the freedom to work from anywhere. But she'd be lying if she said Christmas and New Year's with the gals didn't make her heart twinge a little. Travis's words always came back in those moments. Had she chosen her career and ambitions over her family then? She hadn't meant to. She liked to believe she would have dropped everything and sprinted back to Calgary if her mom needed her. But she'd insisted she was fine. And Jenna had chosen to believe her. At least they're not spending time with your brother and his wife and not you. Rhonda reached for the bottle of wine and poured a glass. My family's all on a cruise in the Caribbean. Jenna's mouth dropped open. What? They didn't invite you? They invited me, I just couldn't get work off. Tina patted her shoulder. At least you have pie. Rhonda scoffed. Definitely better than the beach. Anne took a sip of water. Just think, you would have had to wear a bikini top the whole time. Rhonda held up a hand. Not so. I know for a fact there's a topless beach on St. Martin. We need to plan a trip. Jenna chewed the flaky pie crust as the ice cream melted on her tongue. Plan a trip. The idea was almost laughable. She hadn't made vacation plans outside of Alberta in over a year. Since John announced his retirement, she hadn't even taken a sick day. Anne dropped her hand over hers. How are you holding up? Jenna swallowed and forced a smile. Fine. It was the answer she'd given for the past 3 weeks, any time her friends had checked in after she'd shown up on the patio puffy-eyed and sniffling, asking them to drive her home. She'd been too far gone that night to explain everything on the drive, but they'd had a hot tub friend therapy session a few days later. All of them agreed it had been the right move to tell Gentry the truth, but after seeing the hurt on his face, Jenna wasn't convinced. He'd walked away from the truck and they hadn't said a word to each other since. No texts, nothing. As much as she'd tried not to get reattached with him popping in and out of her life, she hadn't been able to help it. Now she was like a mussel that had been pried off the side of a rock. She floated aimlessly in the surf, with her insides rubbed raw. I loved the feature on the snowballs, Jens. On HEC. I don't think I got a chance to tell you that. Tina popped the last piece of roll into her mouth. Were the execs happy with it? Jenna nodded. Thrilled. They want to continue posting updates throughout the rest of the season, highlight the other Calgary teams. Anne beamed at her. Which means you've got to have that job in the bag. Has John given an official date yet? No, but it has to be soon. He wants to have someone in place by the end of the season. Jenna set her fork down and pulled her phone from where it sat wedged under her thigh. Hey, can I use your study for a sec? This is my parents calling. Anne waved her off, and Jenna jogged down the hall before picking up. Hey, Mom. Merry Christmas! Her mom and dad exclaimed in unison. Jenna laughed. Merry Christmas. Are you heading out to any full moon parties in the desert? Or sticking around tonight? It's not a full moon, Jenna. You should know the lunar cycle by now, her mom teased. What are you up to today? With Ann and Tina? Yep, and Rhonda. Just finished pie. What kind? Her dad asked. Apple cranberry. You would love it. She could hear his smile through the phone. Add in some rhubarb and I'm sold. Jenna sat down in Anne's secretary chair. Did you get my gift? I got the earrings and the gift cards. Thank you, guys. Oh, I did, and it's lovely. I can't wait to wear the skirt when we go to the market on Thursday, and your dad loves the reel. Well, he should, since he told me exactly which one to buy. Jenna put her foot on the edge of the desk and twirled the chair back and forth. Have you talked to Travis? How are they doing? Her parents were silent a beat before her mom answered. Good. They're good. There's actually something we need to tell you. Jenna's heart dropped like a stone. There's something I need to tell you, and before you jump to conclusions, I need you to listen to the whole story. She felt numb, remembering how her mother had explained her breast cancer diagnosis and treatment plan. Is it back? Is what back? Your cancer, Mom. Her mother laughed. No, Jenna, it's nothing like that. She breathed a sigh of relief. It's just that we talked with Travis this morning, and they have news. Her ears perked up. News? Are they moving back to Canada? Her father cleared his throat. Travis and Eliana are expecting a baby. Are you honestly trying to convince me that you'd draft Kruger over Sokolov? Gentry tromped along the spongy forest path, trying to keep up. Jenna was a fast hiker, probably because she had half the mass to carry up the mountainside. There's no question. I have 100 questions, like why hasn't his plus-minus improved if he has so much potential? How in God's green earth do you think he's going to stack up against defenders like Hutzeluk and Farmer when they've got at least 40 pounds on the guy? Amazing things come in small packages. Jenna tossed a look over her shoulder and caught him staring directly at her backside. As they rounded the corner, the path opened up, and Gentry sped up to hike next to her. You're not even out of breath. Just because I don't exhale like Darth Vader doesn't mean my heart rate isn't up. She took a drink from the hose protruding from her hiking backpack, then stopped next to the trunk of a lodgepole pine, and Gentry glanced down the path. Guess we got a little bit ahead. Should we wait? Jenna nodded, walking out a little ways onto the ledge and looking out over the tourmaling water of Lake Louise. Not the worst place to stop and take in the view. Gentry took in the sheen of sweat on the back of her neck and the blonde baby hairs there curling under the adjustable band of her baseball cap. He agreed wholeheartedly. Without thinking, he reached out and snagged the bill of the hat. I think you should try wearing this backward. He twisted, and Jenna yelped as the hat caught around her ponytail. Gentry! She scowled and took it off. That doesn't work when your hair is pulled through the back. He laughed as she tried to tamp down her now disheveled hair and finally gave up, pulling out her elastic and starting over. Here, let me do it. Gentry held out a hand, and she gave him a skeptical look. You know how to do ponytails? He nodded. I'm excellent. I don't believe you. He grinned as she handed him the hair tie, then turned her around and threaded his fingers in her hair, pulling it up away from her shoulders. His pulse hummed, kicking up like he was in the middle of scaling another incline. Ow! Sorry, he breathed. He was gentle as he smoothed out the ridges, then pulled her hair through the elastic. He twisted it a second time with clumsy fingers, then a third, which got it tight enough to hold. There. Gentry turned her back around, admiring his handiwork. Does it look ridiculous? He shook his head. You never look ridiculous. The air seemed to go still around them, thick and slow like cold maple syrup. His hands were still on her shoulders, and suddenly, the only sensation he could process was the soft cotton of her shirt and the heat from her skin seeping into his fingertips. Thanks. Can I kiss you? Gentry's words came out in a rush, and Jenna's eyes widened, looking more verdant than the pine boughs jutting out next to them. Jenna's lips curled into a slow smile. Then she lifted her hat and pulled it onto her head, backward. Do you ever ask questions you don't know the answer to? Country woke in a cold sweat. He bolted up. Gray morning light filtered through the blinds. He was in his house, in his own bed, pitching a tent that was physically painful. He threw off his damp sheets and winced as he walked to the bathroom. What time was it? He was guessing around 7:30 by how light it was already. Why hadn't his alarm gone off? He splashed cold water on his face and stared at his wan expression in the mirror. That was the 4th night in a row he'd dreamed of her. Never the same vignette, but always the same result. Turned on and hollowed out. It had been over 3 weeks since he and Jenna had lain in the back of his truck, buzzed, staring at the stars, and the image of her with tears in her eyes haunted him. I couldn't. At first, he'd been livid, even though he understood she was telling her version of the truth. Stomping away from the truck was the best he could do to avoid saying anything else he would have regretted. The next morning had brought a bit more perspective, but not much. So the days passed, and on every one he thought of Jenna. He didn't have a clue what it felt like to find out your body wasn't what you thought it was, and he wanted to have compassion. But each time he felt the urge to phone or send a text message, he couldn't seem to push past the floor that had slammed between his head and his heart. She'd broken off their damn near perfect relationship because of a test result, and he'd spent the last 13 years trying to make sense of it. It hadn't been fair to him. Plus, there was the added guilt of knowing she'd tried to call. Yes, she'd been stupid, but so had he. Country didn't know if he was ready to admit that yet. He sat on the edge of the tub until he was physically capable of taking a leak, then stripped off his clothes, tossed them in the hamper, and turned on the shower. Once the water was scalding, he got in and let the water wash over his chilled skin. After the last guest appearance on Hockey Evening in Canada, John had offered him $4,000 to do 3 more appearances, 1 between Christmas and New Year's, and 2 in January. He'd survived Christmas Day with his parents, siblings, and nieces and nephews, and now he had 2 days until he walked into that studio and saw her again. That thought sent blood rushing in his ears. Country moved through his morning chores without even noticing the cotton candy hues of the sunrise or the glittering frost on the bare tree branches. Nothing looked beautiful this morning. Over the past couple of weeks, he'd grown to know one truth. He still loved Jenna McAllister. She'd grown tough around the edges, but he'd always loved her fire. He loved the way she set her jaw in the face of a competitor, the way she wouldn't let anyone, even him, get away with something she disagreed with. Yes, life had beaten her into making compromises, but she'd still risen to the top. He only wondered if she'd started climbing the wrong mountain after Windsor. She'd found out she couldn't have kids, and instead of working within those parameters, she'd given up on the life that included him. She hadn't allowed him to be part of that decision. Country tried to ignore the questions niggling at him underneath those facts. What did that say about their relationship? What had he done to make her believe she couldn't talk to him? Jenna had done the same thing with sportscasting, hadn't she? She'd been overlooked once, maybe a handful of times, and that had been equivalent to a broadcasting blood test. She'd heard, "You'll never be a sportscaster," so she'd scrapped that dream right along with the one where they ended up on a wraparound porch together. Jenna was as bullheaded as she was capable, and that terrified him. Country walked into the barn to find Polk already gathering supplies to clean Lady Gray's hooves. "Since when do you do the grunt work?" Polk pulled a file from the workbench. "I could ask you the same thing. Weren't you out here with Jenna doling out feed and cleaning stalls?" "It keeps me centered." The truth was, he'd never wanted to have a desk job. He'd never planned to be back here taking on the responsibility of the ranch, but he'd been happy to take it on when hockey didn't work out. Until everything started to tank and he was left sitting in front of spreadsheets and pages of data, trying to assess which direction they should go in this ag-unfriendly economy. Mucking stalls was simple. At least at the end of the day, he had something to show for his work. "You talked to Cody at all after Christmas dinner?" Polk asked. Country shook his head. He hadn't talked much to anyone after Christmas dinner. Sitting alone in his living room wasn't the best medicine, but he couldn't bring himself to want to do anything else. At least he'd had the game last night to distract him. Polk had come over like he always did, and filmed more for their channel. Since he had nothing better to do, he'd actually checked the views and comments, even responded to a few. Polk dropped his file on the floor and bent down to pick it up. "I think they're going to take a trip to Florida in the new year." "Oh yeah? Theme parks?" Polk nodded. "I think so. I can't remember if they said the kids wanted to do Disney or Universal." "Their kids can barely spell their own names. Now they're in charge of family vacations?" Polk laughed. "Peer pressure in kindergarten is real." Country ran the brush over Lady Gray's flank. He'd always thought he'd have kids before his brothers since he was the oldest, and most attractive. Life hadn't gone even close to the way he'd planned it all out in his head. "What's going on with you and Jenna?" Polk asked, and Country bristled. "Nothing." That was the truth. They hadn't spoken since he'd left the truck. He'd only needed some time to think and cool down, but when he'd walked back to the patio, Jenna and the other girls had gone. "Are you going to see her when you go to HEC on Saturday?" "Probably." He hoped his one-word answers were giving off an air of aloofness, but he doubted Polk was fooled. He hadn't ever explained to his family what had happened between them, but Polk knew how serious he'd been. He'd told him about the ring. "Why did you have her come out to the ranch?" Country drew a deep breath. "She needed help with the broadcast, and I needed help figuring out the social media and branding for the silos." Polk scooted his bucket back. "You were asking Jenna for social media advice?" Country shot him a look. "Don't pretend you're offended. Is she running a massive TikTok channel?" "Polk, you know that has nothing to do with advertising or selling an experience, right?" He scoffed as he scraped at Lady's hoof. "Doesn't matter. I can't believe you didn't ask me about it. The audacity." "Fine, I'll ask you now. When we get done with this, you can come back to the house and tell me what you think." "Where's the money coming from for this renovation anyway?" That was a question Country had asked himself for months. Then one night he'd asked Brett about it at practice. Figured he'd have a good recommendation for a contractor. "Brett has a team that's willing to do the first one at a discounted rate." Country ignored the pressure building behind his eyes. Brett had offered to do the build-out for only the cost of materials, but there was no way in hell he was going to allow that to happen. He would pay him back, especially now that he'd proven to himself that the idea was viable, and now that he had HEC money. The tools Jenna had given him for the market analysis had been invaluable in making up his mind. "I don't understand. I thought you guys had such a good thing going. It doesn't make sense why it ended out of nowhere." Country's jaw flexed. "It didn't make sense to me either." Polk dropped Lady's hoof and brushed dirt and shavings off his worn jeans. "Didn't?" Country frowned. "Yeah." "That's past tense." Country looked up, incredulous. "Is everyone I know a member of the grammar police?" Polk pushed back on his stool and stood. "Okay, sensitive Susie. I'll be the bigger person here." He picked up a brush and took up on the opposite side of Lady Gray's rump. "What did you find out?" "Nothing." "Bullshit." Country exhaled. Time to bite the bullet. "Jenna broke things off because she had some genetic testing done." "Why'd you get tested?" Polk moved his bucket and picked up Lady's back hoof. "Her mom was diagnosed with breast cancer. She went in to see if she had the marker." "And?" "No marker." Polk grunted. "So she was cancer-free and decided to break up with you?" "Damn it, Polk. She can't have kids, all right?" Polk's eyes widened, his file freezing in midair. "She didn't tell you back then?" Country shook his head. "When did you find out?" "At the bonfire the other night." Country felt like he was a bucket being slowly filled with thick, poorly mixed concrete. His body felt heavy, and sluggish, and everything inside of him seemed to be made with sharp edges. Polk resumed his work, his mouth pulling to the side like he was chewing on an invisible stalk of wheatgrass. Country exhaled. I wouldn't have called things off. If she'd told me then. Polk scoffed. How could you? Country nodded, then stilled as a wave of understanding flooded through him. Jenna knew that. She knew he wouldn't have called things off. He loved her too much. On top of the fact that she was all too aware of his propensity to be loyal to a fault. If it hadn't been for her, he never would have had the guts to tell his father he was leaving Alberta on hockey scholarship. As much as he'd pretended to be comfortable advocating for himself and what he wanted, he couldn't count the number of nights he'd lay awake in his childhood bedroom staring at the ceiling, wondering if he was a failure as a son. His dad had always wanted him to take the ranch. The last 13 years, he'd entertained the story that Jenna leaving and his draft failure had been punishment for him leaving in the first place. That's why she left. Country hadn't meant to say it out loud. Polk looked up. She knew I wouldn't. Country gave Lady one last stroke, then stalked out of the stall toward the workbench. Gentry? Polk stopped short when Country turned to look at him. He didn't have to say it. Country knew what he was thinking the second he saw his brother's face. Maybe she made the right choice. Country's stomach swooped like he'd just thrown himself off the edge of a cliff. He clutched at the buttons of his shirt, then dropped his brush on the bench and strode out of the barn. Chapter 21. Gentry showed up early to GCBN on Saturday night. After talking with Polk, he'd gone back to his house and tried to call Jenna. She didn't answer, so he'd sent her a single text message. Can we talk? Despite checking his phone every 10 minutes for 24 hours, he hadn't been successful in forcing a response to that either. The whole thing pissed him off. He understood he'd walked away from her at the bonfire. That was a dick move. But to be fair, it was in direct response to her dick move 13 years earlier. Maybe he could understand her cutting him out in their 20s, but they were real adults at this point. They had life experience, real jobs and houses, budgets and voting records. Ignoring someone's calls was no longer age-appropriate behavior. When Jenna hadn't been in her office, he'd gone to the studio where he'd made intolerable small talk with Liam and Tasha, then was forced into singing Happy Birthday to John's assistant and eating a piece of chocolate cake coated in at least 5 centimeters of frosting that was too fluffy to be made with real butter. It was birthday blasphemy, and all he wanted to do was complain about it to Jenna. By the time he'd finished in hair and makeup, Country was beginning to panic. Where the hell was she? When he and Kessler walked back into the studio, Country waited until he could successfully pull off a confused/mildly intrigued expression, then asked, Where's McAllister tonight? Glenn sighed and snatched the papers from the desk. Sick. You and I are venturing out of the nest on our own wings tonight. That's too bad. No, John? Country kept a straight face, even though sweat was already forming on his brow. Sick? How long had she been sick? Had it been the last few days? Over Christmas? Was that why he hadn't heard from her? Glenn shook his head. No, John will be here. Probably not right at the beginning, though. Liam and Owen will keep us on track. Country nodded and took a look at his notes. Owen. That was the guy Jenna was training. John Allen's nephew. There was no way Jenna would have missed this if it meant he was going to take the pilot seat, even if she did dread seeing him. Curiosity clawed at the back of his throat until he finally asked, Is she doing okay? McAllister? Glenn shrugged. Honestly, that woman is impossible to read. One day she's sending messages like a postal worker and the next... Country blinked. I meant since she's sick? Oh! Glenn laughed out loud. I have no idea. The writing team had everything they needed, so I assume she's fine. Country looked down and realized he'd crumpled the left side of his paper stack. Don't you think someone should have checked in on her?
I think John's assistant. You've worked here for what, 3 years?
Country turned in his seat, anger building under his skin. Glenn frowned, but Country didn't give him a chance to answer.
I wonder if you would have been more successful catching her attention if you gave a damn about anything besides what she could do for you.
Glenn chuckled, but Country wasn't going to pretend this was anything close to their on-air banter. The lights grew brighter, but Country ignored it.
Do you know anyone at this network that works as hard as Jenna? Okay, I don't know that, and yet you sit here not giving a shit that John is hiring some Leonard Hofstadter lookalike to take her job? You don't call to make sure she's okay when she— 30 seconds!
Owen called from behind the camera. Country cursed under his breath as Glenn leaned in and hissed, "That's not fair. I help Jenna whenever I can. She's independent. I don't want to be patronizing."
That's rich.
Glenn's shiny face contorted just as Owen counted them down from 5. He straightened and flubbed out his lips, then plastered a wide smile on his face.
Good evening, hockey fans, and welcome to Hockey Evening in Canada.
Country needled Glenn more than usual in the first segment, and took great pleasure in the fact that it resulted in Glenn uttering, "I don't hate babies, I was simply attempting to make an incontinence metaphor." He was even more pleased with his response of, "Seems like it was a shit comparison, Glenn." Country didn't know if it was a good thing that Liam stormed out of the booth and slammed 2 cups of coffee the second they flipped to the regional broadcasts. He went straight to the bathroom during the break and sent a text to their team chat.
"Curtis and Ryan, can one of you send a message to Anne, Tina, or Melissa and ask about Jenna?"
Curtis:
"Is everything okay?" "Yep, just thought it would be good fun to randomly text them."
Curtis sent a flipping the bird emoji. Country gave it a heart. He waited in the stall, staring at the screen. Women typically texted back quickly, didn't they? There were 3 of them, and they were all single. One of them had to be sitting alone in their apartment at 7:30 on a Saturday night in January. He exhaled when the message from Curtis appeared. Curtis:
"The word is she's on her deathbed."
Country:
"Details, please."
Curtis:
"They don't think it's cholera?"
Country:
"That's a relief. I was going to offer my skills in bloodletting."
Andre: "I'm already here. She says she doesn't know what she would do without me." Ryan:
"Anne said she had the stomach flu."
Curtis:
"And I quote, she's not puking anymore, but she's as weak as a baby squirrel."
Ryan:
"Lol. That had to be Tina."
Country:
"Thanks. To everyone except Andre."
He slipped his phone back in his pocket and blew out a breath. The door to the bathroom opened and he waded through the progression of splashing on the urinal, water flowing from the tap, the hiss of the air dryer, and finally the second squeak of the door. He exited the stall and washed his hands for good measure, then walked back to the studio. He gave Glenn and Liam a bit of a break in the second segment between periods and painfully made his way through the rest of the first game, then plodded through the second. There were enough impressive and ludicrous highlights to keep him rolling without much effort, but by the time they finished after midnight, he felt like he'd been rolling in freshly cut hay. Country grabbed his jacket and made his way to the studio door, not even pausing when Glenn called out, "I think we nailed it!" Jenna rubbed her eyes as the sound of her phone buzzing on her nightstand pulled her from a fitful sleep. She'd slept for 8 hours in the middle of the day, and though she could barely rally to walk to the bathroom and back, her body didn't seem to want to drop into full REM. She picked up the phone and answered without looking at the caller ID. "Hello? Jenna?" Her mind snapped to attention. "Gentry?" "Hey, I did the segment tonight and Kessler said you were sick." She rolled over in bed and tried to focus enough to see her alarm clock. "What time is it?" 12:40-ish. She yawned and dropped back to her pillow, her muscles aching from even that simple motion. "How did it go?" "Are you okay?" Jenna nodded, forgetting he couldn't see her motions through the phone. "Theoretically." "Do you need anything?" His voice hummed through her, and she pinched herself to make sure this wasn't a fever dream. "I mean, the taste of a fountain Coke is heavily influencing my thoughts." Country exhaled, and the speaker crackled.
You should probably come open the door then.
Jenna's heart plummeted through her stomach to her knees. Hilarious, Gentry.
I'm serious.
There was the sound of a car door slamming, boots crunching on snow. Jenna's heart raced like she'd just started a sprint on the treadmill. Country, I'm disgusting. And you just did the broadcast. It's the middle of the night.
I can let myself in.
Aha! The door is dead-bolted.
And Tina gave me the key.
Jenna bolted up straight, then nearly dove headfirst into her spare pillow when the room spun around her like she was on the whirligig at the Stampede. Why would Tina give you the key? Boots on concrete.
Because everyone was worried about you and I offered to come over and check.
You were just going to let yourself into my house? Her voice rose with panic, but she couldn't help the whiny pitch. The idea of Country walking into her house while she was sleeping, or, worse, puking her guts out in the bathroom, made her heart feel like a flip book.
No. I mean, I probably would have if you hadn't answered at some point in the next 12 hours, but just to make sure you weren't dying of dehydration.
Jenna squeezed her eyes closed. So, you're standing on my front step right now? She did a mental inventory. She hadn't showered in at least a day and a half. She was in a soft cotton crewneck sweatshirt and cheeky seamless underwear with nothing on her legs. While she had recently brushed her teeth, she didn't trust that her toothpaste had held up to the hours of tossing and turning she'd just endured.
I am. With a fountain Coke from McDonald's.
Jenna sucked in a breath. They're the best. I think they do something different with their syrup.
Another thing I still know about you.
This wasn't fair. He was hijacking her compromised and exhausted physical state to what? To want him? To let him in? She'd laid out all her cards in front of him the other night at the bonfire. He knew why she'd left all those years ago, and it didn't take a genius to figure out why she was pulling away now. Maybe he was coming to apologize? Maybe she could apologize? Maybe he did miss being friends, and now that they both knew it wasn't a possibility to be together, they could find a way to stay in each other's lives? Jenna's feet tingled as she dropped her legs off the side of the bed. It was going to take her 10 minutes to get to the closet, find a pair of pants, then hobble to the front door. You can use the key. I'm in bed. She shoved her legs back under the sheets and pulled the covers up to her chin as she listened to Country's breathing. Her heart jolted at the sound of metal on glass as Country pulled open the storm door, then turned the key in the lock and entered the house. He was inside her house. The door closed, and she heard the click of the deadbolt. The thump of his boots dropped onto the front mat. 1, then 2. His footsteps into the kitchen, then backtracking to the stairs and starting up to her room. Jenna's pulse raced as she frantically retied her hair into a ponytail, then fluffed her pillow and laid back. Just those simple motions made her feel like she'd run a marathon. The swirl of ice against a cup. A gentle knock on her halfway open door. Hey, come on in. Jenna kicked herself for not turning on a lamp. She reached for the bedside table and hit the button, sending a soft golden glow across her bed. She blinked, staring in Gentry's general direction, waiting for her eyes to adjust. He walked forward and sat on the edge of her bed, his weight pulling her comforter tight over her bare legs. Gentry handed her the Coke, and she brought the straw to her lips. Jenna sighed as she took the first sip. How is this so good? Country's eyes were on her, but she didn't care. The cold, sweet liquid hit her empty stomach and fizzed, sending an immediate burst of energy through her.
Do you drink this regularly now?
Jenna shook her head, taking another tentative drink. It's only good when you have the flu. Country chuckled.
I think you're the only person who uses Coke as medicine.
Jenna peered up at him through her lashes. You've got to save it. That's how it works. She took another drink, then held the large cup on the bed next to her like she was cradling a football. You didn't need to do this. Country dropped his head, inspecting his hands.
It didn't sit right with me that you had to feel like crap alone.
You thought it would be more fun to feel like crap together? Country breathed a laugh and twisted so they could look at each other.
Yeah, exactly.
Jenna's stomach folded inside out as she took in his expression. Country's brow was furrowed. The grin she was so used to seeing flickered on his face, but didn't take up permanent residence. How was it possible that after all this time, she could still read him like a book? His eyes dropped.
I'm sorry I left the other night.
Jenna steadied her breath, both relieved and terrified that they were going to pull off the bandages and stare at the wound that, at least for her, was still weeping. I understand exactly why you did. Hadn't she done the same thing? When faced with that information, she'd gotten out of the vehicle they'd been traveling in together for 4 years and hitchhiked home.
I was angry. I've been angry.
Country's skin glowed in the light of the lamp. He ran a hand over his face, then dropped his hand to the bed, accidentally landing on her upper thigh. He quickly moved it. You had every right to be. Anne and Tina have chastised me so many times for not telling you about my diagnosis. She lifted the cup and took another drink of Coke. I should have. I thought about it. I even tried to once, but then it had been months and I was still dealing with everything.
Who did you talk to about it?
Jenna shrugged. My parents, at first, then eventually a few friends. But that's about it. Turner's isn't life-threatening. Country watched her, his eyes dark pools in the dim light.
It's heavy, though. To make plans and then have them stripped.
Jenna mapped the new lines in his face and the weariness behind his eyes. I did that to you, she whispered. Heat and ache radiated from her center, from a place buried deep against her spine that she couldn't reach. He shook his head.
You weren't the only one.
Jenna seemed to float from her body and glimpse a bird's-eye view of what the last 13 years had looked like for Country. He'd started off at the Admirals, full of promise and high hopes of being drafted by the Leafs. She didn't know who or why that story ended, but whatever happened, he'd ended up back here at the ranch instead. Which probably wouldn't have been awful if his other life plans hadn't been torn to shreds and thrown in the garbage bin right next to the first one. They'd both taken big losses. But because she'd run in the opposite direction, they'd had to field the hits alone. Grief bubbled up from a well so dark and deep. Jenna didn't know where it began, or if it would ever run dry. Gentry, I'm so sorry. Her voice broke, and before she could hide her face with her hands, Gentry lifted her cup to the nightstand and lay down next to her, rolling her to the side so he could pull her flush against him. He curled around her, pulling the sheets and comforter out from under him so every part of her was touching him. Her calves against his shins, the backs of her thighs against the front of his, her back pressed against his chest. Country laid his head on the pillow next to her and stroked her hair. Jenna's tears dampened her pillow as she clung to his arms wrapped around her shoulders and clasped against her chest. She loved him. She loved him for so much of her life there was still a place carved out for him, just waiting to be made whole again. And here he was, filling her up and sealing her edges, and she held on for dear life.
I wouldn't have left.
Country's breath warmed the shell of her ear, and she worked to drag in a full breath. I know.
That's why you did it, isn't it?
Jenna swallowed hard, lifting a hand to wipe her nose. It wasn't all altruistic. I didn't... A fresh wave of emotion rolled over her, and she waited for it to pass. I didn't want to disappoint you. Country's voice was ragged and raw.
Impossible.
If I could, everything would have been fine, but my body... Country's hands released. He trailed his fingers up her arm, curled them under the dip in her waist, then dragged past her hip and settled over the line of her underwear.
Your body is perfect.
Jenna's breath fluttered like hummingbird wings. She shifted to her back so she could look at him, and Country's hand slid under her sweatshirt, resting over her navel. His eyes were dark chocolate pools. I can't give you what you want. Country nodded, his eyes tracing the edges of her face. You can't give me one of the things I want. Not past tense. This was very present, very permanent. No amount of rage or refusal or hope or prayer was going to change the fact that Gentry had always wanted a family, and she couldn't make it happen. It's kind of a big thing. He watched her, unmoving, his hand still pressed to her skin. There are a lot of big things, though, Jens. Jenna's eyes filled with tears, and she squeezed them shut. Don't. It's the truth. When she opened her eyes, her lashes were wet and her vision blurred. I won't do that to you. I can't. She lifted a hand and ran it over the stubble on his jaw. Jenna, just stay with me for a minute. She tugged on the collar of his shirt, and Country easily slid back into bed next to her, molding to her body like they were a matched set. She closed her eyes, exhaustion making her head fuzzy and her thoughts dead weight. As her body sank into the mattress, she matched her breathing with the rise and fall of Country's chest against her back. As she floated in the space between consciousness and nothingness, she thought she heard, I'll stay as long as you want. She exhaled and pulled Gentry's arm a little tighter around her. You remember my brother Travis? Gentry nodded, his nose brushing her hair. His wife's pregnant. She's due early summer. Gentry squeezed a little tighter. I'm sorry, Jens. Tears leaked from her eyes onto her pillow. I should be happy for them. Are you and Travis talking again? It's not like we don't talk. We're just not close like we used to be. Country's thumb swung back and forth like a lazy pendulum over her wrist. You don't have to be happy for them. It makes me a terrible person. It makes you a normal person. Jenna pinched her lips together and squeezed her eyes shut. I want to be happy for them. Gentry kissed the top of her head. I know. They lay there together until Jenna's breathing mirrored his, until her eyelids drooped closed, until summer grass and spots of red swirled in and out of focus in Jenna's head. Gentry, she murmured. If I could eat a strawberry, I would. Chapter 22. Country woke to the sound of a phone buzzing. It took him a moment to remember where he was, but as Jenna drew a deep breath and her shoulder rose against the inside of his bicep, the night before crashed into his head. He was in Jenna's bed. He'd fallen asleep. He carefully turned his head to check the window. Still dark between the blinds. What time was it? He cautiously lifted his arm and reached for his phone, still buzzing on the nightstand. It was Polk calling. At 5:15 in the morning? Country canceled the call and flipped to his text messages. 3 missed from his brother. Where are you? Came to the house, but no answer. Bud, we have an issue. Call me ASAP. Water main burst overnight. Pastures are flooding. Get your ass out here. Country swore under his breath. They'd had the same issue last winter, and he was positive it had been taken care of. This was an all-hands-on-deck issue. He had to go. But the last thing he wanted to do was leave that bed. He texted Polk back one-handed. In Calgary. On my way. Setting the phone on the bed next to him, he closed his eyes and draped his arm over Jenna. He inhaled and let the soft scent of her shampoo wash over him. He wanted to stay. He wanted to be here every night, holding her while they slept. I won't do that to you. I can't. He'd wanted to argue, to fight back with proof that a family wasn't more important than her, than them. But the words had died on his tongue. He thought of the look on Polk's face as he'd walked out of the barn. Had Jenna made the right choice? Could he accept not having children of his own? As much as he loved Jenna, could he give that up? Jenna's breathing changed and he froze, worried his movement had woken her. As soon as she settled into a regular rhythm again, Country extricated himself from the bed. He dropped his phone in his pocket, closed his hands over his keys still on the nightstand, and padded out into the hall, searching for anything he could find to leave Jenna a note. He'd left the hall light on when he'd come in, and enough illumination drifted up from downstairs for him to see a desk in the loft. There was a notepad and a pen next to the keyboard. Country scrawled out a quick explanation for why he'd had to leave before she woke, then tore off the paper and crept back into the bedroom. He left it on the nightstand, then reached over and pulled the covers up over Jenna's shoulders. The pull to lean over and kiss her was as strong as when a speedboat pulled him out of the lake on water skis, but Country forced himself to let go of the rope. He backed up to the bedroom door, then slipped out and left the house, locking the front door behind him. His truck complained as he started the engine in the pre-dawn cold. He probably should have plugged in the battery overnight, since it was sitting out on the street instead of in his garage. Though, in his defense, he hadn't planned on staying. The cold that morning was only going to get worse for him. Strawberries. Jenna had whispered something about eating strawberries last night. He wanted to ask her about it. He wanted to stay next to her and talk all morning, all day, as long as it took for them to figure this thing out. Country gripped the steering wheel of his truck, his eyes fixed on the road lit up by the twin beams of his headlights. The sky was a canvas of navy blue and indigo as the sun crept up the horizon. He already missed the feel of Jenna in his arms, her soft sheets and skin, the way she curled into him like he was all the protection she needed from her hurt and frustration. He wasn't, though. He was the cause of at least part of it. Would she have made the same decisions if he hadn't pushed his dreams to the forefront of their relationship? But he knew all too well what it looked like to hold back. He'd mastered that skill over the past decade, and it didn't produce good results either. He'd always wanted a family, but saying it out loud or not saying it left him in exactly the same place. Alone. Without Jenna. Country's truck rumbled as he turned onto the county road leading to the ranch. The sight was so familiar, it took him off guard when his heart swelled at the image of the barn pressed up against the fiery horizon line, burning across the bottom of the sky. He didn't usually drive in at this hour. He passed his house, pulled into the long driveway next to his parents' home, then parked his truck near the barn, the gravel and frozen snow crunching under his tires. Just as he'd expected, the damage was in the same place it was last time. Polk was already knee-deep in frozen mud, wrestling with the remnants of the pipe. He reached into the back seat and pulled on his waterproof coat, toque, and over-the-elbow work gloves, then stepped out and shoved his feet into his boots and gaiters. "You've already shut off the main valve?" Country called out as he strode toward the yard. Ranch hands buzzed around the barn, their breath swirling like clouds. Country assessed the pool of water, calculating how far it had spread and whether it had seeped into the hay storage. "Yep," Polk grunted. The timing was terrible for temperature, but more convenient that everyone else on the property was asleep and wouldn't miss the water being turned off. Country stopped next to his brother. "Same spot as last time?" Polk shook his head and pointed in the center of the hole in front of him. "Probably cracked a few weeks back, then widened with the low temps." Country nodded. Not the same place. A crack several inches long split the pipe a meter or so from the joint they'd replaced last winter. "We'll have to cut the damaged section and replace it. It's too wide for a patch. I'll be right back." He jogged to the tool shed and retrieved a hacksaw and replacement piping, along with couplings and pipe sealant. Polk measured the damaged sections, marking a few inches beyond the crack on either side to ensure no weakened pipe was left. Using the hacksaw, they worked together to cut through the pipe. With the damaged section removed, they cleaned the remaining pipe ends, ensuring a smooth surface for the new section to join. Country measured the replacement pipe to fit the gap. A ranch hand knelt next to Polk and switched out his gloves for clean ones. When they were tight, Polk reached up. "Pass me the sealant and those couplings." He applied a generous layer of waterproof pipe sealant to the ends of the existing pipe and the insides of the couplings. Country positioned the new section of pipe. Polk slid the couplings over the junctions, and Country tightened them with a wrench. They moved to the side, panting and rubbing their hands together while they waited for the sealant to set. After 10 minutes, Country took the long iron pipe that acted as a key for the water valve and tromped behind the barn. He lifted the cover and put the key in place, then turned it clockwise. The rush of water rumbled deep beneath him, and he waited for Polk to scream at him to turn it off. Instead, a ranch hand waved at him from the side of the barn and gave a thumbs up. Country pulled the bar out and replaced the cover, then walked back to find Polk, who was already filling in the hole around the pipe. "Why the hell were you in Calgary overnight?" Polk asked as he shoveled. "A simple thank you would suffice." Country grabbed the shovel next to him. Polk ignored him. "Saw the broadcast last night. Had some good clips." Country grunted and dropped a shovelful of half-frozen dirt into the hole. "Glad you approve." They finished backfilling, then stepped out of the way so the ranch hands could cover the mud with hay. Once the sun hit the area later in the day, it was going to be a bog. "I'll put PX piping on the list for this area in the spring." "We could just bury it deeper. Should have been done in the first place." Country propped the shovel outside the tool shed so he could clean it later. "Dad thought he could do everything himself." Polk raised an eyebrow. "Wouldn't know anything about that, would you?" Country's lip twitched. "My balls are conjoining with my spleen. I'm going to go warm up unless you need anything else." Polk stripped off his gloves. "Only an explanation for why you were with Jenna last night." Country flipped him the bird as best he could with his gloves still on, then turned and stalked to his truck. When he got home, he rounded the house to the back door and walked into the boot room. Licorice jumped up, wagging his tail and trying to reach high enough to lick his face. Polk had let him in while Country was at GCBN. Country laughed and let the dog out, then filled his food bowl and retreated back into the house. He stripped off his frozen, muddy clothes and dropped them in a pile on the floor. He'd let them thaw, then soak and wash them later. It was Sunday, which meant he had brunch and then the team Sunday supper, but he didn't feel up to either. His head felt thick, and his toes and fingers were numb as he stalked into the bathroom and turned the shower on hot. Once it got up to temperature, he stepped in and cringed as the steaming water streamed over his frozen extremities. He stayed under the spray until his skin was flushed, and he no longer felt like his bones had just come out of the freezer, then toweled off and threw on joggers and a long-sleeve cotton shirt. Then he crawled into bed, pulled the quilt up to his chin, and closed his eyes. Jenna stirred as sunlight broke through the gaps in the blinds, creating stripes of gold on her comforter. She rolled over and reached out to the other side of the bed before she remembered why she was sleeping on the opposite side of the mattress. Gentry. He'd been there the night before. Jenna shot up, then held a hand to her head and waited for it to stop spinning. When it did, she opened her eyes and scanned the room. The bed was empty, and the bathroom door was open just as it had been the night before. The Coke was still sitting on the nightstand, and Jenna crawled across the mattress and picked up the piece of paper sitting there. "Jens, pipe burst at the ranch. Had to help Polk. Sorry to leave without saying goodbye." "Sorry to leave without saying goodbye. See." She reread the note 3 times before setting it back on the nightstand. She didn't know what she wanted it to say, but it wasn't that. Jenna slumped back into her pillows, folding her arms around herself. He'd come over and brought her a Coke. He'd lain next to her and run his hands over her skin. Her pulse quickened as she remembered their conversation. "I did that to you." "There are a lot of big things, though, Jens." Jenna knew exactly what he was trying to say because she'd struggled to find words for those sentiments for years after their breakup. "I still love you. I still want you. I know that's not good enough." Knowing why she left wasn't enough to make them right for each other. That at least brought her comfort. Even if she had gone to Gentry and told him everything, it still wouldn't have changed the last 13 years. Maybe they would have suffered less. Perhaps they would have suffered more. Jenna's stomach grumbled for the first time in 3 days, and she grabbed the room temperature Coke from the nightstand. It was watered down, but it was something. She took a long drink, then forced herself out of bed and down the stairs, gripping tightly to the railing. After eating a bowl of cereal, then scrambling 2 eggs because she was already hungry again, Jenna threw her dishes in the sink and struggled back up the stairs to shower. She rechecked her phone, hoping to see a text from Country, but only had 2 notifications from work. Kessler, of all people, had texted to ask how she was. She sent back a quick note saying she was fine and she'd be tackling her backlog of work that afternoon, then hopped under the hot water. Jenna worked all afternoon from her couch, eating enough between the hours of 3 and 5 to make up for at least 3 of her missed meals. When she got up to go to the bathroom, she didn't feel dizzy. When she returned to see Country's name scrolling across the screen of her phone, she almost passed out. She dropped back onto the couch cushion and fumbled to answer. "Hello?"
"Hey, you doing okay this evening?"
"Yeah. Thank you so much for for the Coke, and—" She trailed off. "For sleeping with me?" Her heart thumped like helicopter blades, and she couldn't say the words out loud. "How's the pipe?"
"Fixed."
"That's good. Was it inside the house?" Jenna fiddled with the edge of the throw blanket.
"No, next to the barn."
That must have been freezing.
"I took a hot shower."
A flush crept to her cheeks, imagining Country dirty and sweaty from working in the barn, standing under a showerhead sprayer. She cleared her throat. "Good. You're warmed up then?" Jenna slapped a hand to her forehead. What kind of question was that? Country's breath hit the speaker, and Jenna couldn't tell if it was a sigh or a laugh.
"I have a story for you that might help with your job prospects, if you want it."
Her ears perked up. "What kind of story?"
"Jack, the new winger Sean signed to our team, just got called up to play for the Flames."
Jenna frowned. "What do you mean, called up? Was he playing for the Heat?"
"He used to. He played for the Admirals a few years after I did, then transferred to the Heat. Only for about 3 months before they let him go. Turns out you're not the only one who's been sick this weekend."
Jenna leaned forward, pressing the phone tighter to her ear. "The Flames are missing players?"
"Yep, a lot of them. They tried to get a couple guys from the current AHL team for tomorrow night's game and struck out. One of their coaches remembered Jack and called him up."
"Holy shit. So he's playing in the NHL for one night only?" Jenna stood and marched back into the kitchen, searching for a pen and paper. "When did he find out?"
"He got a call while we were sitting down for Sunday supper. The whole team was there."
Jenna laughed out loud. "Country, this is incredible. Do you have his number?" He gave it to her, and Jenna scrawled it across an old Moxie's receipt she found in her junk drawer. "He'll be okay if I call him?"
"I told him to expect it. I'm not sure how long it'll be before other news outlets get a hold of this, but if you hurry."
"Got it. I'll get a hold of John now." She pulled the phone from her ear and was about to hit the red button when she hesitated. Jenna replaced the phone to her ear. "Gentry?"
"Yeah?"
"Thank you."
"You're welcome."
"Hey." He trailed off, and Jenna wondered if she'd misheard him. When he spoke again, his voice was gentle.
"What were you talking about last night? You said something about wanting to eat strawberries?"
Jenna's heart skipped a beat. Had she said that? I was a little out of it.
"Yeah, I know. I don't know. It sounded like it mattered."
Goosebumps rose on her skin as she remembered his arm draped over her, his breath tickling the back of her neck. "Sometimes I want what I can't have."
"Only sometimes?"
Jenna's stomach dropped out from under her. Not only sometimes. Jenna pressed 2 fingers into the space between her eyes. "Thanks again, Gentry. I'll keep you posted." Chapter 23. Jenna called John immediately, but only got voicemail. This wasn't something she was going to leave for him to find later. She needed to talk to him immediately, and if she couldn't get a hold of him, she was at least going to start the process of getting socials ready to post. She sent John a text expressing with 3 exclamation points that he needed to call her the second he was available, then bolted up the stairs for her laptop. She sat down at the desk in the loft and opened it, then clicked into her email. She would need to contact Tasha to see if she could create some graphics for their posts, possibly pull some of the snowball footage to include with the announcement. She'd call Jack, of course, before they posted anything and make sure she had all the details correct. Then, Jenna's eyes narrowed as her inbox repopulated, and an email appeared from Owen with the subject, Job Transition. She clicked on it. Sender, Mary Murphy. Recipients, John Allen, Archer Holt, Glenn Kessler, Jenna McAllister, Owen Allen. Subject, RE, Job Transition. All, I'm looping in McCall from HR so he can review the timeline and prepare contracts accordingly. M. Jenna frowned. Why would Mary be sending her an email about HR? She scrolled back to the email thread. Sunday, 11:42 a.m. Sender, Owen Allen. Recipients, John Allen, Archer Holt, Glenn Kessler, Mary Murphy. Subject, RE, Job Transition. I think a February timeline would be appropriate. That will give us plenty of time before we enter playoff season. Sunday, 9:15 a.m. Sender, Glenn Kessler. Recipients, John Allen, Archer Holt, Mary Murphy, Owen Allen. Subject, RE, Job Transition. Might be a good idea to loop McAllister in on this. I know I wouldn't want to be blindsided. Blood rushed in her ears. February timeline? She scrambled to make sense of what they could be referring to and came up empty. Jenna scrolled back and continued reading. Saturday, 3:42 p.m. Sender, John Allen. Recipients, Owen Allen, Glenn Kessler, Archer Holt, and Mary Murphy. Subject, Job Transition. As of next week, Owen will be officially taking over the following responsibilities as a preliminary transition for his official promotion. Mary will coordinate communication, but Archer will now be working directly with Owen for budgeting and financial planning. Kessler, I wanted you to be aware since Owen will also be moving into a networking role. Jenna's vision blurred, and for a second she forgot to breathe. She tried not to hyperventilate as she scrolled through the tasks John had in a neat bulleted list. Her middle felt like it was being cinched into a corset. Of course, he'd chosen only the tasks that would not require Owen to work through or communicate with her. He'd be able to work with the interns or Archer directly. She scanned the email again, wondering if she could be misreading something and jumping to conclusions. After scrolling through the entire chain again, she paused on Mary's comment about looping in McCall from HR. She inspected the list of recipients. There was no McCall from HR on the list, only her name along with the other 4. This email hadn't been meant for her. Mary had probably started typing McCall's last name and accidentally inserted McAllister. Jenna slammed her laptop screen shut and rested her head in her hands. Breathe. Before that exact moment, if someone had asked her if she was scared to go through her experiences at Globespan a second time, she would have said no. She'd been through it once, which meant she'd be prepared for anyone trying to take advantage of her again, right? That answer was dead wrong. Jenna thought she'd protected herself, had walled herself off and made herself indispensable. Hell, she was indispensable at GCBN. For the amount of work she did, they would have to hire 2 people to replace her. But that was exactly it, wasn't it? These executives didn't spend 1 second of their lunch ordering, cocktail party schmoozing, courtesy car riding lives thinking about what the consequences of their actions would be, because they never had any. Here Jenna thought she was putting John between a rock and a hard place, but he'd never felt backed up against a wall. He had the power, and he knew it. Jenna was the one who needed this job. Jenna was the one who had shown she was desperate for it. Jenna was the one who bent over backward, taking task after task and spending endless hours working overtime to prove it. All John had to do was dangle that carrot like Country had so aptly observed. How stupid she was to think that he would have let her catch it. And now here she was in the exact same situation she had been 5 years ago. At least this time it wasn't the man she was sleeping with. Though a 27-year-old broadcaster from Moose Jaw wasn't much better. She stood and stomped down the stairs, then grabbed a pillow from the couch and screamed into it. When she'd used all her breath, she clutched the pillow to her chest and squeezed her eyes shut, clenching her jaw until her teeth complained. Jenna drew a deep breath, then relaxed into the couch cushions. What was she going to do? She couldn't control John being a nepotistic asshole, and lashing out wasn't going to make her situation better. She wanted to find her phone wherever she'd left it and dial John's number until he picked up and then straight up quit. But then what? Where would she go from there if she couldn't use GCBN as a reference? All her practice analyzing market data and hockey reels kicked in like third gear on a mountain bike, allowing her to slow down and gain more traction. She couldn't quit. Not yet. But she could keep this story away from John and HEC. Then, she could continue in her position and start putting out feelers for other opportunities. Find a way to get a statement documented from John and Archer showing that she'd been the one to bring country onto the broadcast. Use that to show she was innovative and motivated to improve ratings. If she got her ducks in a row before February, all the better. Then she could quit when it struck hardest. Having a plan didn't make Jenna's hands tremble less as she walked back upstairs and pulled her cell phone from the desk. It took her twice as long as normal to tap out a text to Country. Thank you for passing along the information. I'm not going to give the story to GCBN. I'd recommend you put it out on your TikTok channel so the other networks hear about it there first. She clicked off the screen and retreated to her bedroom. Maybe that wasn't the best suggestion. If Owen watched Country's content as religiously as he pretended, he'd see it soon enough that they might still be able to get good mileage out of social media amplification. She simply didn't care. Jenna flopped down on the bed, mentally exhausted from the past 15 minutes. As all her motivation drained like sand through a sieve, Jenna caught a glimpse of how blissful it could feel to give up, to not care, to be satisfied with life exactly as it was. It was like she'd been trying to claw her way up the side of a mountain through straight Scrabble for the past 13 years. What would happen if she just stopped? If she lay back and didn't fight the slide down to the meadow where she'd started? Maybe it wasn't worth it. Maybe none of it was worth it. It felt as if she was untying rough rope, binding her wrists, and pulling her arms taut. For a minute, she let the ends fly free, and the sensation of floating through space was intoxicating. But that wasn't who she was. Jenna gave herself 5 minutes to rest, then dragged herself off the bed and sat down in front of her computer. She needed to find a new mountain, and that search started now. For almost 2 weeks, Country felt as if he'd been caught in the middle of a Class 4 rapid, dragging him under and only letting him up for a gulp of air before burying him again. He put out fires at the ranch during the day, cut it up on the ice at practice. Then after the game the past Monday, he'd taken on the role of hype man for Jack and his miraculous ascension to the Flames for their game against the Canucks, all while watching Jenna's name flickering across his mind like ticker tape. The fact that Jack had the best game of his life for his NHL debut was a helpful distraction. All of the Snowballs bought seats in the Saddledome as close to the glass as they could get. Even if Jack had sat on the bench, they would have enjoyed one of the rowdiest, most joy-filled games Country had ever attended. They were packed into the dome like sardines, and the energy was electric. He and Polk had waited to post the news until Monday morning after the team's tickets were secured, but it managed to exceed their highest videos views by 1 million plays. Everyone loved an underdog story. Turned out they loved it even more when they found out about it from him and his brother. If he had to guess, Jack's 8 minutes of playing time probably correlated to the number of petitions from fans on the Flames' Facebook page. NHL organizations wanted to play good hockey, but they were hyper-aware that satisfying fans was an integral part of reaching that goal. His greatest hope for Jack was that he'd feel and look solid on the ice, that he'd be able to glide off the ice with his head held high. He'd never practiced with the team, hadn't ever played with those guys and felt the pulse of their play. Never in any of his wildest dreams could he have imagined what Jack would pull out. "How do you keep up with these comments?" Glenn Kessler looked from his phone screen to Country standing next to him inside the door of the studio at GCBN. "I don't. That's mostly my brother." Glenn shook his head. "I can't wait to talk about this game tonight. That shot by Harrison, I think I've watched the replay over 100 times. "I think all of Canada has watched it 100 times. Country grinned as the play rolled in his head. Jack was at a crucial point near the blue line with Obolensky rushing parallel. It was the safe, logical play to pass off the puck, even if he had the better position. But Jack deked, pumped his legs straight at the goal, and launched into a slapping spinorama, gluing the puck to his stick. He fired a backhander, and every fan in the stadium choked on either a hot dog or their own spit as it shot to the back of the net. Jack had scored on arguably the best goalie in the NHL, as a hardship-claimed player who'd been dumped from his AHL team months earlier. Just thinking about it made Country's adrenaline spike to unhealthy levels. He glanced over, noticing the look of consternation on Glenn's face. "You all right, bud?" Glenn winced. "Yeah. I think dinner isn't sitting well. I'm sure it'll pass in a second." Country nodded, then rolled out his neck. The number of people he'd heard about being sick in January was starting to mess with his head. He was almost convinced his stomach didn't feel normal. Glenn stepped to the side as the door opened and Jenna walked in. Her eyes immediately lifted to Country's. "Hey." "Hey." He tried to look anywhere other than her backside as she strode past them toward the booth. He'd texted her back after her message about not giving Jack's story exclusively to GCBN, but hadn't gotten a straight answer as to what had changed her mind. She'd changed the subject to his videos or Jack, anything but what was going on inside her head about work, or, more importantly, about how they'd spent the night in each other's arms. How Country had stayed up late multiple nights that week reading everything he could get his hands on about Turner syndrome, then about adoption. "I feel bad for her," Glenn muttered as he walked toward the coffee maker by the snack table at the back. Country frowned, trying to make sense of that statement. Sick. Jenna had been sick. "I think she's back to normal." "No, I wasn't talking about that. I mean..." Glenn trailed off as he selected his flavor and popped the cartridge into the slot, then lowered the handle on the machine. He turned to Country. "She works so hard. Still thinks she has a shot at replacing John." Country bristled. "You don't think she's earned that?" Kessler held up his hands defensively. "Hey, I always thought she'd be a good fit. Jenna's a ball buster. She could hack it." He shook his head. "It's just not how it works around here, you know?" "Enlighten me. How does it work?" Glenn shot a furtive glance toward the door, then took a step closer. "It works the way John wants it to work." He opened his mouth to say more, but just then the studio door opened and Owen walked in. Glenn turned back to the coffee maker and waited for his cup to fill. When it did, he tossed out the empty flavor cup, grabbed his steaming coffee, and made his way to the desk. Owen greeted him with a wave and walked over to chat. What had Glenn said that first night he joined the broadcast when Country had mentioned that Owen was training for Jenna's job? Something about him not being sure that Owen was hired to take Jenna's place when she was promoted? The pieces snapped into place as Owen turned and had a conversation with one of the cameramen. Owen hadn't been hired to replace Jenna. He'd been hired to replace the man whose job she was gunning for. At that moment, he was positive his stomach didn't feel right, though it wasn't because of anything he ate. He ripped open a protein bar and took a bite as the studio door opened a second time. John Allen scanned the studio like a hawk hovering over a grassy field. His eyes caught on Country, and his grin widened. "Just the man I was hoping to see." Country frowned. "Good evening, John." He pointed at the protein bar in Country's hand. "I hope you were able to get something to eat. Mary mentioned you had practice earlier." Country nodded. "Yep, it's been an exciting week." John clapped him on the shoulder. "That it has. I have to say, I wish you had reached out before posting about Jack Harrison on your channel." The mention of GCBN taking the story connected pieces of his thoughts like the closing of an electrical circuit. Jenna thinking she had a shot at John's job. Owen talking with Glenn and the camera crew. Jenna texting him to tell him she wouldn't be taking the story to John. Energy zapped down Country's spine. Jenna knew. Somehow she'd figured out that John wasn't planning to give her the promotion, and she'd given the story up because of it. Clouds started to gather low in his abdomen. He took another bite of his bar, not concerned in the least if it came across as rude to talk with food in his mouth. "The information came late in the day. I know you like Sundays off." John chuckled.
I would have pulled some strings even on the weekend for that story.
Country had seen GCBN's posts. They'd still taken full advantage of the announcement within hours of him posting the video with him and Jack. It wasn't like they had lost out on much.
Seems like your team jumped on it anyway. That they did, John mused, then hesitated as his eyes snagged on something over Country's shoulder.
Country turned to see Jenna and Tasha exiting the booth. John scratched his chin.
You know, Country, I realize this might not be the best time to discuss the future of this arrangement we've had, but at least on our end, we feel extremely pleased with the results of our collaboration. I'd like to offer you a permanent sportscaster position, flexible, of course. We can discuss terms and salary when you aren't about to get on a broadcast, but I just wanted to put a bug in your not necessary.
Country cut him off.
I appreciate the offer, but even doing these extra segments was pushing it.
John's brow furrowed.
Pushing it?
Country's nostrils flared. Of course Alan would think he was doing him the favor. While he wouldn't argue that the extra cash had been great, and the excuse to see Jenna even better, he'd felt like a sticky hand being stretched in 3 different directions for the past month. More than that if he counted expectations coming from his parents and Polk.
Yeah, I've got other responsibilities that are more pressing. I only did it because your producer over there makes very convincing arguments.
John flicked a glance at Jenna working with Tasha to adjust one of the lights on set, then gave him a knowing look.
I bet she did.
Country bristled as the clouds within him darkened.
Actual, logical arguments, John. And if you think McAllister would be anything other than professional, then you haven't been paying attention.
He gave him a final nod, then strode to sit next to Glenn at the desk. Jenna gave him a small smile, and a flood of light pierced his gathering storm. If he was correct, then she'd shown up tonight to do her job, while the rest of these dickheads paraded around her pretending they were on her side. He wished he could suit up and take John out on the ice, show him what was what. Jenna and Tasha stepped up onto the stage.
We have more content than we can use tonight, boys.
Tasha grinned.
Should be a fun one.
Glenn nodded and wiped the back of his hand over his forehead.
Sorry, I think the lights are already getting to me. Can we get some powder up here?
Tasha nodded and beelined for the door to hunt down a makeup artist. Jenna folded her arms in front of her. Last show, hey? Country nodded, glancing briefly at John, who was talking in hushed tones with Owen back by the coffee machine.
Last show. We've got a 10-minute countdown,
Liam called from the booth. Tasha appeared a moment later with the woman who'd tried to fix his hair. She hustled to the stage and pulled a brush from the waistbag organizer she wore, then dipped it in a pot of powder and tapped it on the edge, releasing a puff of powder that glowed under the lights. Good luck tonight. Jenna rapped her knuckles on the desk.
Isn't that bad luck? To wish a performer good luck?
Country asked. Jenna rolled her eyes. You're not on Broadway, you're a hockey player. She flashed a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes.
You doing okay?
She nodded once. Fit as a fiddle.
That's not.
Country's sentence was cut short by the abrasive sound of metal stool legs scraping against wood. He whipped his head to the side to find Glenn dropping from his stool and leaning on the woman who, moments before, had been powdering his brow.
I have to go to the bathroom,
Glenn grunted. Jenna's face went slack. Glenn, we don't have time.
It can't exactly wait, McAllister.
He released the makeup artist and clutched his stomach as he beelined for the door. Jenna checked her watch. 6 minutes, she murmured. Tasha rounded the desk and jogged back to the booth, probably to keep Liam from having a panic attack.
What's going on?
John wove between the cameras with Owen in tow. Jenna turned to face him. Glenn's having a washroom emergency. Liam poked his head out from the booth, his face flushed.
4 minutes.
John motioned to the door.
Owen, go drag Kessler back in here.
What happens if he doesn't come back? Country asked, his heart beginning to speed.
You'll be flying solo.
John exhaled and planted his hands on his hips. Country's lips drew into a line. While he'd done this twice prior, he had no experience with running the show. He'd always played off of Kessler's experienced lead. It was one thing to make comments, and another to anticipate the flow of the broadcast and transition with finesse. Maybe he hadn't given Glenn enough credit. Jenna shot him a look. He'll be back. Owen burst through the door, but didn't return to the stage. He was pale as he shook his head, then retreated back into the hall.
He's not coming?
Liam squeaked out from the back of the room.
Looks like you're...
John started, but Country cut him off.
I'm not doing this alone. I'm a winger. I don't call the shots.
Jenna walked up to stand directly across the desk from him. Gentry, the viewers love you. All you have to do is follow the teleprompters.
This doesn't work with me flying solo.
She gave an exasperated sigh. You do it on your channel.
No, Polk is there talking behind the camera. Just because you don't see his face.
1 minute! Country's breaths became shallow. He pushed back from the desk and started to stand when Jenna slapped her hands on the desk. Gentry, Maddox, don't you dare leave that seat. He leaned forward and whispered. Wouldn't a disaster for GCBN be appropriate, given the circumstances? Jenna's eyes widened. Then she steeled herself and said, I don't punish fans for our lack of respectable leadership. Then what are our options, gents? Because I'm not sitting at this desk alone. They had less than 30 seconds by his count before they went live. Emotions played on Jenna's face. Then she turned toward Liam, who was still hanging out of the booth. Get me a mic. I'm going in. Chapter 24. Jenna hid the mic as best she could under the lapel of her button-up and dropped into Glenn's chair. There was no time to do a mirror check. She had no idea if her mascara was smudged or her hair in place, but before she could worry about it, the lights on the camera turned red. She waited a beat, wondering if Country would start them out, then jumped into Glenn's traditional greeting. Welcome, hockey fans. I am not Glenn Kessler, as you've probably recognized. I'm Jenna McAllister, filling in for Glenn, and I'm sitting here with Country Maddox. She swiveled in her chair, her heart punching in her chest. Her hands sat clasped in her lap. It's been quite the week for hockey, especially here at home. Country turned his head so his left profile faced the camera and winked with his right eye.
Are we going to dive right into it then?
He grinned, and the cacophony inside Jenna's head stilled. She could do this. What were you expecting? I don't have anything to add that's more interesting than Harrison's goal on Monday night. Country's smile widened. He dove into an analysis of the Flames' game, even though Glenn typically would have started them out. Jenna introduced footage she'd taken of the Snowballs for their highlight story, honing in on Jack and then moving into a couple of his highlights. After a comparison of players out of position to kids blowing dandelions on the soccer field from Country, Jenna segued into the game between the Avalanche and Oilers. The Avalanche were expected to win this matchup, and they dominated from the start. Their offense was relentless.
Pretty quick to write off the Oilers, eh?
Jenna set her papers on the desk and turned. I'm not writing them off, simply stating a fact. Country raised an eyebrow, and Jenna's pulse quickened. She shook her head almost imperceptibly, but Country's eyes only lit up. Jenna groaned internally. Here they went.
I think that fact is silver spoon horseshit.
Jenna laughed out loud. Of course you do. Please, tell me why the team with the highest WL record in the league shouldn't have blown this game out of the water. She turned to the camera, which they did, by the way. Country held up his hands. First of all, we all know success in this league isn't determined solely by wins and losses. It sure as hell helps. What also helps is proper shift management. That was the reason they lost this game. Jenna's eyes widened. You're arguing that had they rotated their shifts, they would have won? After a 4-1 loss?
Absolutely. The Oilers have the potential to go all the way this year, if they stop patting egos and play a balanced shift.
Country, they have nobody that can outmatch Camden in center, and
let's roll the power play from the second period, if we can.
Country leaned in as the clip played on the screen in front of them.
They didn't capitalize on this opportunity, not because they don't have the talent, but because Foley is sitting on the bench, while Shamar and Husseluk are both on the ice.
The clip dropped out, and Country turned to face the camera.
That trio is key to them converting, and right now Carrier is playing exclusively on the right wing.
Because he's their star winger. You can't tell me they'd be better off benching him.
Damn right I can, because it's the right move. Steak is one of my favorite foods, But am I going to eat it with bolognese sauce and mozzarella?
Jenna laughed out loud, but Country didn't stop.
Shit, no. Because I need some noodles and Parmesan. I need to layer those ingredients carefully and let them marinate together over time. Bake them up.
Sometimes there isn't a perfect combination, Country. Sometimes you can mix and bake all you want, but your ingredients are simply lacking, she muttered. Country's eyes narrowed, and tingles flashed through Jenna's body from crown to toe. His eyes darkened.
Maybe sometimes you've been pushing for meat and potatoes for so long, you didn't realize that what you really need is Italian.
Jenna's cheeks flushed as her stomach dropped out the bottom of her seat. He was talking about the game. His stupid food metaphors. Jenna cleared her throat. Well, now you're just making me hungry. 1 minute. They had 1 minute to wrap up. Tonight we have the Kings and Sharks coming your way, followed by the Rangers and Bruins, and I think I'm going to put up a little poll on our website and socials. See who you'll side with when it comes to player overall strength versus making proper lasagna. Jenna shot Country a look, but he only grinned back. I know he's got a pretty face, but don't let that distract you. He's wrong. We've got plenty more lined up for you this evening, including what I'm sure will be a controversial coach's comments. Don't go away now. Country stared at Jenna as she pulled her mic off and set it on the desk. She held out her arms and fanned her face. I'm sweating through my shirt.
You look great.
Way to take it easy on me. I was doing you a favor. Country laughed.
You thought I was going to sit there and look pretty?
She rolled her eyes. I only said that to be funny.
It was funny. And true.
Please, somebody tell me that Glenn's back from the washroom, she called out, stepping down from the stage and walking past the lights. Country couldn't spot John or Owen behind the cameras. Of course they hadn't been there to see Jenna be the hero.
Jenna, wait.
They had at least 30 minutes before he'd need to be back at the desk, with or without Glenn Kessler. Had Jenna insinuated he'd be doing coach's comments? Jenna glanced over her shoulder as she made her way to the booth, and Country could barely contain the giddiness bubbling up in his chest. Something had happened during their on-screen banter. A flip had switched. Since the weekend, after leaving her bed, he'd viewed the world through a mud-washed windshield, and the second Jenna had said, "Your ingredients are simply lacking," that glass had transformed to crystal clear and streak-free. Nothing was lacking in their ingredients. Jenna had decided that they couldn't mix properly, and, truthfully, up until that moment, Country wasn't sure he still hadn't been hunting for the perfect steak. Country rushed forward and put a hand out to block her from going into the booth where Tasha and Liam were watching the first period of the Kings-Sharks game. He lowered his voice. Can we talk for a second? She quirked an eyebrow. We just talked.
That wasn't talking.
Jenna planted a hand on her hip. Can it wait? We're kind of in the middle of a crisis.
I agree, and no. That's exactly why this can't wait. Every time we're in this damn studio, you disappear faster than a snowflake on a hot stove.
He lowered his arm as Jenna glanced around the studio. She angled her body so the cameraman couldn't see her lips. What is so important?
I want Italian.
Jenna's brows pulled together. After? I know a place that's...
No, Jenna.
Country's breath was uneven, and his heart beat in his throat.
I could have had steak at any point over the past 13 years. I had opportunities. I could have jumped in and built the lineup I thought I always wanted, but I didn't.
He ran a shaky hand through his hair. He was making no sense, even though every pretentious metaphor he'd used during the segment had clicked perfectly into place for his brain. He tried a different tack. I had strawberries once. I had them every day for 4 years, and then I was told I couldn't have them, which I hated, but then I thought I could enjoy other fruits. Nothing is compared. Hasn't even come close. No perfect combination. And even though you're telling me other fruit could be better for me, it turns out that once you have strawberries, you can't just go back to life without them. Jenna blinked, her lips slightly parted. We're not still talking about the Oilers? Country fought to make his mouth form words. I'm just now realizing that this was worse than Glenn's diaper rash metaphor, since you can't actually have strawberries, but I can, Jens. I can have them.
And I'm sick of living life with all the other shitty fruit.
Jenna barked a laugh, then clapped a hand over her mouth as her face twisted and her eyes began to glisten. Gentry, can we?
Kessler's back,
Owen called out as he burst back into the studio. Jenna and Country whirled. Owen, John, and the woman from makeup waltzed in with a very pale Glenn trailing behind them.
Definitely something I ate.
Glenn raised an arm, revealing a sweat stain that wrapped from mid-nipple to his scapula. John stalked over to stand in front of them, his face tomato red.
What the hell was that, McAllister?
Jenna straightened. What the hell was what?
You think you can just sit down and take Kessler's place without any sort of discussion? You're not the executive producer here.
Yes, you've made that abundantly clear, Jenna snapped. When would you have recommended we have that discussion, John? While Glenn was running to the washroom squeezing his cheeks, or the 30 seconds before we went live? John shook his head.
Country was the only person contractually slotted for that broadcast, which I told McAllister I wouldn't do solo. If you want to blame someone, blame me.
Country stepped up to stand next to her.
You're not a producer here, Country. Jenna knows the protocol. Do you have a clause for butt piss?
He asked. John's nostrils flared, but Country was more interested in Jenna biting the inside of her cheek to keep from laughing out loud. The door to the studio burst open a second time.
You guys have to see this.
Rylan half walked, half jogged toward them, his head bent over a tablet.
I don't have all the data yet, but based on the traffic we're getting on our site and the volume of comments on socials.
Ryan held the tablet out like a boxed pizza so they could all take a look.
For comparison, the last broadcast with Kessler and Country had about 300 comments by the time we signed off to regional.
Country blinked. 1,030 comments. Where's the poll? I don't see it on the homepage.
About time we saw a woman's face on HEC. Was it just me, or did Country look like he wanted to put his co-host in his mouth instead of lasagna?
I want to see this perfect lineup.
McAllister has balls I'd hang from my bumper.
Country pursed his lips as Rylan scrolled to a chart of their website hits. It looked like a ski jump. John cleared his throat.
Well, that's encouraging. At least this debacle didn't destroy fan loyalty.
Jenna scoffed. At least there's that. She spun on her heel and pushed her way into the booth. Country followed, pressing up against her to get the door to close behind him. Jenna stumbled forward, catching herself on Liam's shoulder.
Country, what the? Did you expect me to stay out there?
She smoothed her skirt and muttered an apology to Liam. Yeah, kind of. There's nothing for you in here.
I disagree.
His gaze smoldered, and Jenna's heart skittered in her chest. Tasha looked up from her computer screen and looked between the two of them. Nice chemistry. On set, I mean. She grinned, and Jenna's face felt like she'd lain out in the sun for 3 hours. Jenna clasped her hands in front of her. Anything you need? I'm sorry about the crazy. I can help pull reels if you want. Liam looked up and adjusted his glasses.
Seems like you have more urgent business at the moment.
No, he's just hiding out. Finally figured out my strategy. Jenna forced a laugh, glancing between Liam and Country. You know what? Tasha stood up. Liam, I think it's time we took a break, don't you? Liam unlooped the headphones from around his neck.
Excellent idea. I'd say 15 minutes.
Jenna's eyes widened. Nope, it's fine. We were just 15 minutes. Perfect. Tasha winked as she and Liam pushed past Jenna and Country, then whispered something as she left the room and Liam closed the door behind them. Country reached out and locked the door handle. Before Jenna could open her mouth, he said,
Tasha asked me to lock it.
Jenna pursed her lips. Of course she did. Jenna had mentioned one thing, one tiny comment about her history with Country, and Tasha and Liam had gone to town with it. That had been weeks ago, and now they were trying to play matchmaker? I really need to figure out what's happening with no comment. Country stood in front of the door like a sentinel, the dim booth lights making him glow blue. Jenna swallowed hard. I have comments, but I think they're more than 15 minutes worth. Give me the Cliff Notes. He took a step forward, and when Jenna tried to back up, she ran into Liam's chair. What was she supposed to say? How could she explain herself when her thoughts spun like debris caught in a tornado? I'm worried you don't know what you're saying? How so? Another step, and Jenna reached back, gripping the edge of the chair. You think you want this, but what about when everyone else in your family is having kids? They're already having kids. I have 7 nieces and nephews. Jenna's eyes widened. 7? He nodded. In her head, even though she'd been gone living her life, everything here had stood still. She was about to have a niece or nephew. The conversation with her mom about Travis and his wife expecting had sent her into a tailspin for over 24 hours. She knew it would be coming eventually, but hadn't been ready for the gut punch. That's my point. They're building families, but you don't see me with a wife and kids. Just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it won't. Saying the words out loud made her stomach feel like it was being wrung out like an old kitchen rag. It won't. Jenna set her jaw. Why not? Because I don't want it to. You don't want kids now? Country growled. Of course I do, but I want you more. The force of that statement knocked the breath from her lungs. Why can't you believe that someone would choose this? That I could choose you? Because nobody ever has. Jenna clamped her mouth shut, her vision swimming. She needed to get out of this booth. Faces blurred in her mind's eye. Carson Hart laughing as the AD joked about him unzipping his pants with Jenna kneeling under the desk. The emails from John and Owen showing up in her inbox. Travis walking up from her parents' basement and barely looking at her. Every word that left Country's mouth melted like the most decadent chocolate. But she knew how this story ended, and she'd been serious about him not knowing what he was saying. He couldn't give up having kids of his own for her. It was too big, too much. It wouldn't last. I see what you're doing. Country took one last step and held onto her arms so she couldn't bolt. Jenna shook her head. I'm not doing anything. Country's grip relaxed as he trailed his hands down the backs of her arms, then found her waist and tugged. You're analyzing. She stood rigid in his arms. I don't have to analyze this. I already know what the data says. There you go, writing things off again. Country, you might be fine with this now, but what about in 5 years? 10? I can't. She sucked in a breath, her whole body starting to shake. Country lowered his head, nudging hers until his lips brushed against her cheek. You've done your analysis, but this time you're going to have to take mine into consideration. Your conclusions aren't valid without all the information. Jenna's breath scraped against the back of her throat. She fought the embers beginning to glow deep in her middle and lost. Jenna became pliant, like rubber dropped in boiling water. I kept that shirt because I loved the attention I got from you when I wore it. He dragged his mouth along her jaw, his fingers tightening over her hips. I buy that chocolate because it's still the best damn chocolate I've ever tasted. Country lifted a hand and twined it in her hair, then wrapped his fingers in a tight fist and drew her head back, exposing her neck. He drew her tender skin into his mouth, and a soft sigh escaped her lips. I kept a lot of things, Jenna. I never told you, but I have a gift I didn't get the chance to give you. It's still in my nightstand drawer. Jenna battled to suck air into her lungs as Country flicked his tongue against her throat, and her curiosity got the better of her. What kind of gift? Her voice was rough, torn to ribbons by his lips and hot breath. Country grinned against her skin, then loosened his hold on her and straightened. You can come see it any time. She clenched her hands around his shirt, woozy from his touch. You're not going to tell me? He shook his head, then dropped his hands and stepped back, leaving her grabbing again for the chair. I have all the information, Jens, and I've made my choice. Now, you have what you need. When you've made yours, you'll know where to find me. His eyes ran over her one more time, then he unlocked the door and left the booth. Chapter 25. Jenna sank into the hot water of Anne's hot tub. No Rhonda and Melissa tonight? Tina shook her head. They send their condolences. Anne laughed. No, they don't. Rhonda's out with 645 and Melissa's on date number 3 with that guy from her office. Sunday night dates? These men aren't messing around. Tina snorted. Or Melissa and Rhonda want an excuse to come home early if they need it. Hey, at least they're going on actual dates, not just hanging out. So lame. What are we, 14? Anne said. She reached for her tumbler. So, what are we discussing at tonight's hot tub therapy session? Jenna groaned. Country? Tina stretched her legs out along the side bench of the tub. Yeah, we know it's country. We all saw what happened Saturday. Jenna frowned. Saw? The only thing you saw was that I stepped in when Kessler got sick. Anne smirked. Okay, alternate perspective. We witnessed Country eyeing you like you were a chocolate croissant and he'd never been to Paris. Jenna looked between the two of them, then tried to hide her smile and failed. For the last 24 hours, her phone, inbox, and direct messages had been blowing up. Friends from back in Windsor had reached out, and even coworkers from Globespan had sent congratulations. But the comments that kept running through her head were those that mentioned the way Country had looked at her during the broadcast. She hadn't noticed it at the time, but she'd gone back and rewatched parts of the broadcast dozens of times that morning. Then again, in the afternoon. What didn't we see on Saturday? Tina waggled an eyebrow. Jenna picked up her wine and took a drink. Not much, unfortunately. Anne squealed, insisting she give them every detail. She did her best, trying to remember exactly what Country had said to her. She kept the particulars of where his lips were as he spoke those words to herself. Jenna, you're killing me! Why are you here with us and not in his bed right now? Tina groaned. You know why. Because I know him. I know what he wants, and no, you knew what he wanted, Anne corrected. When I was 22, I wanted a chameleon. Now, I want to not die alone. Priorities shifted a tad. Jenna nearly spit out her mouthful of wine. Why didn't you get a chameleon? Because I couldn't afford the aquarium and automatic mister. And then when I could, I discovered that you're not supposed to hold them very often, which was the whole damn point. Tina's eyes shimmered like an anime character. They're little claw hands. I know! Anne set her tumbler down and sank into the tub. All I'm saying is, maybe this started out being about him, but it might not be anymore. Jenna avoided Anne's gaze. You're saying this is a me problem? Anne exhaled. I'm saying there might be a chance you're still trying to protect yourself. Tina pinched Jenna's thigh with her toes. It's not a bad thing. With what we've all been through, why wouldn't we put up armor? Jenna dropped her head back, looking up at the stars. What if he changes his mind? What if 5 years from now he thinks he made the wrong choice? But oh, my dear, what if he doesn't? Jenna got into her car wearing her sheepskin boots, joggers, and sweatshirt, and tossed her wet swimsuit onto the back seat. She really needed to remember to bring a bag with her for future hot tub therapy sessions. Her coat still lay in the passenger seat where she'd left it, and she pulled it on after starting the car. It would take at least 5 minutes to warm up, and she was already shivering with the wet baby hairs melting against her neck. She was about to pull out onto the street when her phone buzzed. Jenna lifted it from the passenger seat and froze. A text message from Travis. Hey, did Mom and Dad talk to you? Jenna stared at the words. They weren't sent on the family group chat, just to her. She couldn't scroll back to see when Travis had last texted only her because it didn't exist in her phone. It had been 2012, a quick, happy birthday she'd never responded to. Tears pricked the corners of her eyes. She could ignore this message, just as she had that one. She could click the screen off and wait until new messages came in and this one got buried beneath work texts and SMS marketing blasts. But Jenna couldn't bring herself to click and make the screen go dark. Your conclusions aren't valid without all the information. No, you knew what he wanted. Country and Tina's words blended within her, melding into a sucker punch of a concoction as the conversation with her mother bounded into her head. Should I come out? I could book a... No, your father's here, and Travis is here helping out with the basement. I just think I should be there. Let's wait and see how it goes. Then we can make more decisions, okay? And in the meantime... Her mother had said no. Jenna had wanted to be there. She would have returned home. But her mother said no. Jenna suddenly saw herself on the other end of that phone call, her heart aching for someone she loved even when she was being eaten alive. Her mother had gotten a test result and told her not to come. Then, less than a month later, she'd done the exact same thing to Gentry. Her heart felt like it was paper-thin glass, and she'd just tapped it with a hammer. All these years that she'd felt like an outsider in her own family, the guilt she'd carried from Travis's words all those years ago. Was that what Country had gone through? Was going through? Her mother loved her. She knew that. But maybe loving someone didn't mean you tried to save them from their own choices or their own suffering. Maybe loving them meant you let them love you back, even if it meant they had to give something up, even if it meant they would hurt, even if all the data pointed to love being the wrong choice. Hey, Trav. They did. And I think a huge congratulations is in order. Thanks. We're excited. The 3 dots bounced beneath his message. Jenna waited, still shivering in her seat as the heater finally kicked on. I hoped it wouldn't be too painful for you to hear. Jenna swiped at a tear that had fallen onto her cheek. She and Travis hadn't ever talked about her diagnosis, but her parents had talked with him, no doubt. She wanted to drop the phone, wanted to back away from this conversation like it was a rattlesnake in the middle of the trail. Instead, she typed. It was painful, but not because I'm not happy for you. I'm happy for you too. Hopefully that makes sense. It does, and I'm sorry. Not only because this is painful, for all the other stuff. Something about how becoming a father makes you realize what an ass you've been. Hopefully that makes sense. Jenna's eyes filled to the brim, and she searched for something to blow her nose. She grabbed a knitted glove from the console and used that, then committed herself to finding a solution to her current work-life tissue shortage. Thank you. And I was an ass too. More of the stubborn variety. Really? Didn't notice. Just unfortunate our vacations always seem to overlap. Jenna laughed and sniffled. When are you coming out next? We were thinking May, when the parents are back from partying in the desert. $10 says Mom gets a tramp stamp. I see your tattoo and raise you an ear piercing. Jenna snorted. We're the responsible parties in this relationship now. Please don't put that burden on me. I'm already trying to figure out how to not ruin the next generation. Jenna grinned and held her hands in front of the vents. She exhaled as heat infused her fingertips. You'll be great. When's Eliana due? July. You're making her travel 7 months pregnant? Hey, she wanted to come out in June when it's warmer. This was our compromise. Send me the dates. So you can schedule over them? Exactly. May 11th through 18th. Perfect. Booking my campsite. Good luck with that. We both know everything was booked up months ago. I meant in Saskatchewan. LOL. Talk in May? Would love that. Jenna hearted the message and waited a moment to see if he'd send anything else. Just as she was about to drop the phone, one more text slipped through. I saw your broadcast with Gentry. You two kill on screen together. Jenna's pulse jumped like she'd just downed 2 cups of coffee. They killed more than just on screen. She dropped the phone on the seat, pulled out onto the street, and headed in the opposite direction of home. Chapter 26. You'll know where to find me. Jenna hoped that meant home as she screamed onto the highway, but it was a Sunday night at 9 o'clock. How late did Sunday supper go? She chewed on her bottom lip. She was driving to Gentry's home, not because he was forcing her to, not because she needed something from him, but because she needed to make a different choice. Because she wanted to let him make his choice instead of choosing for him. So, she exited on the frontage road, pointing straight to his farmhouse, straight to the man who argued with her over hockey analysis, who listened when she gave suggestions on his business, who'd shown up out of nowhere and stepped in to get her out of a date with Kessler, who held on to the t-shirt she loathed just because he hadn't given up on pissing her off, and who drove to her house at 1 a.m. to bring her a fountain Coke. It scared the hell out of her. Jenna's mind swarmed like a hive of bees with excuses for why she should turn around before she hit the turn. He gets up early. He's probably already asleep for the night. He might still be at Sunday supper. She was going to look like an idiot standing in his driveway in sweatpants and boots while he was partying with his buddies. Maybe he would be too tired to talk. Who was she kidding? Talking was the last thing she had on her mind. She hadn't stopped thinking about his lips on her throat for 24 hours. It would be a miracle if she could get any words out before begging him to pick up right where he left off. She turned on her playlist and then immediately turned it off. Her left leg started to bounce. By the time she pulled onto the county road, she was both freezing and in the middle of a hot flash with the heater still blasting. The second she spotted Country's truck parked in front of the first house she passed on the drive up to his parents', she felt as if she'd just started down from the top of an arc on a playground swing. One of the old ones on chains that everyone swore Gilbert had ridden upside down and over the top in grade 4. She was lightheaded and slightly nauseous, but she forced herself to park in the driveway next to his truck. If he was home, he would have seen her headlights or heard her tires on the gravel. She knew how these country homes were. You got such little traffic, everyone pressed their noses up to the window glass every time a car turned off the frontage road. An exterior light flicked on, and Jenna had the flash instinct to throw herself down flat on the seats and hide. Too late. Country was already opening the storm door and stepping out onto the porch. No chicken shit. Jenna forced her trembling hand to pull on the handle, then pushed the door open and stepped out onto the driveway. Country stood stock still, gripping the porch railing and watching her like he had on the broadcast footage, like he wasn't aware of the cold deck boards under his stocking feet, like there wasn't glare from her headlights bouncing off the garage door, and no wind whistling through the bare branches of the tree in the yard, like nothing else existed. "Did I wake you?" Jenna shoved her hands in her pockets and walked toward him with tentative steps. Country shook his head. His expression was unreadable, not because no emotion played there, but because too much of it did. Jenna couldn't parse out the slight furrowed brow, the tension in his shoulders, the quick rise and fall of his chest. Jenna ascended the first 2 steps, then paused with her foot on the third. "I should have called." Country leaned on the railing like it was a crutch. "I need to know why you're here." Jenna clenched her hands into fists, gripping the insides of her pockets, then climbed the rest of the stairs and stopped in front of him. How could she explain everything that had happened since leaving the studio? How could she boil it down into something understandable? "I thought about what you said. I think..." "You think?" Jenna shot him a look. "Can you let me talk?" She waited for a response, but Country clamped his mouth shut. "I think I've been afraid for a long time. When we were together, everything was so perfect, and then the variables changed, and..." Jenna lowered her eyes. She couldn't say what she needed to say with him peering into her soul like that. "I wanted to save you. I know that sounds stupid, but I didn't want you to have to feel what I was feeling, to have to give up that life we both wanted. And I know It wasn't my choice to make, and I'm sorry for that. But I thought I was doing the right thing. It was the best way I knew how to love you." Tears stung the corners of her eyes for the second time that night. She wiped the tip of her nose and quickly shoved her hand back in her pocket. She looked up and sniffed, forcing herself to look at him. "Then you appeared back in my life, like this ghost I'd been trying to outrun and never could, because every building block I've grabbed onto to try and replace what we had has been stacked directly next to that life in my head, and it still doesn't come close to measuring up. Not the education, not the career, not the opportunities, none of it. So, you told me that you made your choice, and I'm still dead afraid to make mine because if I open up..." She sucked in a breath and held it, then let her words tumble out on the exhale. "I can choose to believe that you want this, and I can push away the worry that you're going to wake up one day and regret what you gave up. But I don't know if I'll ever be able to look at you and not grieve that life we wanted. It's been 13 years, and I still don't know how to let that go." Country swooped forward and pulled her so tightly to his chest, she could feel his heartbeat over hers. "Then we grieve together. We build something new." "I don't know what that looks like," she whispered, and Country loosened his grip, then waited for her to tip her chin and meet his eyes. "You've always loved knowing what things look like." A hint of a grin played at the corner of his mouth. "It's my favorite." Country took a step back to lean against the railing and pulled her with him. "Can I paint you a picture then?" Jenna rested her chin on his chest and nodded. Gentry looped his hands under the edge of her coat and splayed them across the soft cotton over her lower back. "I think it looks like you coming home from work, and me holding you like this. I think it looks like you telling me how I'm wrong about everything, and me insisting I'm right." Jenna laughed, the lump in her throat making it sound more like a strangled cat. The barely there grin on Country's face turned full-fledged, and Jenna's hands started to tingle. "I think it looks like us getting on the ice in the middle of the night. I think it looks like me trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing with this ranch, and you finding a place where they don't work you into the ground and then pull the rug out from under you, and talking about it obnoxiously every step of the way." "Like, I'm obnoxious?" "We both are. I'm going to be way worse initially." Jenna nodded. "And maybe we become the favorite aunt and uncle?" "Absolutely. Buy the best presents so Polk looks like a stingy asshole." "Not only on their birthdays." "Just because it's a Wednesday." Country pulled a hand from under her coat and pushed a loose strand of hair from her forehead. Jenna's teeth started to chatter. "Can I paint you a picture?" she asked. He nodded. "If you don't invite me inside in the next 30 seconds, I think I'm going to freeze to death." Country smirked. "You're the one wearing a coat and boots from the Australian outback." She had no idea how much he wanted to invite her inside, but he knew Jenna. She'd always been more excited by the chase than being caught. Even as a naive 20-year-old, he'd been able to figure that one out. "Don't flaunt your warm-bloodedness right now." Jenna pushed off his chest and turned, but Country snagged her arm and reeled her back in. He curled his hand under the edges of her jaw and ran his eyes over every inch of her face. The past 24 hours had been torture. He'd hoped that Jenna would come knocking that night after the broadcast, but knew it would likely take her more time than that to come to terms with what he'd told her. He also knew there was a chance she'd walk away again, too afraid to take the leap. As little as 3 hours ago, he'd been questioning whether he should have forced her to talk everything through right then and there in the booth. Now that she was there in his arms, he had no regrets. Jenna laughed and lifted up on her tiptoes to kiss him. "Freezing, remember?" Country kept hold of her hand as they walked inside, and he closed the door behind them. Jenna had barely unzipped her coat before he was stripping it off her. He'd used up every ounce of patience on the porch, and now his blood was pumping fast and hard. He slipped his hands under the hem of her crew neck sweatshirt, and Jenna gasped as his ice-cold fingers met her skin. He grinned, reveling in the goose flesh rippling across her stomach, as his knuckles grazed her navel. "You smell a little like an indoor pool." Jenna laughed and kicked her boots off. "I was at Anne's. We went in the hot tub." Country dragged his hands to her hips and over the waistband of her joggers, then cupped his hands around her perfect round cheeks. His hands froze over the soft cotton. It felt abnormally smooth, uninterrupted. "Are you not wearing underwear?" Jenna hissed a breath. "I was at the hot tub, remember? My swimsuit's soaking wet and I forgot a change of clothes." Country clenched, filling his hands with her, and Jenna let out a gasp. Liquid fire seared his middle. He wanted to tear her clothes off right there in the entryway and do everything in his power to draw that sound from her lips again and again. Maybe he hadn't used up all his patience. Country forced himself to suck in a breath, his hands trembling as he pulled her down the hall toward his bedroom. As painful as it was, he needed every second of this to last, especially because some parts of him wouldn't be capable of heeding that instruction. Not after he'd dreamed of Jenna nearly every night for the past 2 weeks. Not when he still remembered every curve of her body, and the feel of her under his hands again made him want to drop to his knees and weep. "I like your house," Jenna whispered, and Country stopped, pressing her against the wall. Jenna trailed her nails over the stubble on his jaw, and she may as well have been carving him open. His skin stretched as tight as a snare drum as he sucked his lower lip into his mouth. His tongue tingled at the burst of mint. "I like your lip balm." Jenna let out a breath of a laugh, then slipped her tongue past his teeth. Licorice whined and pawed at the boot room door, but Country ignored him. "Is that your dog?" Jenna asked. Country nodded, dragging her down the final few feet of the hall and finally making it past the threshold of his bedroom. She tugged on his arm. "Should we let him in? Is he—" "He's got food and water and he's not allowed in the house." "But—" "Jenna, he's a farm dog. Non-negotiable." She pouted, then spun and pulled him out of the light streaming in from the hall. "I feel bad for him." "I'll give him eggs in the morning." "Promise?" Country reached for her shirt, and Jenna caught his face in her hands. Her fingers were still chilled to the bone. "Here, just a sec." He stepped back into the hall, then returned with 2 thick quilts piled in his arms. He threw them one at a time over the bed, then pulled back the sheets. Jenna took a step toward him and jerked on her sleeve, but Country caught her wrist. "Can I?" She nodded, and her eyes drifted closed as he tugged on the fabric, giving her space to pull her arm free. He repeated the process with the other side, then felt for the bottom of the shirt. He bunched it up like a stage curtain, raising it higher and higher, then scooping it over her head. This time, he didn't apologize for staring. She shivered, and as her skin pinched, he worked her pants over her hips with unsteady hands. Then he had to touch her. He ran his hands over her lean muscles and long lines. His memory hadn't done her justice, not in the least. He ticked his fingers up each bone of her spine, then started again at the bottom. Jenna kissed his cheek and slipped away from him, crawling into bed and pulling the covers up. She gazed at him through her lashes, drinking him in as he pulled off his long-sleeve Henley. "I watched all of your videos." Country worked at his belt. "I know. John forced you to come up with content." "No, like, all of them. Multiple times. Especially the ones where you were shirtless." He raised an eyebrow and dropped his jeans to the floor. "That's a lot of videos." "It was a serious commitment." She bit her lip, her eyes dark. "When did this happen?" "Wasn't really a one-time thing." He gave a devilish grin and tried to climb into the bed, but Jenna held up a finger. "All of it, Maddox." "It's not my fault you didn't wear underwear." Jenna shrugged and looped an arm under her head. "Not my fault if you don't get laid, I guess." Country swallowed. "I was thinking an extra layer." "Now who's overanalyzing?" Jenna raised an eyebrow. "We have all night. It's okay if this goes fast the first time." Country's heart strained against his ribs. He didn't have to be anything here. Jenna would do what she'd always done. Talk to him. Teach him. Accept whatever he had to give. But he still wanted to take her by surprise. "We have all night." There would be plenty of time for that. Country extricated himself from his boxer briefs, which was not an easy task given the state of things. Happy? A slow smile curled her lips as her eyes locked onto him. You definitely are. Country shook his head and crawled into bed. He slid next to her, running his hands over her silky skin. He remembered her. All of her. It felt like he was standing in front of a fire hose as a deluge of memory slammed through him. Her scent, her taste, all of it flooded his veins, infusing through his skin. He read her like Braille, her body his favorite novel. Like a topographical map, his palms and fingertips lighting up with each familiar slope and valley. Jenna was his hometown, his place of origin. She gasped as he found her most sensitive places and ran her hands over his chest and stomach, kneading his muscles and skin like clay. He remembered this too. What she wanted, what she liked. Country worked to keep his lungs refilling with air as she slid her leg between his and arched against him, squeezing out the last millimeters of space. I forgot how long your arms are, she panted, as Country rolled her to the side and wrapped around her, not willing to let go even if she insisted on changing the angle. It helps that you're fun-sized. Jenna laughed, then sucked in a frantic breath as he reached farther. I'm going to die, Gentry. Right now? His voice hummed against her cheek, sending her into a near frenzy. Dead. Right now. If you... Jenna groaned and scraped her hands through his hair, then dropped rough kisses over his jaw until she reached his ear. Is there anything I should know? Country shook his head. I'm clean. Got tested a few weeks ago. Jenna's tongue flitted along the lobe of his ear. Me too. Can I paint you another picture? Her words were rough, ragged. Country tensed as she forced her hand between them, flattening her palm against his stomach, then pushing it below his navel. Tingles shot down both his legs, stripping the smug smile from his face. He couldn't answer, could barely grunt in reply. I don't see you having to wear condoms. Ever. Chapter 27. Jenna woke to light streaming through the slats of the blinds and reached for Country. The bed next to her was empty. Panic momentarily gripped her until she remembered she was in his bed, not hers. He couldn't escape as easily as last time. Her eyes immediately found the nightstand, and, just like before, there was a note. She contorted her body to reach for it and unfolded the paper. Morning, love. Off to do chores. Be back as soon as I can. Made you eggs and sausage if you're hungry. C. P.S. Don't go anywhere. Jenna grinned and placed the note back on the nightstand as emotions made a chemical soup in her midsection. Last night had been incredible. More than incredible. She wanted to shout the lyrics of every cheesy love song from Country's rooftop, all while the clarity of morning made her curl inward. Was Country still sure? Had he woken this morning and wondered if he'd made the right choice? Had he been satisfied? It had been over a decade since they'd last slept together, and Country had learned some new tricks. Jenna sighed, just thinking about it, then lay back on the pillows and stretched her legs between the soft cotton sheets. She wanted him back here, now. But recognizing that wasn't an option at the moment, she dragged herself out of bed and found her clothes. Country had rescued them from their pile on the floor and draped them over the arm of a chair sitting in the corner. She considered for a moment putting on a pair of Country's boxer briefs since she still didn't have underwear, then realized there was no chance of them fitting her. But the idea of snooping in Country's drawers made her pause as she pulled her sweatshirt over her head. I still have a gift I haven't given you. I keep it in the nightstand by my bed. Jenna's heart began to race. Should she? She took a step toward the nightstand and stopped, her toes curling against the smooth wooden floorboards. She shouldn't look. It would be rude to snoop in his private things. But then again, he had told her he had it, and given her exact instructions on where it was kept. Jenna forced herself to leave the bedroom and walked down the hall to the kitchen. His house was clean and minimalistic. She ran her hand along the knotty alder cabinet fronts and took in his farmhouse sink and round wooden table. Slender, trimmed willow branches sat in a white vase in the middle, and there was a plate with eggs and 2 country sausages on it, along with a biscuit and a small pot of homemade jam. She wondered if Country kept a steady supply of biscuits at the house, or if the rest of the Maddoxes knew she'd spent the night here. Probably the latter. She grabbed the plate and warmed the food in the microwave, then toasted the biscuit and slathered it up with butter from the dish on the counter before adding the jam. It was delicious. All of it. Jenna stared through the living room out the front bay window to the snow-covered fields across the road she'd driven up the night before. Could this be real? Could she actually be here in Country's house eating food that he made for her after spending one of the best nights of her life in his arms? That empty place in her heart filled to the brim and overflowed, wrapping her in euphoric contentment as she finished her biscuit. As much as she tried to stay there, to sit in that feeling like she'd soaked in Anne's hot tub, her analytical mind wouldn't let her. The question, what comes next, whispered through her head in a round, like a children's song. She thought back to her last conversation with Glenn, the emails she'd inadvertently read. She hadn't received any responses from the emails she'd sent last weekend, but there were still plenty of options to be explored. Except now, the idea of finding a job at another network felt like ash in her mouth. Wouldn't it be exactly the same? The same hoops to jump through, the same game to play in the hopes of impressing the men at the top? She was tired of that game, especially when she was sitting there eating food that the man she loved had prepared for her before going out to work at the butt crack of dawn. Why was she working so hard to impress people who didn't have her back? Jenna stood and rinsed her dishes, then loaded them in the dishwasher. She used the cloth on the counter to wipe the table, then wandered into the living room and read the spines of the books on Country's shelves. She grinned, noting the ones he'd had years ago were still there, mixed in with new titles. She breathed in the scent of chopped wood emanating from the stack next to the fireplace, and fingered a small carved figurine of a fox on the mantel. She'd been here less than 24 hours, and she already loved it. She loved that it was exactly him, both the Gentry she knew back when and the man he'd become without her. A lump formed in her throat as at least one answer to her questions buried itself within her. She didn't want another day to go by where she wasn't in Country's life. Not another damn day. Jenna grabbed a book on agritourism from the shelf and whisked back into Country's bedroom. She propped up the pillows and set the book on the comforter. But before she climbed back under the sheets, her eyes snagged on the nightstand drawer. He'd told her where he kept it. He had to have known, or at least hoped that she'd end up here sooner or later. So why tell her where the gift was hidden? She reached for the handle and pulled open the drawer, her eyes so ravenous she could barely process what she found inside. A notebook, a set of black pens, a small black box with gold edging. Her pulse jumped. Only very specific things came in boxes like that. It was probably a necklace, a bracelet. Jenna's hand reached for it before she could decide whether it was a good idea or not. She pulled the box out and sat on the edge of the bed, running her fingertips along the seam. After drawing a shaky breath, she flipped the lid open. Chapter 28. I had plans for that, you know. Jenna's head whipped around, tears brimming in her eyes. Country stood in the doorway, that lopsided smile stretching across his face. Her mouth opened and closed like a fish caught on land as she looked back at the intricately crafted gold ring displayed in black velvet. You had this? In Toronto? Country rounded the bed and sat next to her, looping his arm around her waist and pulling her against his side. I did. When? How long? Jenna couldn't form a complete sentence. I bought it 2 weeks before we broke up. Her stomach clenched. 2 weeks before? Country had been planning to propose at the same time she was talking to her mom about getting tested. He was planning to drive up to ask her to marry him, and instead, I'm so sorry, Gentry. Jenna turned to him, wrapping her arms around his barrel chest with the ring box in hand and burying her face in his neck. "I'm so sorry." He hushed her, kissing the top of her ear and running his hands up and down her back. "We did the best we could, didn't we?" The truth of that statement covered her grief like a balm. She had done the best she could, and while she wished she could rewind the play and choose differently, who knew if a different lineup would have brought her here? In Windsor, she'd believed she had to be the perfect piece to fit into Country's life puzzle, that all of life was supposed to be traveled step by logical step, all the choices and consequences wrapped up with a neat little bow. If their life had gone as they'd planned, would it have led them to this point, still desperate to be together? Jenna lifted her head and wiped the tears from her eyes. "Can I have it?" Country's brow furrowed, and Jenna pulled her arm out from under his, showing him the open box. His eyes grew liquid, and a muscle in his jaw flexed. "You want it?" Jenna nodded, wiping her nose with the edge of her sleeve. "Country, I want the hell out of that ring." She held out her left hand, handing him the box, and Country laughed out loud with relief. He dropped to one knee in front of her and gazed up at her with red-rimmed eyes. "I want you to know I had a romantic dinner planned at Westlake Chop House, where we spent our first anniversary, and I spent every cent of that month's savings to pay for a steak that wasn't as well cooked as I can make here in my smoker." Jenna laughed, choking on a sob as Country continued. "Then I was going to take you out into the fields in my truck with wine and blankets to have a redo on our recent stargazing disaster, and only after I made love to you in the cold was I going to pull you close and ask this question." "After? You could have lost the box." Jenna sniffed. "I wouldn't have lost the box. Our clothes would have been all over the place, and with the blankets—" Jenna zipped her lips shut. Country smirked. "Jenna McAllister, will you marry me?" Jenna nodded so fast she got dizzy. Blood rushed in her ears as Country pulled the ring from the box and slipped it over her ring finger. "It fits." "Since you're exactly the same size as you were in high school, I wasn't worried." In one smooth motion, Country lifted from his knees and set the still open box on the nightstand, then pushed her further onto the bed and stretched over her. Jenna cupped her hands over his face, staring at the new accessory on her hand. It was simple and stunning. A thin gold band with a round-cut diamond. Symmetrical. Perfect. "You like it?" "I love it," she breathed, then looked him straight in the eyes. "I love you." Country's eyes darkened as he lowered his head to kiss her. His lips were soft against hers, but his kiss was anything but. "Say that again." "I love you," she whispered, as Country dropped more of his weight against her, teasing her lips open with his tongue. She scraped her fingertips through his hair. "I love you, Gentry." "You have no idea how long I've waited for those words to come out of your mouth again." Country slid his hand under her shirt, and Jenna sighed against his lips. "Too long." She arched against him, allowing him to slide the fabric higher on her torso. His stubble rubbed against her chin as he devoured her with kisses, his heart beating so erratically against her chest, Jenna could barely think straight. "This place never felt like home without you, Jens." Jenna splayed her hands over his back, pressing her fingers into his skin, grounding herself before she dissolved into pure sensation and electric heat. "You smell too good to have been doing chores all morning." "You're a liar." He grinned, working his way to her neck. "It's like hickory smoke and old leather." He nipped at her skin. "Polk and I were working with the saddles." Jenna's eyes rolled back as he worked his way lower, jumping over her shirt still bunched under her arms. She pulled on the sleeves and tore it off her head. "Is Polk going to wonder where you are?" Country laughed, and the sound rumbled through her. "Polk knows exactly where I am. He told me to take the afternoon off." Jenna tugged at his shirt until he bowed his head, letting her slide it off and pull it from his arms. "Polk's my favorite." They were the last words she was capable of uttering. Somehow, after staying up half the night, moving between the bed and the shower and then back again, She still wasn't even close to sick of this. When she was a girl, Jenna had a favorite blanket. She'd slept with it every night until when Jenna turned 7, they took a family trip to the States. Went to a water park and stayed at the Glacier Lodge with breakfast that had huckleberry syrup instead of just strawberry. Jenna had been on cloud 9 until they'd crossed back over the border and stopped for the night. She'd searched her bag, Travis's bag, every compartment in her minivan, but her blanket was nowhere to be found. She'd cried herself to sleep that night and half the nights after. A month later, the tears had dried up, but her world was still a little less bright. Then, one day, a box showed up on their doorstep with Glacier Lodge in the address. As she held Country in her arms, it was as if she'd bottled that moment and brought it with her. Like she'd popped the cork and let the nostalgia and gratitude and sheer relief wash over her here in this farmhouse. Country was new and old, achingly familiar and a miraculous surprise. Every receptor in her brain tuned in to his channel, to the soul-filling relief of his hands grasping her hips, the pleasure of his breath whispering fast and hot over her skin, the gratitude of knowing that he was here after all this time, that he wasn't going anywhere because he'd chosen her again and again, and she'd finally learned how to let him. When Jenna walked into GCBN Tuesday morning, it felt like an alternate universe. Nothing looked the same. Nothing felt the same. It was like she was moving through the crisp, colorful reality that layered like a film over her old, dingy life. The intern with the freckles asked after the reports, and Jenna waved her off. She hadn't checked her email in over 24 hours, and it felt both like she'd broken free of the Matrix and like she was going to get thrown in broadcasting jail for being so irresponsible. She'd get the work done, not because she wanted to prove herself to John or Archer, but because she still took pride in her performance, and she loved HEC, even if the team that produced it were snakes. Jenna sat at her desk and dove in, not even hesitating to make a cup of coffee. After being with Country, she felt like she'd spent the night in a high-voltage charging station. All her batteries were powered up. She slogged through her emails, swiped through footage and headlines, then just before lunch, risked scrolling through the hundreds of comments on the HEC reels Rylan had posted over the weekend. She and Country had been a huge hit. That felt like the most unbelievable fact of the past 3 days. Canadian die-hard hockey fans had liked her commentary, even if it was only because she'd played off Country's comments. They hadn't hated her. They hadn't blasted her for not being Kessler. Jenna was so engrossed in expanding comment chains, she didn't notice John walking through her office door. "McAllister," he barked, and she startled, whipping around and almost bringing her mouse with her. "John?" She swallowed the rage that flashed through her at seeing his face, plastered with a smile in front of her. "You haven't responded to the emails I sent." Jenna glanced back at her screen. His were, in fact, the only emails she hadn't at least opened yet. "I'm sorry, I haven't gotten that far." "I sent them Sunday morning." "I took Sunday off." He frowned. "And what about Monday?" "Also my day off." He chuckled. "We'll see how long that lasts. New Year's resolution? Find more balance? Yada yada." She clenched her jaw. "I think this one might actually stick." Before John could say anything else, Country appeared behind him, and Jenna didn't even try to hide what seeing him did to her. He wore a tan waffle knit shirt under his thick work coat and jeans with slip-on Converse. Jenna's grin pulled so wide, she worried her face might stay that way. "Country!" John possibly looked more pleased than she did. "I assume you reconsidered my offer? I know Mary sent you the numbers." Jenna's excitement stalled out and puttered back to ground zero. His offer? Of course, she'd assumed John would have one waiting for Country, but neither of them had mentioned anything to her. She stood from her chair and clasped her hands in front of her. "What offer?" John waved her off. "Oh, nothing for you to be concerned about. Just looking to expand our presence at the desk." Jenna's frown deepened. Since I produce HEC, it seems like something I absolutely need to be concerned about. Country's eyes were soft as he said, I already declined, and I'm not here to negotiate. Just here to take McAllister to lunch. Jenna's heart skittered like a rock over the surface of a pond. I'll get my coat. John scoffed. Hold on. I don't think you have all the information. He took a step back and folded his arms over his chest. If Jenna had checked her email, she would have seen that I'm considering rotating through our sportscasters, possibly giving her a slot once a month. He waited for his words to land, then poised for her reaction. You want to give me a spot at the sports desk? Jenna asked. Translation. John had found another winning combination in the ratings. She and Country had brought in more viewers than him and Kessler that night, which meant she was, again, useful to him. That's right. Weren't you interested in sportscasting? I thought I remembered that from your interview. Jenna's throat tightened. I remember that too, actually. You told me, and I quote, our demographic is loyal to the traditional sportscasters on the network. John blustered. Well, it's been 3 years. I never expected it to stay the same. John, I was very upfront about wanting the executive producer position after your retirement. He paused, then glanced down at the floor. And I'm still considering. Bull! I saw those emails between you, Owen, Kessler, and Archer. You were never intending to let me earn my place there. What was she doing? This was not part of the plan. She was supposed to fly under the radar until she had a sure thing. But the audacity of John walking into her office trying to manipulate her with ho-humming and flattery made her want to smash something. John sighed. Well, I think you may have misunderstood. I didn't misunderstand. Country tapped his fingers on the doorframe, drawing Jenna's attention away from her Wild West standoff. You know, there was one other reason I came here today. I was going to wait to talk with Jenna at lunch, but it seems applicable. He stood to his full height and stepped further into the room. I'm not sure if you saw, John, but my TikTok account went over 500,000 followers over the weekend. You were right when you told me people were going to come calling. And I actually got an offer for sponsorship from CCM this morning. Jenna's jaw dropped. They want to buy sponsored posts? Country shook his head. Polk's been jawing about doing a live broadcast, streaming on YouTube during the games with commentary. I didn't take it seriously because I wasn't sure how we'd monetize, but he started sending out queries. CCM bit. The wheels in Jenna's head churned. YouTube doesn't take much to monetize views either. With your following, you'd probably reach the threshold within a week. John's smile looked forced. Well, congratulations. I don't see how that impacts my discussion with I was getting there. Country cut him off, glancing down at the ring Jenna wore on her finger. The sponsorship money is enough that we'd like to hire another member of our team. We need better analytics, someone who has a vision for scaling and branding. That person would also need to be willing to appear on camera with me for live streams. A flush rose to Jenna's cheeks. You would trust someone with that? Your demographic might be loyal to their traditional sportscaster. The corner of Country's mouth curled up. It would definitely have to be the right person. John ran a hand over his face. Sounds like a volatile new venture. Most YouTube channels fail within a few months. Plus, Jenna's contract doesn't allow. I quit! Jenna broke her gaze from Country's and locked onto John. He blinked. What? I said I quit. Consider this my 2 weeks' notice. John's face turned from hot pink to an angry shade of puce. If you'd check your damn emails, you'd see. I saw all I needed to see in your emails, John. Jenna grabbed her coat from the edge of the desk and strode toward Country. Good luck finding a replacement. Country locked arms with her, and together they marched down the hall to the elevator. Jenna hissed, Were you serious or was that all for show? Because dead serious. And you actually want to hire me? This isn't a pity hire because we're engaged? Country laughed out loud and hit the elevator call button. That's a stupid question. Jenna scoffed. I thought there weren't any stupid questions. Someone on TikTok asked, if I could be any vegetable, which would I be and why? So, I assure you, there are. He stepped into the elevator. They were probably just pushing for you to use an eggplant emoji. Jenna smirked. As the doors closed, Country pressed her back against the sidewall and kissed her. It isn't a pity hire. Jenna gripped the edges of his jacket. I want you, Jens. I always have and I always will. The door to the elevator opened, and they walked hand in hand through the airlock into the parking garage. If I go live, I'm not going to agree with you just because it's your channel. Jenna's voice echoed against the concrete. I'm fine with you being wrong on a live stream. Jenna rolled her eyes. And I'm keeping my shirt on. Well, you just killed all our chances at monetization. She laughed as Country opened the door of his truck and gave her a boost. Epilogue. 3 weeks later, Jenna's voice was hoarse as she jumped from her seat at the sound of the final buzzer. She held her phone up and took a panoramic shot of the ice center, then zoomed in on the snowball players celebrating in a pile of pads, sticks, and baby blue shirts at their bench. As the players lined up to tap gloves, Jenna turned off the recording and shook out her arms. Your boys did well tonight. Rhonda cupped her hands around her mouth and whooped. Melissa laughed. I'm disappointed by your lack of effort tonight. No sign? Rhonda threw out her arms. You told me I wasn't allowed. Anne pulled on her coat while Tina fastened her waist bag. Maybe because your idea of encouragement was, puck me, number 4, I'm open. Jenna laughed out loud. You wrote that on a sign? Rhonda looked scandalized. It was a joke, and it was one time. I didn't know anyone on the team and just picked the prettiest one. Jenna shook her head. I just can't believe you all came to a game without me. Anne rolled her eyes. It was last year, and Rhonda hasn't come since. He didn't put out. He didn't put out, Rhonda teased, then quickly snapped her mouth closed as number 4's girlfriend, Emma, approached with Penny. She nudged Jenna's shoulder. Watched your commentary the other night and laughed so hard I almost peed my pants. Was that before or after Country compared Biggerstaff to a man walking an invisible dog? Emma's face scrunched. I couldn't unsee it. Jenna laughed, remembering how she and Polk had busted up during editing. It had been 1 week since she'd cleared out her office at GCBN amidst pleas from Kessler, John, and most surprisingly, Owen. Ironically, she'd never felt more appreciated. Penny, Brett's girlfriend, leaned in. You all coming to one place? Jenna shrugged. I'm up for it, but I don't know if Country is. They started construction on the silo yesterday. Penny's eyes lit up. I know! Brett showed me the plans. It's going to be incredible. Emma pulled on her coat. Tell Country to stop being such an old man. He can handle 30 minutes. Jenna grinned. I'll pass that along. Should we wait? Anne asked. Jenna shook her head. Go ahead, I'll text. If we don't see you there, Sunday supper? Penny asked. I'll be there. Anne, Melissa, and Tina scooted past and walked with Emma and Penny to the stairs. Jenna grinned and turned back to the ice, drawing a deep breath of crisp air as the last of the fans drifted out into the foyer. She gave it a 50-50 chance that Country would be game for one place. It wasn't just the silo. They'd been burning the candle at both ends to set up their subscription on YouTube, along with systemizing their process for cross-posting highlights. Since Country and Polk were working the ranch and overseeing construction with Brett's team, most of that landed on her. It was the first time in 10 years she was happy to take on the extra tasks, not because she hoped it would get her somewhere, but because she knew it would. The game against Seabiscuit had been closer than any of them had expected, but that had produced better footage for their shorts. Now she just needed the Snowballs to have a heartbreaking loss, preferably against Puck Steep, so she could spin a true underdog story before the playoffs. Country was not going to be a fan of that idea. She glanced up to the top of the stairs where the players would be appearing any minute and saw a cluster of fans and significant others waiting. That had never been her and Country's tradition. She'd always waited for him right here in the seats where she could kiss him and whisper under the sound of the Zamboni engine. The gate at the far end of the rink opened. Any second now. The clomp of feet on the stairs made her heart leap. Jenna turned and watched as Country dropped his bag and stick at the end of the bench and strode toward her. Perfect timing. The Zamboni roared to life as Country pulled her into his arms. I missed you. Jenna laughed as he lifted her momentarily off her feet. You played a killer game. Country's eyes glinted as he set her back on the floor. Give it to me straight, McAllister. She pursed her lips. You missed a pass to Sean around the back of the net. Could have gotten a score there early in the second. And? You could use more conditioning. You lagged a bit in the third. Country raised an eyebrow. My legs were more exhausted than usual. Any ideas why? Jenna's cheeks burned. No excuses, Maddox. She clasped her hands around his lower back. That shot from the corner, the angle was perfect, and your footwork is better than I've ever seen it. He lowered his head and stole a slow, breathtaking kiss. Are we heading home? Jenna's eyes fluttered open. Emma wants us to come to one place. Do you want to go to one place? I want to go wherever you're going. Country grinned. I'd be down to go for a bit. As long as I get to prove your bathtub can hold 2 people at some point tonight. Jenna laughed. Have you been holding on to that since December? The second you told Kessler it wasn't possible, I was ready to prove you wrong. Country winked and stole another kiss, then twined his fingers with hers and pulled her back down the row. She let go of his hand while he retrieved his equipment, and paused to watch the Zamboni make perfect, glistening loops across the ice. This had always been her favorite part. To see the scratches and gouges in the ice smoothed out and covered up, like none of it had ever happened. You coming? Country asked next to her. Jenna nodded. She took one more look at the ice, then turned and took his hand to climb the stairs together. We hope you enjoyed this production of Stick Handle with Care, written and narrated by Cynthia Gunderson. If you'd like to read the rest of the books in the Canadian Played series, head to www.cindygunderson.com.